Chapter 1. Laria reined Saki in at the curve to let Tip and Huff catch up. She deliberately kept her eyes forward, curbing Saki's intention to gallop up the last hill to home, because she knew the Deanies would have dropped to 4 legs to make the steep climb. Tip and Huff were awfully sensitive about being caught on all fours. Like humans, the Merdinis assumed bipedal stance as soon as their back muscles were well enough developed to support the long trunk. Her father said that he thought the Deanies had been much relieved to learn that human children also had to learn how to walk upright. When Saki's twitching ears and a waft of a musky, leathery scent on the breeze announced their arrival, she acknowledged them with a whistle click. She couldn't quite make the sound as well as her brothers, Theon and Roger, but she did better than Zara, who hadn't the hang of it all yet. Kaltia wasn't even trying, though she signed well enough to be understood by the Deanies, as Morag did. Her youngest siblings, Ian and Petra, were too young to have more than the most rudimentary contact with their pairs. Despite saddlebags full of the day's catch, Saki marched vigorously uphill, careful not to tread on the flipper feet on either side of her. Tip and Huff, which were Laria's mental tags for her Deanies, had taken holds on Laria's stirrups to assist them up this steepest part of the climb. Well accustomed to hauling Deanies, Saki accepted the additional burden. Dropping the reins now that Saki was behaving, Laria had hands free to sign to her companions in excitement over their success hunting. They'd never hear her well enough over the clopping of Saki's hoofbeats if she spoke aloud. Tip and Huff clicked and clacked happy sounds which echoed in their skulls. They could produce any number of identifiable noises that way, ranging from fear to bravado, agreement, dislike, curiosity, concern, enjoyment, and what passed for Deanie laughter. Neither species could quite manage the varied sounds needed to reproduce the subtler nuances of the other's speech, but human body language could add emphasis words, and so could Deanie body movements. Their 5 fingers were as dexterous in reproducing arbitrary patterns as their oral cavities were in producing understandable pitched noises that humans could copy. Both languages, as spoken by the other species, were refined to somewhat limited vocabularies that, fortunately, could be extended into quite a few technical areas, such as space travel, basic engine design, biological and meteorological sciences, metallurgy, and mining. Laria's mother and father, Damia and Afra Lyon, had spent the past 15 years developing and refining this communications bridge, apart from the dreamings, with Merdini colleagues. Laria had been the earliest human test subject, constantly surrounded from birth by adult Merdinis, and then young Tip and Huff. She had absorbed posture and sounds just as any child learns another language from early exposure. By the time she was 6 months old, she had had Tip and Huff as cribmates and had dreamed the pleasantest dreams in their company at nap time and at night. All the Raven line offspring had been similarly paired when they were 6 months old, with Deanie young. On Iota Oragai, such partnering had become normal. Even before much interspecies communication had become viable, miners, who were so overworked they were glad of any assistance, had taken adult pairs of Deanies into the pits and shafts when the Merdinis had dreamed their willingness to do so. The tough and suspicious Oragaian miners had discovered that the Deanies were instinctive colliers, hard workers, and unusually strong. "Hey, yo!" cried someone behind her. Turning, Laria saw her brother Theon, his white lock flopping across his face, round the bend on his chunky black pony Charger, Mur and Dip trudging along beside him. Not for the first time did Laria regret that the conformation of the Deanie made it impossible for them, with their stout short legs and stumpy tail, to straddle the hardy little Danubian hybrid ponies that humans employed. When they were younger, she'd occasionally put Tip and Huff up on Saki, Tip in front where she could hold on to it, and Huff riding pillion behind, its fingers latched tightly to her belt. But it wasn't the most comfortable way to travel, and now her mates were too heavy to ride Saki with her. "Good hunting, Theon," Laria called back. "Plenty for pot and spit," her brother yelled, grinning hugely. "Roger's right behind us with their bag. He must have some secret source of scurriers, the amount he's bringing in." Hunting was a weekend occupation for the 3 oldest Raven line children, who were good archers, while the Deanies were clever with traps. With such a big household to feed, small avian species and burrowing animals, scurriers, and the variety of rabbit that had adapted well to Oragai were welcome additions to protein requirements, not always as well satisfied by the huge gardens. The tower could, of course, have brought in any supplies needed, but it had become a matter of family pride and honor for this household to supply its own needs, human and Merdini, either from the high plateaus and valleys behind Oragai City or from their fields. Saki was too eager for her warm stable and supper to be held back to wait for Theon, so Laria let her walk out, her tired young Dini mates hauled alongside. As they finally reached the terrace level, lights were already beginning to augment the dinning day and illuminate the broad courtyard. Saki's hooves clattered across it, summoning the resident pets, coonies, darbles, and what Laria had termed slithers, the Merdini equivalent of a pet. Neither reptile nor bird, neither furred nor feathered, but loving, affectionate, dependent on assistance to survive anywhere, slithers had, to everyone's great astonishment, become accepted by coonies, ignored by darbles, and endeared themselves to the humans as useful household creatures. Their existence and nurture by Merdinis had been a curiously important factor in the acceptance of the aliens. Any critter that cares for a pet, even one as repulsive as that slithery reptiloid or, entity, the fleet commander had remarked, can't be all bad. As slither diet consisted of Oragaian insects and small bugs unappetizing to other life forms, the creatures kept the large, sprawling raven-lion residence and neighboring fields clear of pests that often caused humans on Oragai considerable discomfort or nuisance when they fed on the crops. Laria was already giving Saki a rub-down when first Theon and then Roger arrived in the stable to tend their own beasts. While one Dini brought the catch-up to the kitchen wing, the other helped with hay and feed for the horses. That set had already stabled animals to stamping and snorting. "Have all the ponies been fed?" Laria asked, broadcasting her thought more than directing it to either parent. "Please, darling. Had some late tower traffic," replied Damia. "What splendid hunting you've all had." Laria ported the feeds into the mangers, adding the special vitamins and salts that 2 of the newest ponies required, until their digestions altered to Oragaian grasses. As usual, the 4 Dinis clacked in loud appreciation of her kinetic skill. "We feed ponies. We make ponies happy," Tip and Huff chanted, although they themselves had done nothing. But as Tip and Huff were hers, any of her achievements were also theirs. Laria gave a small, almost inaudible sigh of resignation. For all their years in a talented household, the Dinis were always more charmed by small teleportations like this than any of the major workings from the tower. Cargo and ships just disappeared from or appeared in cradles, whereas now the Dinis could see the movement from one place to another. "We feed ponies plus," Theon's pair, Mur and Dip, added. "We feed first," Tip began, turning its pole eye back over itself to pin Mur with a steely glance. She signed it quickly not to be so silly and clocked with her tongue a disapproving note. Tip shrugged that off, swaying its upper body and head in reaffirmation. As her parents had cautioned her as soon as she began to experiment with her telekinetic abilities, Laria was careful in its usage. The young raven lions did path more than most talented parents would recommend for family communications, but then the circumstances were unusual. Conversations between humans, when the Dinis could not follow verbal speech, would be rude, so they often pathed rather than discourteously speak what their guests could not understand. The entire raven-lion family, including 8-month-old Petra, was considered by the governmental authority to be acting as official liaison representatives to Merdini. Telepathy allowed the family the privacy and ease to discuss intimate matters which might have to exclude the Dinis. As soon as Laria, Theon, and Roger had seen to the comfort of their ponies, they and the other Dinis went up the ramp from the stable complex to the hall, where most of the combined household's activities took place. With their Dini's help, Morag was already plucking, skinning, and eviscerating the catch. Zara, who would not butcher animals, was washing and preparing vegetables and greens. Afra and Falk were trussing bird and scurrier beast for the spit, while Damia and Try were doing multiple tasks with the rest of the meal. The Deanies were also carrying on a voluble conversation with their returning young. Despite the differences in shape and origin, there were many similarities between Merdini and human in the care, education, and nurture of their progeny. Laria caught only half of what Fawk and Try were saying to the younglings, but the sounds merrily ranged up and down the pitches available to Deanie vocal cords, so she knew that nothing was amiss. Deanies might not use body language supplements when speaking to their own, but tone could be interpreted in this home of sensitive talents. "Nothing at all, darling," Damia said. "Can you do some more carrots? You know how Fawk and Try adore them, but they haven't got the hang of using scrapers." "Vitamin A," Laria replied with a mental grin, and ported 2 more bunches from the storeroom, holding them up for her mother to approve the quantity. A nod sufficed, and Laria began preparing them. Tip and Huff immediately came to her assistance, their single-pole eyes glittering, for they were as fond of carrots as the adults. Once she had scraped, they sliced, Tip and Huff twitching their upper torsos happily, their heads bent so that their single-pole eyes were focused on what their hands were doing. Ordinarily, Deanies brought whatever they were working on up to eye level, but when attempting a human task, they tended to adopt human postures. Some people said they couldn't tell one Deanie from another, but that's because they didn't work closely with a pair. Laria recognized and knew the names of every pair living on Oragai. Deanie pairing itself was another mystery that hadn't been adequately explained, though biologists were trying. They had had to accept the fact that Merdini always came in pairs. Laria did not know if Tip and Huff were the young of her parents Fawk and Try. She didn't know if Fawk and Try were birth pairs, or had paired off by mutual choice when mature. There were still gaps in communication levels. The Merdinis dreamed explanations, but these did not explain their biology. Merdinis reproduced during their annual hibernations. Whether mating occurred before or during was still debatable. The Merdinis did not seem to understand gestation as a concept of time or even a process. They did not understand abort or impotence as a reason why not all pairs reproduced, nor why there were always twin births. Diplomatic courtesy denied humans the right to observe in the hibernatory. No one was certain that these were live births, or if the Merdinis might be oviparous. But the young were born adult in that they understood the basics that all Deanies instinctively knew. They had to wait until their muscles strengthened to walk upright, but they needed only to be reminded, Laria thought, of sounds, words, to reproduce them properly. As Damia once said, Deanie young went from O to oration in nothing flat, and they left the hibernatory house-trained and with mouths full of sharp teeth. Merdini builders had constructed the special hibernation facility well up in the hills behind the sprawling Raven Lion's home. To this, all the Oragai Merdini retired for their 2-month-long period of inactivity. Not all pairs reproduced in that time. Not all remained for only 2 months. When all had left the facility, it was scrupulously clean and ready for the next hibernation period. Laria was both relieved and lonely during the absence of Tip and Huff. Relieved because she didn't have that extra worry about doing or saying something misleading. Lonely because she enjoyed their company and the fun they could get up to. Deanies had whimsical humor and a special rippling wheeze that was their amused noise. Not quite a laugh, not a sputter, but definitely laughter. Fortunately, Deanies and humans had comparable notions of comedy. Though she had learned to get her tongue around the vowel-less tlp and hgf, Laria used Tip and Huff. Thean called merg and dpl, mer and dip. Her parents called fulk, fawk, and terp, try. Evidently, Deanie made do without vowel sounds, though they certainly had innumerable consonant sounds, glottal stops and fricatives to produce all those clicks, clacks, dongs, bongs, clocks, and infinite varieties of whistle. Laria had become so deft at interpreting that her parents often asked her to verify their understanding of conversations with Fawk and Try. Then dinner was ready and served with rapidity to the hungry horde. Deanies had clever blades that served as spoon, fork, and knife. Laria was adept with the instrument and kept one on her belt as Tip and Huff did. Fingers were permissible at home, Morrigan and Ian employing theirs to good use, even remembering to use finger bowls and napkins. Zara was even more fastidious at 9, and her Deenies tended to imitate her. The fact that the Deenies were also accustomed to finger bowls and napkins had at first astonished humans. Afra had carved the first bowls from Danubian hardwoods, decorated with the first dream which the Deenies had sent him and Damia. While he still entertained everyone in the household with his paper-folded origami designs, he had added woodworking to his leisure time. He had done Deenies in origami. Falk and Try carried theirs in their belt pouches and would often exhibit them to Deenie guests. While all the family liked to watch him create his animals and forms, only Roger and Zara showed enough interest to learn to do the intricate paper folding. Falk and Try had attended the first 2 lessons and then retired. Their digits were too powerful for the delicate movements needed, and they tore more paper than they folded. Merdini mental processes apparently differed from human, though the results might be similar, but areas of mutuality were in constant development, and double households like the Raven Lions contributed hugely to interspecies understanding. It wasn't their talent that was exercised so much as their innate empathy and objectivity. "Dad," Thean began when he had assuaged the first edge of hunger, "we've about hunted out the nearby ranges. Aren't I old enough to use a sled?" Afra thoughtfully regarded his eldest son, all bony ribs, elbows, and knees, in his latest growth spurt, and likely to match his father's height soon. "It would be useful, considering the fact that we may not port our friends about the place." Laria held her breath, for while she didn't begrudge Thean the opportunity, "Both Laria and Thean are responsible youngsters," Afra went on, nodding at them in the manner both knew was cautionary as well as challenging. "I shall apply to the city for licenses. You two will have to qualify on your own merits, but I'll arrange with Zexo a time to give you trial runs. Study the operation manuals." "Sure, Dad," both Laria and Thean chorused, delighted. Considering both had the family eidetic memory, they'd be through that requisite in an hour or more, and Zexo, the resourceful T8 tower engineer, who kept all the machinery running smoothly, had known them since their births and was a special friend. Then, as Thean turned to Myrrh and Dip, Laria signed to Tip and Huff that soon they wouldn't have to climb the hill. Transport was going to be arranged. They would be able to reach new hunting grounds without effort. The Deenies clicked and wriggled enthusiastically, Tip almost falling off its bench in its exuberance. "Laria, you must also become familiar with the management of Merdini ground effects machines," Damia added, cocking her head in her daughter's direction. "I'll arrange that with the coordinators." "Then I will be going to Merdini?" Damia nodded, a resigned twitch to her lips. "That has always been the plan. Thean will follow when he reaches 16. You will be the first young human to go." She sent a flood of pride and encouragement to her eldest child. Then she, in turn, felt the warmth of love and reassurance from Afra, salving the ache of that separation. 16 is old enough for one of us," Afra said in the very tight focus that meant his thought was for her alone. She was also aware of his mental caress. "I was no older when I was sent to Altair," she answered as discreetly. "The difference being that Laria does not resent the duty." "I think we've done what we could to be sure she wouldn't," Damia added with a resigned sigh. "You've made such a good father." Afra grinned openly, his smile including every child at the table. "They've had their mother's help." "I shall miss her, though." "Why? She'll be only a thought away." "It's the thought that she will be away." Damia diverted herself by porting the dirty dishes from the table and extracting the final course from the larder. With the exception of Terran bee honey, the Merdinis did not find sweets palatable. Honey was, however, a luxury item when it was available. So, while the humans ate fruit, the Deenies cracked nuts and picked the meats out of the shells or nibbled at the unsweetened mealy crackers made of imported Deenie flour that Damia baked for them. From time to time, Deenie delicacies were shipped to the exchange personnel, but today was not an occasion. Damia! Kilarian called, and the Orgyon Tower's T6 managed to cram excitement and alarm into her shout for the prime. Damia and Afra immediately excused themselves and ported down the slope to the tower control center, where the generators were beginning their upward climb to full power. "Earth Prime ordered me to get you both here," Kilarian said. "Father?" Damia sent across the vastness of space, her thought boosted by Gestalt with the generators and Afra's immediately accessible T2 thrust. "Merdini scouts have crossed the path of 3 Hive ships," Jeff Raven said. 3? The Damia Afra link cried in an almost fearful tone. 3. The theory is that these must have originated from the home system, for the directions began to diverge just as the Merdini scout ship crossed their ion trail. Fortunately, the scout was well out from any Alliance colonies or worlds. The Hivers are heading even further out. The Damia Afra link let out a cheer. All apprehension dissolved at this tremendous news. For 15 years, both Merdini and 9-Star League ships, now called the Alliance, had been probing systems to locate the home world of the Hive culture. Aliens, whose prime directive of ruthless propagation of their species, had once attempted to invade the Merdini colony in its Ceph solar system. The attack had been repulsed, but only with the extreme sacrifice of Dini ships and personnel. The colony had been devastated and had to be rebuilt and repopulated. Thereafter, Dini had kept ships in constant patrol about their colonized worlds and sent out squadrons to patrol nearby space and make sure no Hive ship ever got so close to a Dini world again. Over 2 centuries they had maintained such a vigil, constantly expanding the parameters of safe space, their whole culture dominated by the dire threat of Hive penetration. The Merdinis had also searched vainly for allies of sufficient spatial sophistication to aid them. The resources of their home and colony planets had been stretched to the utmost in the constant vigilance. As desperately, the Merdini sought new weapons to destroy the predatory Hive ships. The effective tactic was to use a suicide ship which would plunge midships in the spherical Hive ship and detonate itself in order to achieve total destruction of the Hiver. Not every suicide mission was successful, for the Hive gunners were skillful, and often 6 suicide ships had to attack to be sure one got through. Such punitive losses had naturally used up tremendous material, as well as Dinis, whose genes should be perpetuated. But still, elements of the Dini fleet searched and would track down any Hive ion trail located in the vastness of space. Then both a marauding Hive ship and the Dini ship following its ion trail discovered the Denibian system. Jeff Raven, an unexpectedly talented telepath and teleporter, had single-mindedly held off 3 scouts from an intruding Hive. With the assistance of the primes of Earth, Altair, Procyon, Capella, Betelgeuse, and the Rowan on Callisto Moon, the mind merge focusing in Jeff Raven had destroyed 2 of the scouts and sent the 3rd back to its mother ship. 2 years later, the mother Hive had been on a collision course with Deneb, which had been thwarted when the Rowan, leading the female minds, had paralyzed the dominant Hive Many. Then Jeff Raven, being the focus for the male talents, had diverted the Hiver into the blazing whiteness of the Deneb primary star. Alarmed, the 9-Star League had prepared distant early warning devices around all its inhabited systems to forestall another incursion by this dangerous species. The Merdini had been able to circumvent the device by staying just beyond its sensor range and inserting instructive dreams in the sleeping minds of Damia, Afra, and 4 other Denebian talents. The Merdini were not only triumphant to find a species that could destroy a Hive ship with no loss of life and without collecting a flotilla of space vessels and suicide crews to do so, but who would also be allies in their long struggle against the depredations of the Hivers. Deneb had been unknowingly selected as an excellent Hive colony society. The press for acceptable worlds on which to propagate themselves meant the annihilation of any life form they encountered. Sadly, not all emerging species had the weapons to counter such tactics, and the method which the talents had used, telepathy and teleportation, had seemed magical to the Merdinis. While the Dinis had no talents, as the 9-Star League understood it, they were able to superimpose their dreams on susceptible human minds. Through these dreams, they had communicated an outline of their history and their hopes, and the Nine-Star League, with the help of all talents, began to establish a viable communication level, starting with the most pliable and least resistant humans, children of both talented and untalented families. Damia and Afra had been one of the first families to accept Merdini youngling pairs in order to establish a useful form of communication between the species. As it happened, talent was an unimportant factor, since the Merdini mind could not be read even by as powerful a talent as Jeff Raven or his wife, Anharid Gwyn Raven, the Rowan. But when Damia realized she was pregnant, shortly after the first Dini contact was made, she was one of the first to suggest that the young of each species, brought up together from infancy, might absorb the other's language as easily as their own. So Laria had had cribmates from the time she was 6 months old, as had each of her siblings. Almost as prolific as her Danubian grandmother, the healer Isthia, Damia had had no problems with pregnancies, though, unlike her mother, the Rowan, she had been careful to space her children 2 or 2.5 years apart. Then, too, her duties at the Iota Aurigaian Tower had not been as demanding as her mother's responsibilities at Callisto Moon Station, and Afra, being partnered in the tower with his mate, had been able to devote as much time as required to his increasing family. If Jeff Raven twitted his son-in-law about overdoing paternity, Afra would merely shrug and remind his friend that he himself had urged the Capellan to marry and have children. Maternity had mellowed Damia as much as paternity had relaxed Afra. If his family never understood why their talented son had had to leave Capella and the promise of a good position in Callisto Prime Tower, he could at least find alternative towers for those nieces and nephews of his that might also wish for a life unrestricted by Capella's methody ways. He did, however, and often smiled as he did so, insist that his children behave with the courtesy protocols in which he had been raised. But he did not fall into the error of his own parents in believing that they knew best for their children. Consequently, the Raven Lion home was easygoing, friendly, and totally unself-conscious in the practice of talent and the inclusion of an alien species into their familial structure. That lifestyle might undergo drastic change with the Merdini discovery of the putative route to the Hive home system. Damia had no precognitive talent, but she didn't need any to recognize that a new era had just begun, an era that would, hopefully, eradicate the threat of the Hive species for both human and Merdini. "So what happens now?" Damia and Afra asked Earth Prime. "Well," and there was a wry note to Jeff's tone, "your mother and I are to send all available fleet ships of Galaxy and Constellation class to a rendezvous with the Merdini Scout. They're sending as many of their own heavyweights as possible." Afra snorted. "And what good is that going to do without talent support, Jeff? We all know the extrapolations of confrontation. Who's going to supply sufficient power to overwhelm them?" "We may follow," Jeff replied in a droll fashion. "You and Mother?" Damia's concern and alarm flowed out of her despite Afra's tight, reassuring embrace. "When you consider how much larger a talented population we can draw on now than we could 20-odd years ago, daughter dear, stop being negative. Much has to be decided, but we cannot deny the use of talent when it can be of tactical advantage. First, the Hive home system has to be found, and every other one they have overpowered," Jeff added, seemingly unconcerned at the monumental task facing the Allies. "How in the universe can we do that?" Damia demanded, appalled at the prospect. "That is what must be discovered." The strength of resolve in her father's voice provided Damia with fortitude. "The event which we have entertained for so long has occurred. We cannot be lacking in courage now." "No, Dad, of course not. Aurigai Tower supports you 100%. The warning has been limited to those who need to know, of which Aurigai Tower is one. The official position will be announced in due course, but prepare yourselves and the tower for unusual activity." "The Hive system is near Aurigai?" "No, but the mine production will be increased as fast and as soon as possible." Expect to transmit huge and continuous ore drones. And what explanation is to be given? Damia asked, for she knew they'd be interrogated by the mine syndicates. Tell them a new design of interstellar transport has been approved, and production of the units is a top priority. Jeff chuckled. That won't be a falsehood either, for our people have just commissioned a prototype long-range Constellation-class vessel, the Genesee. There were 4 more in construction, and they'll be finished as fast as possible. Your miners don't have to know where their ore goes, only that they'll be paid for it. How good are your eldest 2 in tower disciplines? Laria and Theon? Damia asked, once again experiencing that stab of irrational maternal concern. They're steady enough for anything we can handle, Afra replied. Why? You may have to lob big daddies about the League again. What a blessing my eldest are both T1s then, isn't it? Jeff Raven chuckled over his daughter's sardonic remark. Then his mental tone abruptly altered to one of great pride and dignity. The Allies will be made fully aware of how blessed we are with talent. There was a pause, and then one of Jeff Raven's inimitable chuckles reached their ears. Gwyn Ravens and Lions to the rescue yet again! Then his mental tone disappeared from their minds. Damia was guyed up by Jeff's imperturbable optimism, but she looked to Afra for further reassurance. Tenderly, he pulled her into a deeper embrace, gently pressing her head into his shoulder. With one hand, he pushed back the vagrant silver lock of her hair that always seemed to fall into her face when she was distressed. Patting it into place, he kissed her, making contact on every level that bound them to each other. She felt herself respond, as much out of habit as need. I didn't raise children to fight hives. Does Laria have to go to Merdini? We have promised the exchange. We have intrinsically benefited by the exchange. We will make it as planned. Don't fret. Laria's a well-balanced, sensible, and responsible young woman merely. As we both know, she is in no more danger on Clarf than she would be here. Especially if she has to help us shift Big Daddy drone pods. And Damia tried to sound facetious. Afra knew she was not, and tightened his arms about her in appreciation of the attempt. The daughter of the girl who overwhelmed Soden will not fail in whatever she is required to do. Damia shivered in recollection of her battle with the Soden mind, which had been dangerous to her, fatal to her beloved younger brother Larik, and had come very close to destroying the other talents in that focus. The Hive menace was even more dangerous to the Allies. Damia, Afra said aloud, releasing her enough to tip her head up so she made eye contact. Count, if you can, just how many more talents are available now than there were 38 years ago. Between your brothers and sister, and David of Betelgeuse, Molly and Mick, Torshan and Saganer, why, the uncles, aunts, and second cousins on Deneb alone constitute a brigade. Damia allowed herself to be comforted because she couldn't refute Afra's logic. And definitely there was safety in the numbers of talented minds that could be counted in federated telepathy and teleportation alone, not to mention the higher talents in every other occupation that made use of psionic abilities. Only how to bring such a mental weapon against a far-distant enemy homeworld? As clever and powerful as a massed mind focus of talent have proved itself, there were different parameters now that did not favor such use of talent. Consider also that our allies have certainly not been idle in the past 25 years, always with the goal of defeating the Hive ships. But they died to defeat a Hiver. Yes, they did die, but that was before we dreamed. Damia felt Afra's conviction. Was it just a masculine certitude? Her father's mind had been colored with it as well. Damia wondered if she should ask her mother what she felt. No, she decided. She should solve this confusion within herself, and soon. Her doubts must not impinge on her children's confidence and courage. They might all need those soon enough. Yes, she said aloud, looking calmly into her mate's yellow eyes, sparkling with purpose. That was before we dreamed Merdini. Chapter 2. The very next day, Oragayan Tower accepted a message containing an immense order for tons of metal ore from the Allied commands. Afra forwarded it to the miners' main office and sat back, waiting for the explosion. Within minutes of receiving the message, Sagrazlan, master miner and head of the various mining organizations on Oragai, requested an urgent meeting with the Prime to discuss transportation requirements. His manner was a combination of gratification for the quantities ordered, and astonishment and concern for the delivery dates expected, trepidation over how to approach the Prime on the matter of tonnage to be shifted, all mingled with intense curiosity as to the finished form of such massive quantities of metal. Damia grinned at his promptness and told him he could come along right then, as the morning's traffic had been dispatched. Sagrazlan arrived with his personal assistant and the owners of the major mines to be involved. "All very well to want this kind of delivery, Prime," Sagrazlan said, nervously folding and unfolding the message sheet. "But one, we don't have enough miners, even working flat out to supply the ores within the delivery frame. And two, there aren't enough small and medium carriers to deliver half of what's required. Now, we don't want to lose such a contract, but first off, we'll need more miners." He was hedging around, asking her to transport the Big Daddy drone containers. "And my principals," at which point the 5 owners nodded their heads, "want to be sure that the metal's being properly used." "Ah," Afra said, broadcasting reassurance. "I asked Earth Prime that myself. Some new Constellation-class vessel has been designed, long journey capability, and enough for a squadron has been authorized, replacing some of the older space vessels. And not before time, I understand. FT&T may cut down on the normal wear and tear of space vehicles, but the problem of metal fatigue is still vexing." Damia sent a mental smirk to her husband for that smooth explanation. "There is also the happy fact that the tower is now in a position to transport bigger drones," Damia went on. "A good training exercise for our oldest children. Having standardized the size and shapes of most containers, any Prime, given the mass within, can shift it anywhere within the Alliance. It's new and unfamiliar objects that cause problems, because they have to be seen and preferably touched by a Prime before portation can be guaranteed. However, we can shift most anything you need to send because your drones are standard. As you know, both Laria and Theon are T1s. "But are they old enough?" Sagrazlan asked, his eyes protruding in surprise. Having expected resistance, he'd lost his prepared stance. "They are old enough and will be under our guidance, but their assistance will make it possible to lift such weight. Linkage is good training for their future duties." Damia inclined her head graciously. "That still leaves us with the worst problem, Prime," one of the mine owners said, clearing his throat and glancing at his colleagues for reassurance. They nodded their heads and murmured agreement. "Enough workers." "I thought your workforce was up to strength, Yugen," Damia said, frowning in well-practiced surprise. Yugen snorted. "For normal production, yes, but the last quota of immigrants haven't been trained for deep seam work, and that's what we need. Also more qualified and experienced engineers. We'll have to open more shafts." He trailed off. "We can't supply those prodigious quantities," Mexalgo said, "from existing facilities." "Would you accept more Dinis?" Afra asked. Mexalgo looked dubious, but the others brightened considerably. "Mex, you treat 'em right, they do you proud," Yugen said. "My Dinis work like they grew up digging ore." "Workers isn't the main problem, Yugen," Mexalgo said. "Engineers with the pit experience if we're starting new seams is what we really lack." "Would you accept Dini engineers?" Mexalgo made a grimace. "I would if I could understand them." "What's to understand?" Sagrazlan asked. "You show 'em where the load is, give 'em the materials they need, and they dig. They're as well trained by their standards as any of our men. And besides," a grin broke across Sagrazlan's craggy features, "they're built better for underground work." "Aye, that's a fact," Mexalgo said, though reluctantly. "But how can we be sure with those little holidays of theirs that we'll have a workforce all the time? We can't make these shipments with part-time help." "The Merdinis don't all hibernate at the same time," Damia said. The hibernation period apparently depends on the continent of origin. The Dinies presently on Oragai all happen to come from the northern great continent. Or so Falk told me. Should I inquire, on your behalf, if additional Dini engineers and workers are available and would be willing to come to Oragai to work? The 4 miners conferred briefly by nods, hand and head gestures. Yes, Prime, we would appreciate your inquiring on our behalf. You will, of course, pay according to experience and training? Afra asked. Of course, Sagrazlin said, slightly indignant, and provide the sort of quarters and hibernation facilities that they prefer. We haven't had any complaints from 'em yet. That was true enough, because Damia and Afra made certain that the specifications given them by the Dinies were carried out. I'd like to see the engineering qualifications, though, Mexalgo said, always cautious, in translation. Of course, Afra replied with a smile. Oddly enough, translating scientific data is easier than, say, literature or art forms. Mexalgo sniffed. Earth Prime agrees to forward your request to Clarf Tower, Damia said, having spoken to her father during Afra's part of the conversation. He'll forward the answer within the current day. What Jeff Raven had told his daughter was that not only were the Dinies willing, they were eager. Their own minds were nearly depleted, even those on their colony worlds, and miners, pitmen, as well as engineers were as desperate to find work as to supply their homeworld with the commodities it needed. When Sagrazlin and the miner owners had left, Damia was not so sedate that she didn't give a little dance of jubilation for the success of the interview. There had been some criticism, expressed through Falk and Try to Damia and Afra, that Dinies were disappointed that their outworld workers were not given the positions of authority that their experience and training should qualify them for. What the mining community didn't realize was that there were fully trained and professionally able engineers among the Dini workers already on Oragai. Now, with such massive orders, was the chance the Dinies had been hoping for to show their true colors. The Dinies had been very patient, and now would have the opportunity they had long deserved. Damia and Afra had reason to rejoice. As soon as the miners had boarded their vehicles to return to Oragai City, Afra went in search of Falk and Try to inform them of the good news. They clacked, clicked, and whistled their joy, and then departed toward the city to spread the news. I think we must insist that some of the new pits be Dini managed and run, Afra said. We had to go slow or jeopardize the integration, Damia said. I know. We can be extremely grateful for Dini patience. Damia grinned up at her lover. We should really learn more from them. Fox said that it took them nearly 10 generations to implant the philosophy of patience in the Dini temperament. It was again fortunate that Dinies were difficult to identify, for when the first shipment of new workers arrived, the Dini engineers amazed the mine owners by their grasp of the mining methods currently in use on Oragai and their incredible dexterity with human-designed equipment. They had also brought tools of their own, including large borers to be assembled. The first consultation to organize Dini-managed pits erased any reluctance or hesitation the mine owners and their engineers might have had about Dini professionalism. I was impressed, Mexalgo told Damia. Very impressed. They clicked and clacked when we showed them where we'd located the new loads, and the next thing they had adit, shafts, and quotas all drawn out for us, and the quantities of materials they'd need for shoring, what track, carts, cranes, stuff they evidently knew they didn't have to bring. They've asked permission to send for more of their own mining equipment, and I can't fault 'em on that. Showed us schematics of some of the heavy stuff they use, and I have to say it looks very efficient. Then, too, they'll be handier with their own mechanicals, but they sure understood fast. He kept shaking his head. Now, he added quickly, I always knew the critters were smart. I just didn't realize how smart. Damia and Afra managed to respond appropriately. Wouldn't he have a fit if he knew the new Dini engineers had been working in his mines for the past 16 years? Damia said, her mental tone rocking with laughter at the deceptions. Later. We'll confess to Mexalgo later, Afra promised. The Dinies were also impressed by the quality of accommodations supplied by the mine owners, including a Dini-staffed medical facility. That had been an extra which Sir Graslin had insisted on providing. "You house and feed a man and his family decently," the miner's rep said, "and you make pits as safe as possible. But you damn well better have emergency facilities available, too. Man works better because he knows he's valued. Same has to apply to Deanies. They got feelings, too." During the settling-in period, Laria, Theon, and even Roger did translating duty. Zara, though only 9, wanted to have some part in the family activity and thought of donating the young eggs from her Slither's latest lay to the new arrivals. "To make 'em feel at home," she'd said very solemnly as she signed to Tip and Huff explaining her gift. All the Raven Lion Deanies took turns expressing how grateful they were for her generosity. They had Slither nestlings too, and so an expedition was planned. "I think this ought to come from the young of humans to the young of Merdini, Laria," Damia said. "So you can drive, carefully," and Damia reinforced that caution mentally, "and make it an outing." "She's fully competent to drive that sort of sled, Damia," Afra told his wife when she began to regret her suggestion. "You've driven with her enough to know she's well able, and we've got to let her have some experience on her own. Not that she's exactly on her own right now." I know, Affy," Damia said, unable to suppress all her maternal agitation despite his logical reassurances. "It's just that—" "I trust her, and I'll be with her every kilometer of the way." "If you really trusted her, you wouldn't be with her all the way," Damia added, darkly accusatory. Afra laughed and ruffled her hair as they watched Laria load her passengers into the big sled. The girl kept looking over her shoulder at her parents. "See, she expects you to renege, Damia. Smile, wave, encourage her." "She doesn't really need encouragement," Damia replied, still dour, but she smiled and waved vigorously. She held her breath as the sled rose without a hitch on its air cushion. Laria turned it competently, and Damia began to relax a little, especially when Afra chuckled teasingly in her ear. "We can't stand here watching," Afra added, and gently propelled her back toward the tower. "And don't peek." At that admonition, Damia had to laugh because he had caught her tendril of thought, reaching out to maintain a very light contact with Laria's mind. "We've got those first drones to dispatch, and I want your entire attention on that transfer, my little love." Afra was right about keeping her mind on the work at hand, Damia knew. Not the big daddies yet, but some very heavy mothers. The mining industry was determined to deliver on time, and this first shipment was in earnest of that intention. The generators were already at peak when Oregon Prime and her T2 mate took their tower positions. Damia contacted David of Betelgeuse, who gave her a cheerful greeting. "I understand we're back to big daddies soon in this rearmament," David said. "Is it advisable," Damia replied cautiously, "to bandy about such terms?" "Who'd be able to hear us, Damia?" "Here you are then, David." With the skill and ease of long practice, Damia caught the generators at peak and teleported the ore drones from the mine yards directly to David, who would shift them to the refinery awaiting the metal. "Motherhood certainly hasn't slowed you down, has it?" "Why should it?" "Catch you later." "Catch you'd better," was Damia's response, and then Keylarian sent her up an urgent incoming load. In the rhythm of work, Damia forgot about her daughter's first major driving experience. Laria found the drive exhilarating, only minimally conscious of her passengers, or even her brother who shared the front seat. It was one thing to teleport herself, which she had done often enough to make it routine, and quite another to be driving others in a mechanical apparatus, even if she knew all tower vehicles were maintained at top efficiency. The sled was dead easy to manage, with a yoke for steering and pedals for speed and braking. Even if the power, for some unforeseen reason, went off and the air cushion failed, her reflexes were fast enough to switch to kinetic mode and avoid a hard or abrupt landing. Her father had drilled her on such emergency measures, even before he had allowed her any solo time in one of the smaller sleds. The most important aspect was that neither of her parents were peeking. She, on the other hand, could tell they were both involved in tower work. They really were allowing her to exercise independent action, which she felt to be appropriate, since she was so nearly 16, and then would be considered of age. The Dini village had been constructed on the far side of the city, where the land sloped up to the western plateau. It had been a consolidated effort. Falk and Try had overseen the project, with some assistance from their human colleagues, and more from the Dini professionals in various skills. Once the materials had been assembled, the entire population of Oragai City had devoted 3 days to the building of the village, complete with hibernatory, medical, and recreational facilities from the Dini-originated designs. The plans had drawn admiring support from the human construction crew, who had passed on their enthusiasm to the whole community. The result was a village of high standard and every comfort that Dinis would find on their home worlds. Laria had a little flurry of nerves as she approached the village vehicle park because Dinis were flitting about in the air, using the personal flying equipment they had brought with them, but in a totally random fashion that didn't appear to follow any traffic pattern. Laria was afraid that she might inadvertently cause an accident. Tip clicked encouragingly at her, while Huff slid open a window and started crackling at the nearby flyers, who then did make way for the sled. Laria landed with no further obstacles. "Those belts are great, Lar," Theon exclaimed, craning his neck to watch the rapid maneuvers of the airborne. "Do you think we could get some?" "When we can teleport anywhere we want to?" asked Laria in amazement. "Teleporting's not the same thing, Lar," Theon replied wistfully, and ignored his sister's wry snort. "I like mechanical things," he added defensively, which his sister knew was very true. Theon was always taking things apart and putting them laboriously back together. Sometimes not so laboriously, if he knew the equipment well enough to use kinesis in reassembly. Their father encouraged the activity, though their mother had always appeared skeptical. Tip, Huff, Mur, and Dip joined them on the hard dirt of the park, each carrying precious baskets of slithers. Zara had hers cradled against her narrow chest, her eyes wide both with her responsibility and her inclusion in this journey. Tip clucked and pointed one flipper in the direction they were to take, toward the community hall. The Dinis had opted for a main feeding service, and that building also became their meeting and assembly facility. Chairs and tables, for that matter, were not a necessity for Dini dining customs. Stacks of bowls were neatly stored to one side, and cushions dotted the open floor space. The cushions were occupied as Laria and her brother and sister entered, with their Dini friends, and their appearance occasioned much noise from the expectant Dinis. Laria could see that the majority here were young Dinis, apprentices who wouldn't work as long hours as the adults, but the very ones who would cherish the slithers. The creatures provided endless amusement to Dinis, though Laria didn't very much appreciate Slither crawling on her bare skin. It gave her such an odd feeling. The clacking, clicking, and whistling of the eager young Dinis made the distribution of the pets urgent, so that was done. Zara and Roger deeply thanked, with Tip, Huff, Mur, and Dip doing the translating. The youngsters were sent off with their new acquisitions, and the adult females offered the humans suitable refreshments. Laria, Roger, and Zara were asked to seat themselves on the cushions, and became the object of much pole bowing and eyeing. "What's so funny about us?" Zara wanted to know. "I don't think these Dinis have seen many humans," Laria said quietly. "Yes," and she caught Tip's hand signals, "these are just mature attendant females who haven't gone out of the village yet." She signaled another question to Tip, and grinned at the answer. "They thought humans were something the elder Dinis had made up. They are astonished to see that we are real. Tip says they come from a southern continent that isn't very forward, but they needed employment so badly that they couldn't afford to pass up the good pay. They are very pleased to find that the accommodations are every bit as good as they were promised." Then she laughed again, blushing. "What's the matter, Lar?" Theon asked, surprised, for his sister rarely colored. "Tip likes the buff-colored one with the leg stripes." Theon pretended to subject the Dini to intense scrutiny, and then grinned. "She is rather charmingly marked." At which point both young people laughed because the Dini mistook his attention and came hurrying over with her tray of bite-sized edibles. "You're being mean," Zara said in a scathing tone, narrowing her eyes at her brother and sister. "We aren't really, Zara," Laria said, somewhat chastened. Then she turned to Tip and asked it if there was a chance to see the Dini living quarters, or if that would be considered an intrusion. Tip got to its feet, chattering a comment to the Mark Dini, and the others were instantly off their tails and gesturing the humans toward the door. "I gather we're to inspect," Theon said, grinning from ear to ear, and signaling Tip that he was very pleased to be accorded such an honor. Having had Dini roommates in their own quarters all their lives, it was somewhat of a surprise to see what Dinis considered suitable accommodations. Heated pools were featured on the lowest level of the 5 dormitories they were shown. Hatches led from the spacious pool area back into service areas, or so Theon suggested to his sisters. In the foyer of the main entrance, the walls were full of racks fashioned to hold the flying belts which the Dinis used for transportation. On the 2 upper levels, for the Dinis preferred to spread out rather than up, long dark corridors bisected the building, and on either side were doors into smaller apartments. These included a main room, never very large, the Dini equivalent of a water closet, which was, in truth, a closet, and several sleeping rooms, with what Laria called bunk beds, usually 4 in each tier, 2 in 3 tiers across every wall space. A small locker was fastened to the end of each bed, and in that, special personal possessions were kept. There seemed to be no blankets or pillows, and Laria wondered that their Dinis had always used such comforts. "Adaptable, aren't they?" Theon told his sister as they did the rounds, expressing appropriate approval by signals. Their 4 Dinis returned with signals of pleasure at their responses. Zara was too awed by her surroundings to have any other reaction than a good long look around her. "I wonder why they don't have any windows at all," Laria said to Theon, having noticed the omission. "That'd be smarter than those lighting bars." "For us, maybe, but let's not ask until we leave here," Theon said. "I wasn't going to," Laria said, a little miffed that her brother thought her so lacking in tact. "Didn't think you were." "Hey, they do have exhaust fans in the ceilings, or that's what they look like. Small ones over each bed, unless those round things are lights too. So have our Dinis been living in the lap of luxury or slumming it?" "Theon!" He grinned, unabashed. Their spontaneous tour ended near the entrance of one of the hibernatories. Theon asked Mur if these were 5 facilities to accommodate the numbers of Dinis, or to accommodate different continents. Continents, he was informed, so that there would always be a full crew of workers available in the mines. Dinis would honor their contracts. "Never doubted that for a minute," Theon said, smiling and nodding approval at Mur. Although the 4 young people would never have intruded on such a sacred place, the Dinis were suddenly herding them adroitly back to the parking area. The mine whistle blew for a change of shift, which speeded up their farewells. That evening, while dinner was being prepared, Laria had a lot of questions for her parents. "Mother, would you say that the Dini quarters are luxurious, or just basic?" "Falk and Try informed us in no uncertain terms," Damia replied, "that the quarters are of a very high standard, and everyone is very pleased with them." Afra grinned, looking over at Laria from where he was feeding Petra her supper. "Their real delight is the heated pools. Those would apparently have made up for many other shortcomings, of which we made sure there were none, though some of the amenities they did request were a bit odd," Damia said, frowning slightly. "Like what?" Theon wanted to know. "The exhaust fans or those tube lights?" Damia paused for a moment, considering her answer. "You know, I'm not quite sure." "They don't seem to use bedding or pillows or anything," Theon went on. "They do here." "Cruel and unusual torments they are," Afra said judiciously, spooning mashed vegetables into his daughter's mouth. "Ah, Dad," Theon said. "They adapt to our ways," Damia said, shooting a quelling glance at her lover. "And I'll have to adapt to their ways?" Laria sounded dubious. "When in Rome," her father said. "Afra!" Damia turned to reassure her daughter. Laria's time to exchange was nearing, and such questions must be answered truthfully. "We asked and asked all the Dinis what comforts they needed." She gave a sigh of exasperation. "They said they needed no special ones. They are quite happy with everything we do for them." "But will I be happy?" Laria replied, wondering how she could ever cope with windowless rooms, exhaust fans, and long tube lights. She hadn't really thought about the conditions she'd be faced with on Clarf, even if she had never been uncomfortable for a moment with Tip and Huff, at least on her own turf, or even when they vacationed on Deneb with her great-grandmother Isthea. "The tower personnel at Clarf have assured me that they have spacious and elegant quarters," Damia said so emphatically that Laria began to feel less insecure. "But Lar won't be living at the tower, will she, Ma?" Theon asked, looking as innocent as his youngest sister. "Theon," his father said in a firm voice, and Theon immediately subsided. "Of course you will be required to enter a hibernatory for 2 months out of every year, just like every other teenie." His tone was so prosaic that Laria stared at him, and then burst out laughing, and consequently felt very much better about her future. Another thing, her parents would never have committed her to something that wasn't absolutely safe for her, their eldest daughter. Laria was a little puffed about her premier position in the Raven Lyon family. Not badly, but enough for her to be aware of her seniority. During the next week, that was put to practical application as both she and Theon joined their parents in the tower to shift the first Big Daddy drones. "It's the mass that's hard to shift, not the physical weight," Afra told the two as they settled themselves in the extra couches that had been fitted into the main tower control room. Theon was twitching with excitement, but Laria was able to control her own, though she'd a dreadful fluttering in her middle. Not that she hadn't already assisted her parents during emergencies. They all had during the cave-in at the Maltese Cross Mine. Telekinesis had saved every one of the 108 miners from sure death by asphyxiation. Afra had even managed to salvage the bodies of the dead, a great comfort to their grieving families. Laria hadn't been quite sure about that aspect of the rescue, but she'd been very glad when she'd linked with her mother to extricate the live ones. She, Theon, Roger, and even Zara had added their strength to their mother's in a spontaneous link. They'd practiced such joinings for just such an emergency as it had been used for, but this had been life and death. Today's exercise was merely a union of the 4 high-talented minds to lift dead weight of refined iron ore and fling it across the galaxy to Betelgeuse and the manufactories there. They had 5 to transport. "This is by way of being a practice session, children," Afra said, "easily within your present abilities and strengths. You'll be doing it often enough and with considerably more drones so that this could become a boring exercise," Damia added as she settled herself in her couch. "It is never," and she waggled a finger at each of them, "to become either boring or an exercise. You are to pay strict attention to the protocol and the technique now and whenever else you are required to teleport, especially such masses as these." Laria and Theon nodded solemnly. They knew how proud their mother was of her tower status as Oragayan Prime. She'd held it since she was barely 18 and never lost a cargo or mishandled one, inanimate or animate. They had been trained since the first time they'd lifted with mind power alone. "Now, settle yourself comfortably," Damia said, putting her head back on the rest, shaking her hands to relax them. The generators were coming up to full power. Laria knew the sound intimately. She waggled her hands and let them drape beside her, giving her head a final scrunch. She listened intently to the generators, felt the touch of Mother-Father touch her mind, let the link happen, and felt part of that accord, then felt the addition of Theon's. Only it was no longer 4 separate minds. It was a mind, much, much stronger than one raised to the 4th power. This mind was directed to the first of 5 puny-looking drones, lying like swollen slugs in the paved court of the Trefoil Mining Corporation. The mind gripped the drone and lifted it up, and then, as a youngster would skate a flat pebble across the still waters of a lake or river, the drone was skipped out, beyond the planet, beyond its moon, and further, 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 gathering speed until speed was a blur, until the mind felt a resistance. "Betelgeuse has it," said the mind that was directed by David of Betelgeuse with his grown children behind him. "The first of 5, her mind announced formally. "Receiving. Lifting. Pause. Receiving. Lifting. Pause. Receiving. The pattern continued until all 5 drones had been delivered to their destination. "That is all today." "That is enough today," the Beetlejuice replied with feeling. "Tut, tut, David. We must set the example for our young." "We are our young today, Damia. Salutations, Afra, Laria, Theon." "Salutations, David, Perry, Xara, Morgel." The subsequent silence was as rigid as the exchange had been fluid, almost painful. Laria felt a subtraction, knew that Theon had been dropped from the mind, then sensed her own exclusion and opened her eyes, rolling her head to release taut neck muscles, saw Theon doing the same exercises. "Thank you," Damia said warmly. "That made a hard task much easier." "I've got the hang of it now, Mother," Laria said shyly. "No headache." "Those only come when you resist the link," Damia said, reaching across the intervening space to ruffle her daughter's hair. "All right, Theon?" The boy shook his head, rolled his eyes dramatically. "I must have been resisting. My head's drumming." Immediately, Damia swung off her couch and went to sit on his, her long fingers massaging the column of his neck and up into the head, down again into the shoulder muscles. Theon made faces at Laria, who sympathized because she knew how strong her mother's fingers were, even as she envied Theon the special treatment. "Comes with practice," Afra said, sliding beside his daughter and giving her a gentle massage. Theon grimaced again. "We'll get plenty of that now, won't we?" "Enough to learn the technique required," Damia said. "There, that should do the trick. Off you go now. You've studies to do as well today." Theon groaned, and Laria was certain that he only pretended to the headache, hoping to be excused from lessons. Mother was a lot smarter than Theon. She kept her notion to herself, however, for she wasn't in the mood to pick a fight right now. Being part of the mind might be just part of the work of the telekinetic talent, but the merging, being part of her parents, her brother, being tuned to the generators exalted her. Yes, exalt was exactly the word, in a way no other facet of her talent did. She'd once tried to explain the complexity of that rapport to her father and stumbled badly, but they weren't telepaths for nothing, and he had cradled her in his arms, assuring her telepathically that he knew exactly what she meant, that was how it should be, a transcendence of self. She had been much reassured. Despite the fact that she had grown up among high talents, had given evidence of very strong aptitudes by the time she was 3, there were certain aspects of the gifts that were occasionally overwhelming. "And that, my little love," her father had said, cradling her gently and tenderly, letting his love for her wrap like a warm, soft shawl about her, "is exactly how it should be. It doesn't do to become arrogant, and that's a danger we must studiously shun." Now she made her way down from the tower into the main room of the complex, waved to Kalarian, the tower's T6, and Herald, the station master, who looked inordinately relieved that the transfer of such mass had gone so smoothly. Zexo didn't look up from the gauges of his beloved generators, and Philomena, the expediter, was busy watching a scroll of incoming cargo assignments. Tip and Huff looked up from the complicated stick game they were playing with Mur and Dip when she appeared on the steps. They whistled and began to gather up the splinters in front of them. Mur and Dip protested, and Laria had to laugh. No matter how often the 2 sets played, Tip and Huff were always the winners, and Mur and Dip never seemed to figure out how. She signed to Mur that she couldn't beat Tip and Huff either, but that didn't much appease them. Theon's arrival did, and the sextet set out back to Terraced House and the tutorials awaiting them. For all 6 young creatures had lessons to attend, and that was how they occupied themselves until it was time to prepare lunch. Chapter 3. When her parents told Laria that she would shortly be going to the Merdini homeworld, she was at first ecstatic. At the same time, Tip and Huff had been informed by the Oregon Merdini chief, and their joy to be going home was expressed in the form of incredible joyous acrobats of such complexity that everyone in the Raven Lion household stopped whatever they were doing to see their display. The other Deenies joined in with suitable support gyrations. Not as complex as Tip and Huff were managing, for after all, it was Tip and Huff who were going home. It was perhaps seeing such antics on her home terrace that made Laria realize that she would be leaving it, leaving Saki, the Coonies, the Darbles, even the Slithers, leaving her brothers and sisters, and most of all leaving her parents and all that was familiar and homey. Laria suppressed the rising doubt and nebulous anxieties about her ability to handle all she would experience now. The exchange pact had been explained to her since the day, at 5, she'd asked her parents why some people didn't have Deanie friends. But oh, how she would miss everyone. "We would be terribly hurt if you didn't," her father said gently, obviously speaking only to her. She managed a smile for him as she turned to where he stood on the top of the terrace steps with her mother. "You will only be a thought away, dear heart," he added. "We have that advantage." "Yes, we do, Daddy," she replied stoutly, and resolutely turned her thoughts to positive ones. The first was to fix in her mind's eye the scene around her, their house with the mountains looming behind them in unbroken stretch, the city below her with the faint rattle and clang of mine machinery, a constant background noise, the Deanies dancing, the admiring audience of her brothers and sisters, Coonies and Darbles, and even a few Slithers who carefully kept to the banks where they would be less apt to be trampled by flippered feet. The evening sky was a particularly beautiful shade of azure, darkening slowly to the vivid depths of night. There was even a breeze flowing down from the mountains that was cold and redolent of the pungent vegetation that was welcoming Oregon spring. And as ever, the faint, acrid whiff that left a metallic aftertaste at the back of the throat. Laria would remember this scene, this moment, forever. She knew it, and sighed deeply. Her sisters, Zara, Kaltia, and even 5-year-old Morag, helped her pack while the Deanies watched. They didn't have more to take home than a small pouch apiece, oddments that were valuable only to them, pieces of pretty rocks and seashells, beaded panels of unknown usage, and uncut gemstones which were their particular favorites. When their fondness for jewels had been noticed, Afra had located a lapidary among the Oregon miners, but while the Deanies displayed keen interest in the process, they were not at all intrigued with the formality of cutting their gems. The Deanies on Earth had evidently cornered the market on pearls, nacre, and other iridescent marine shells, items not available on Oregon. Leaving Saki was the hardest part, although Laria knew that Zara, who would inherit the amiable horse, adored her. She would be leaving Saki in the best possible hands. Zara's pony would now pass to Morag, who was just old enough to manage. But once Laria had accepted that necessity, she began to get excited about the adventure, for it would be one. She felt it from both her mother and father, including a touch or two of envy that she would be having an experience that they couldn't. Theon was particularly strong in his envy aura, but he'd only a year or so to wait before he could come too, so Laria didn't mind him. Roger was the most unhappy because he hadn't been part of the Deanie exchange, and he really, really wanted to be. Laria tried projecting soothing thoughts to him, but he caught her at it and disappeared on one of his solitary hunts. Dismayed, she kept a light touch on him, but though Roger might only be 12 now, he was clever and eluded her. Sometimes Laria felt like the Deanies, leaping about with excitement. At others, she wondered just what she was getting into. Whether or not the Deanies had had similar trepidations, she didn't know, but she received such supportive dreams from Tip and Huff that gradually anticipation became wholly positive. She almost couldn't bear the wait until the hour she was to depart. As several other Deanie pairs were making the trip home, a large carrier was to be used. Almost too keyed up to contain herself, Laria hugged each of her siblings, her mother and father, and practically dove into the capsule. As he closed the hatch, her father winked in such a conspiratorial fashion that she was startled. "Glad you stayed around to go by carrier, love," he said. "You looked about ready to make the jump unaided." She wriggled with her impatience and grinned radiantly back at him. She had felt that way. "I've got more sense than that, Dad." "If you hadn't, we wouldn't have considered sending you, Laria." he replied in his droll fashion. "When in doubt, use that good common sense of yours, Cooney, and you'll be fine." Calling her Cooney was his especial endearment, and a flood of prideful love enveloped her. She widened an already cheek-breaking smile, and he completed the closure, slapping the roof of the carrier as the cargo handlers always did. Laria wiggled again, scrunching herself more comfortably into the padding. Then she turned her head to be sure that the Deanies were all secure in their specially made hammocks. "Ready?" her mother asked. "Ready," Laria answered, dying for the protocol of sending to be finished so she could go. For all her excitement and anticipation, she couldn't help hanging on to the mind-touch of her parents as they inaugurated the lift. So she knew the second in which the personnel carrier was taken from the cradle, as it hovered and, with a split second to prepare herself, was thrust across the void into the teleportation that would end at the Merdini's world. Clarf, which was the nearest that humans could come to the sounds which Merdinis made for their homeworld, was in the usual third position of an oxygen-hydrocarbon world about its primary. The system, however, was in the midst of a very populous area of the galaxy. It was no wonder the Merdinis had achieved starflight, with so many near, bright, and sparkling neighbors to encourage them to explore other worlds. Clarf's position in such a teeming cluster also gave the Merdinis some protection from the encroaching Hive. There were many other worlds to attract that species' interest. When the transfer of teleports occurred, Laria was involved in the exchange. "Hi there, small stuff," a cheerful baritone voice said. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. Yoshuk is me, and Nesrin is my happy other self." There was an alto chuckle. "Yoshuk has his joke," the alto voice said. "Be welcome, young Laria. And there, you're landed. Quite a welcoming committee, so be ready." Since the capsule's controls were for human manipulation, Laria unsealed the hatch and cracked it. The blazing light that poured in made her squint, while the Deanies sneezed, honked, crackled at the high level of joy and excitement. Shielding her eyes, Laria pushed the hatch back and then stood aside. Tip and Huff were most insistent in sign and sound that they emerge first. Noise poured in on them as well as light, and the noise was almost as violent as the assault of light on her eyes. But she couldn't see well enough to locate the source. Then the other Merdini filed past her, clicking softly with polite appreciation of her courtesy. The moment they stepped out, they added their own sharp barks and shouts to the external din. She blinked furiously to adjust her eyes. She wondered how the Deanies had been able to see at all on Oragai if this brilliance was constant on their world. "Oops," said Yoshuk. "Try these." A pair of wraparound lenses floated in through the open hatch to her. "Someone should have warned you." Laria put the glasses on, and the light abated to a much more comfortable level. The noise outside, however, crescendoed, and just as she peered outside, 4 pairs of Deanie paws reached in toward her. The clicks and squeaks of welcome were abetted by signs of "Come out, come here, join us," and "Where it?" meaning herself. Laughing at the conflicting salutations, Laria stepped out and had her first view of Clarf, or rather the tower complex, reassuringly familiar despite the alien sky, the incredible sun making the flat apron a heat trap. She was right beside the tower, which had been one of the first such installations on the Merdini-controlled worlds. The shapes of the tower and its auxiliary buildings, even the cradles, were familiar, but the materials from which they had been made were most unusual. Rock, orange slashes with black and red, had been used for the walls. Some deep blue material slated the roofs. The cradles were iron black, not alloy blue, and the plascrete was a greeny black, and the yellow-white of sun soaking up light and throwing back glare. Laria had only the merest glance at what panorama lay beyond. Low and layered buildings of complex geometric design, great triangular mounds which she assumed were entrances to immense hibernatories, and, overhead, buzzing like so many angry insects, the unmistakable figures of airborne Deanies using their personal lift belts. Occasionally, a vivid orange line shot across the sky, and a flying figure veered abruptly out of its way. There seemed to be uncluttered airspace over the tower complex. "We'll be with you as soon as incoming traffic eases," Yoshik said. "They may paw you to death, but it's an enthusiastic way to go." She could see what he meant, for she was now surrounded by a horde of Deenies of all sizes and colors, all wanting to touch her, as if to reassure themselves that the human child they had been promised had actually landed. A very loud crack, and the Deenies crowding about her stood still, with only one or two small noises of what Laria interpreted as dismay. Another crack, and the Deenies made a respectful corridor as the largest Deenie she had ever seen made its way to her. It had great loops of pearls about its neck, and an incredible tiara sort of construction ornamenting its pole eye, which was tilted in her direction. Just as she was wondering what sort of movement she should make to indicate respect to this superior Deenie, she felt paws lift her two hands and bring them forward. Tip and Huff had become her escorts? Sponsors? The big Deenie lowered its upper section so that the liquid, purply pole eye was level with her face. The eye began to twirl slowly. The Deenie brought both of its paws forward to touch her outheld hands, folded them to its chest, and said firmly, "Pliskit," the Deenie way of exchanging names with humans. Laria copied that gesture and said, "Lrr," well pleased that she had managed both the liquid L and the rolled R sounds. Recoiling in what was a very good approximation of human surprise, Plus, which she decided to call it in her own mind, gave the burbling noise that signified Deenie pleasure. "Well done, Laria," Yoshik said. "They'll love you here with those L's and R's." Another alto chuckle from Nesrin. Beyond her, a second large personnel carrier glided gently to rest in a cradle. Behind her, an almighty thunder shook not only the air, but the ground, and, whirling around, Laria saw her first self-propelled spaceship take off. It was far away, probably 10 kilometers or more, despite the tremendous sound. The flames from its massive rockets grew longer and longer as its upward movement proceeded. Laria couldn't help but stare and wonder why such an antiquated and wasteful method was still in use when Clarth had its own tower. But it wasn't, she reminded herself, a prime tower. Yoshik and Nesrun were T2s, not T1s, and would be unable to thrust such a behemoth on its way. Beyond it, a second, then a third and fourth spaceship rumbled skyward. A little shake of one of her Deenie-held hands, and Laria recalled herself to her surroundings. Tip and Huff had gathered attendants, much the same coloration as they were, so that Laria figured they might be related. No one knew how many constituted a Deenie family group. Plus now tucked her hand under its arm against its warm, silky side and turned, so she followed. Unobtrusively, Tip gave her a quick sign that this was an honor, which she had already gathered. She lengthened her stride just as Plus shortened its, and she didn't know if she should laugh at their cross purposes. Then she saw Huff make amusement signs, and so she felt able to grin up at the big Deenie. "Oh, my dear, you are landing on your feet," Yoshik said. "Led out by Pliskit himself." "What's going to happen now, Yoshik?" "You're to be escorted to your new quarters by Pliskit, who's always been the strongest proponent on this planet of the experiment. Then you'll be part of the welcome home banquet for your pair. Tip and Huff?" "Yes, and we'll meet you there. We won't leave you unsupported, Laria." "Not unless we want our ears singed off by the rowan or the raven," added Nesrin, coloring her tone with a mock malicious grin. Plus handed Laria into the open-air passenger compartment, Tip, Huff, and several of their color group joining them. The vehicle moved smoothly forward on air jets, the driver carefully maneuvering through oncoming traffic that was mostly crated, bagged, and boxed materials, piled high on floats. How inefficient it was to have no kinetics available, Laria thought. Her presence distracted one or two drivers to near-accident situations. Surely, since their two species had been in contact for more than 16 years, the sight of humans was not that unusual for Deenies. Tip and Huff wiggled with amusement at the near misses and flicked signs at her, crackling at their kin, who apparently were more concerned about the situation. Then the vehicle turned out of the spaceport facility onto a very broad roadway, teeming with traffic of all kinds, pedestrian, vehicular, and a single-wheeled affair that riders handled with exceeding skill and daring, darting in and around slower, more cumbersome road users. Laria was so fascinated by their antics that Tip had to whistle a warning to her. Plisket was signing, and she'd missed its opening remarks. She shot a frantic glance at Tip, who repeated it behind Plus's back. Fortunately, Plus was only identifying the buildings they were passing. The spaceport was, quite rightly, surrounded by support and service agencies. Then their vehicle pulled into the center of the road to allow the passage of a block of what Laria had to identify as soldiers, though she had never seen any. Unlike other Deenies, these wore heavy bandoliers with tubes and other ominous-looking devices slung across their backs. They looked tougher, and many had odd cicatrices along their bodies and limbs, suggesting healed wounds. At least that's what the marks appeared to be to her. Sometimes one didn't need familiarity with a thing to recognize it. Then Plus was pointing out apertures on either side of the broad roadway and smaller avenues leading off the main thoroughfare. These were the domestic quarters of the space field technicians. These residential facilities formed the usual Deenie quadrangle about the workplace. Separating the various dwellings were the great slanting mounds of hibernatories. No one had far to go. Where did food and other commodities come from, Laria wondered, but Plus evidently didn't feel it necessary to comment on such particulars. Behind them came the roar of more ships taking off, and the air was once more filled with the smell of hot metal and fuel exhaust. Really, Laria thought, it was too bad there weren't enough talents available to loft the Deenie vessels and reduce noise and air pollutions. Maybe she should concentrate on fitting herself for that. With no immodesty, Laria knew that she'd be a Tower Prime when she'd finished her training. The journey to her new home took over an hour, as Plus's vehicle drove them steadily deeper into the capital of Clarf, a sprawling metropolis, past flat open spaces whose purpose was not mentioned. At one point, she also caught the unmistakable odor of rotting vegetables and the cloying sweetness of fruit. She couldn't isolate from which building of the many small structures they passed such smells issued, and it amused her that Plus seemed either oblivious or unwilling to comment on that side of Deenie ecology. It was tactful of Plus not to show her the downside of life on Clarf. It did point out plinths and columns or pillars with a great deal of pride, and an explanation which she couldn't quite grasp, and which neither Tip or Huff could. Between the air pollution and the intense sunlight, Laria began to develop a fierce headache, and did her best to dampen it. She would have liked to close her eyes and rest them. Plus wouldn't notice she had, with the dark lenses covering her from brow to cheek, but she had to watch its signings or be rude. She was overwhelmingly grateful when the vehicle came to stop before a large and new-looking building, new because the intense sunlight had not bleached it, with an odd annex perched on the roof. It took her only a moment to realize that the annex was odd because it had windows, a feature which no other Deenie building had, as well as a door, some sort of a glassed-in porch and potted plants. Or at least, that's what she thought they must be. That's when she realized that she had seen nothing, absolutely nothing, green, growing, or vegetable-looking on the long ride from the tower. There was probably an explanation for that. Being of a practical turn of mind, and having hunted for the table for years, Laria did sort of wonder about food resources and distribution. Maybe hunger was part of her headache. Now Plus opened the panel in the vehicle and stepped to the ground, turning to assist her in the most chivalrous fashion. Then she saw a double file of Deenies come out of the building, pole eyes bent respectfully in the presence of Plus and herself. Tip and Huff became a close drill escort behind her, their flippered feet aligned with hers as if, and Laria managed to suppress a grin, they were to make sure she didn't put a foot wrong. The file reached them, proper greetings accorded Plus, and then the lead pair turned to her with carefully enunciated sounds which she understood perfectly, so that she could respond in kind to their welcome and good wishes. She and Plus were invited inside to enjoy guest hospitality, and she and Plus accepted. She waited a second to see what Tip and Huff would do, and felt their pressure on her feet. She could move forward, staying slightly to the rear of Plus as they progressed to the building. She clicked and clacked to either side of her, nodding politely to each pole eye, saying either, "You're welcome, honors," or "Pleased to meet you," with an occasional "Thank you." It was her passage up this gauntlet that she suddenly realized something which she felt was significant. Though there was considerable variety in the Dini pelts, they were all the same basic hue. Plus, however, was covered in a fur of a shade that almost fought with theirs, having an orange hue, whereas theirs had a bluishness to it. She glanced furtively at Tip and Huff and realized that they were blues. So color grouping was more critical than anyone had known. "Good girl. Got it the first day." Yoshik's tenor was triumphant. "Many are still trying to find the connection." "Is it significant?" "As you'll discover now you're here. Don't let it worry you. You're above the color bar being human." And Nesrin's alto voice was cynical. "You might be more cautious with broad generalizations when in mixed colors, though I really don't think you'll be unduly troubled by this little quirk." "Color bar?" Laria found the concept disconcerting. Then Tip's foot trod heavily on her heel, and she stopped making tangential conversation. They had passed the portal and were now in the usual broad foyer, where appurtenances, single-wheeled bikes, and flybelts were in a state of inspection readiness. The Merdinis had been on a war basis for centuries now, so she shouldn't have been surprised by the military flavor, even if she wasn't all that familiar with it. Undoubtedly one of the adjustments she would have to make. The place was spotless. Not that one could see too many details in the semi-light, in which all Dini accommodation were kept. Laria was glad that she had been such a frequent visitor to the Oragayan village, and this, of course, was the reason she had been encouraged. She followed in Plus's wake as the official tour continued, to the bathing rooms on both sides of the main entry, to the apartments, and finally to the standing lift that gave her access to her own. Plus would not fit on the two-person affair, no more than a piece of flooring and the central shaft that lifted the floor up to her quarters or down to the level. It was an ingenious amenity. Mer gestured for her to take her place. It took the other side and made a big show of pressing the control button. There were two, each labeled with luminescent paint, one marked D and one marked U. Laria signed her approval and appreciation. Sunlight poured through the wide windows of her own special apartment, and she looked about her, clapping her hands, which was fortuitously just the way Dinis expressed delight. And it was an amazing surprise. She had fully expected to be living in Dini-style quarters, had made up her mind to that necessity if the exchange was to be properly honored. But to have her own space and place was unforeseen. There was a human-style bed with beautiful thick covers, for Dinis never used any, pillows, a chest, and a small press for garments, a desk, a terminal, displaying a map of the city with her current position shown by the pulsing red cursor icon, and audio equipment, shelving, 2 human chairs, and 2 Dini-style stools with tail holes. There were 2 doors. One led to the roof area, and the other must lead to sanitary facilities. Oh, Mer! Beautiful living space. Much beautiful for single human. Much effort, design, and things. Beautiful, thoughtful, considerate, friendly. In her excitement, she had trouble getting her tongue about the Dini phrases. "You're doing all right, kid," Yoshik said, his voice warm with approval. "Can you understand Dini?" "I can understand your surprise and pleasure, Laria, and the syntax has to be Dini. I'll do my best to learn it from you. They want you happy here, and, as you see, they went to a great deal of trouble. Obviously worth it." "Oh, it is, Yoshik, it is, but I'm going to need drapes on these windows. The light is blinding." "Didn't know what colors you'd liked," Nesrin put in. "Got some things for you to pick from soon's you get over here." Tip was signing at her too, stating that as an adult she naturally had to have her own quarters. The time for her to share her bed with others was over. She caught Yoshik's chuckle at that comment and Nesrin's hiss of censure. "From a Dini viewpoint, certainly." Mer went on to say that they knew she did not require a hibernatory space, but she was to make known any other needs that would comfort her. "This one takes great pleasure in the quarters, expresses great pleasure and thanks. So kind, so considerate, so honorable." Someone had brought the lift down again, and now it rose to her level with her carry sacks. With Tip's help, she cleared them. "Hang on pretty now," Huff said with a forward jerk of its head, meaning this was very important. From its own pouch, it began to take necklaces of shells and stones, bracelets with uncut gem charms, and what her mother had told Laria was an old mantilla comb carved of ivory, which Tip carefully secured above its pole eye. Understanding came, and Laria rummaged in her cases for the pearls her father had given her for her birthday. Double-stranded necklace, earrings, bracelet, and 2 rings, 1 pearl and 1 of a fire opal. She had been astounded by such a lavish present, and one of jewelry, but now she understood that the jewels were as much a part of her role here on Clarf as her fluency in the language. One of the areas in which Human and Merdini compared favorably was in their sociability. Dinis loved to have eating sessions with their kin and peripheral groupings. That was the reason for the large empty squares she had seen on the way here, for it was to the nearest of these that Tip and Huff now led her. Huff had put on its special treasures, the mother-of-pearl crown, various chains of uncut gems and other pretties, with coil upon coil of shell bracelets. Huff nodded approval as it saw how bedecked Laria was, and then her old friends led her to the square. A Dini percussion band was in place and rivaled even the thunder of departing space vehicles, for that continued. Food had appeared, spread out on great tables which had been set up during the inspection, and hundreds of the small cubes and rounds that were Dini seats. As honored guest, she sat, on a conspicuously human chair, by Plus, who had added extra decorations to its display, and several smaller versions of itself, also much bejeweled. It was very polite to examine in close detail the jewelry of another Dini, and so Laria performed that social obligation, exclaiming in admiration and managing to find something new to say about each ornament presented for her inspection. By the time these courtesies for Plus's entourage had been acquitted, her jaws ached and her tongue was dry in a parched throat. "Drink?" she asked Tip, who had been hovering close by, possibly for just this requirement. She turned her head away from the main group and rubbed her jaw muscles, yawning to ease the tension in her mouth and lips, actions which could be misconstrued by Dinis if seen. The sun was beating down again, and she resolved to find herself a hat as soon as possible. She'd never needed one, but somehow she had to protect her head. "Sunstroke is what you hazard," Yoshik told her, "but we've allowed for that." Distance meant nothing to a prime telepath, but Laria was instantly aware that Yoshik sounded closer. She peered around her and saw the 2 humans entering the square. They were instantly lost in the melee of Dinis dancing to the rhythmic percussive beats. In fact, the rhythm was very difficult to deny, and she'd had to keep her feet from tapping as she made the diplomatic jewel inspection. Dinis were very susceptible to cadence, and the adept Dini dancer could perform incredible feats in tempo with drums or other tapped surfaces and objects. She danced at home, but she also knew that there were certain protocols about dancing which she had to respect while on Clarf. Tip and Huff had been unable to explain the ramifications, but she'd been promised full instruction once she arrived on Clarf. Suddenly, the 2 humans emerged out of the gyrating crowd of Dini, and the man both wore and carried headgear. The woman, who was taller than the slender little man, wore some sort of ornate turban about her head. The yellow and white fabric made the perfect frame for her dark skin and dark eyes. "I am Nesrin of Betelgeuse," the woman said, and her smile of very white, even teeth was even more impressive against the dark chocolate of her skin. She held out her hand, palm up, and Laria made the formal contact, brief and somewhat electric as it was. Nesrin had a startling touch, vibrant, deep yellow, with a curious acid taste, but she nodded as if she approved of however she perceived Laria in the tactile contact. "I am Yoshik of Altair," the man said, grinning broadly, with some secret amusement as he held out his hand. As he was quite the most beautiful man Laria had ever seen, she was curiously hesitant to complete the courtesies. His smile deepened, as if he had caught her diffidence, though she had instantly shielded. He was softer than Nesrin had been, deep blue and lemony, a combination which startled her almost as much as his beauty. The skin touch was swiftly replaced by the hat he put in her outstretched hand, a hat similar to the one he wore. "These are specially developed against harsh tropic suns, Laria. Our welcome gift to you." Laria was properly grateful, especially as the hat was an excellent fit, shading her eyes as well as the back of her neck with its slanting brim. There was airspace above her pate. Neither heat nor the pressure of the sun was so intensely felt. "With all we know about Clarf, no one thought to mention the sun," Nesrin remarked. "Though, God knows, I have mentioned it innumerable times, and so has every human visitor," Yoshik added with a droll grin of resignation. Laria was aware that she was staring at Yoshik, but he continued to smile pleasantly, as if accustomed to such scrutiny, even inviting it, the way he turned his head so she had the full benefit of his classic profile. Then Nesrin, apparently by chance, trod on his foot, and he danced away from it, much as a nervous colt might. That analogy interrupted Laria's daze, and she fell into a more normal manner. "Were you two responsible for my marvelous quarters?" Laria asked. Yoshik shook his head, and Nesrin answered, "No, the design is all their idea. They knew what humans required. I did suggest that you might be happier picking the final touches yourself." She rolled her eyes upwards. "They learn quick, though." "You should have seen what they'd rigged up for us," Yoshik grinned. Trouble is, Laria thought, the grin doesn't spoil his looks, except I'd hate to annoy him. She grinned back. "What did you mean, Yoshik?" she said, searching for a safe topic to end the pause. "By saying you'd be happy to learn syntax from me. Don't you speak Dini?" Nesrin's laugh was pure malice, which Yoshik totally ignored. "Neither of us speak Dini, Laria," Nesrin said. "Can't clack, click, or whistle with any fluency. We get along by signing, our own brand, but it suffices. Or we ask for a dreamer. That," and she glared at Yoshik, "is the port of last resort." She gave a controlled shudder. Laria regarded her with some surprise. "Don't you like Dinis?" "I've got accustomed to them," she said sardonically. "But they are certainly not my chosen bedmates." Again another little shudder. Yoshik leaned forward, almost conspiratorially, shielding his hand from those around him. "She's not exactly xenophobic." "You're lucky to have been raised with them, Laria," Nesrin put in. "Saves a lot of adjustment." "Don't you want to learn Dini?" Laria asked Nesrin. It seemed terribly impolite to live in the midst of a new culture and not know about it, be unable to communicate with the inhabitants, especially when so much was at stake. "I'd like to learn signing," Nesrin said reluctantly, compressing her lips briefly. "But you're going to have to teach that too, you know." "I do," Laria said and sighed. Yoshik gave her the kindest smile imaginable. "Don't worry, Laria, you'll cope." He said that with such sincerity and sympathy that Laria got a second wind of resolution. "I'm to work out tower times with you." Yoshik's smile became mischievous. "You'll be on call, certainly, but the real work won't come right away. It's almost more important for you to teach right now. In fact, it's imperative." Laria took a deep breath. "I can see that it is." Then Plus leaned sideways to attract her attention, and she politely concentrated on what it was saying. With the dark lenses and the hat, her headache was reduced to a mere pulse. Or maybe that was her blood throbbing in time to the percussives. She lasted out the celebrations and was ready the next morning for the students of both races. Chapter 4. When his sister came home for his 16th birthday celebration, Theon was even prouder of her than her parents, if that could be possible. She was tanned a warm, ruddy shade up to mid-brow, where her hat sat. She was extremely fit, and showed them all up by leading them a merry chase out hunting on Saki. Nor had she lost her skill with arrow and dart, for, at the end of the day, she had more in her hunting bag than anyone else. She was the same, and yet she was more, Theon decided, better, and not the least bit smug like some of his Danubian cousins who were being trained by his parents in Oragai Tower. He was scheduled to take over Laria's teaching duties on Clarf, so he wouldn't have to put up with his cousins Roddy and Megan, who were only T3s and shouldn't take on the airs and poses they did. The one time he had tried to take the wind out of their sails, his parents had jumped on him with all 4 feet and threatened to put him into Coventry if he ever pulled another stunt like that. "But they—" he began in self-defense. "It is what you do that concerns us, and you may not retaliate in that fashion no matter what the provocation." There could be no question in Theon's mind that his mother meant exactly what she said. Worse, he could feel his father's mind confirming the rebuke. They didn't say anything when he began bringing in more game than either of his cousins could find. He studied up on the tactical games in which Roddy was said to excel and beat him consistently in all of them. And he kept his scholastic record higher than his obnoxious cousins, and Roddy was supposed to be the engineering brains in the family, taking after his famous namesake uncle. With quiet satisfaction, he saw that Roddy kept trying, but he could never quite reach Theon's level, and that was fine by Theon. There are many ways to outmaneuver an enemy, and Theon was perfecting one. He wasn't sure that he actually envied Laria, for she now was scheduled to do a final 3 months' training at Callisto Tower. Grandmother Rowan was known to be picky to work with, a perfectionist, endlessly demanding that all her tower staff operate on the highest possible level, especially now as there was so much traffic. But that was why Laria was recalled from her teaching assignment and given this intensive course. If she met the Rowans' high standard, which no one doubted, she'd return to Clarf as Tower Prime to help bring in the great assault ships, built of Oregon ores in the satellite construction yards of Earth, Betelgeuse, Procyon, and the Merdini worlds of Clarf, Seth, Petu, Kif, and Teplu. On quite a few occasions, while Theon had been standing a listening watch at the tower, he had received important and secret messages. In point of fact, the first 3 times he had been told to get either his mother or his father to accept the communication. Either his mother or father must have vouched for him, because after that he'd been given the direct message. He never discussed them with either parent, and never knew if they were aware of these developments, but he treasured the trust shown in him, and tried to fit the substance of the message into his overview of the Hive pursuit. He was cautious with those think files and always erased any notes thoroughly before he left his room screen. Theon was aware that most of the Federation did not know that contact with the Hive migration ships had been made, or that Dini and human pursuit ships were attempting to find the Hive home system. Before he'd been born, before Laria had been born, the Merdinis had made contact with his parents on Deneb, where they were spending a well-deserved rest and relaxation leave. There was something else about that point in time Theon hadn't been told. He just sensed that there was more explanation due him, probably when he was older and a Tower Prime himself. The Raven Lion children knew when and when not to probe for information. At any rate, Damia and Afra had dreamed Merdini and made contact with the alien race, discovering that the enemy which had ravaged their worlds was the same menace that had attacked Deneb, Granddad's planet. The assault had been repulsed by the massed, merged minds of every T rating on every planet in the Federation. The many-mind of the 16 queens of the Hive ship had been overpowered, and then the ship plunged, helpless, into Deneb's sun. But there was more than one Hive ship, and the Merdini wanted human help in preventing more worlds from falling under Hive domination. For the Hive species stripped any suitable world of all other life forms, propagated at an incredible rate, and then sent its excess population out into the space to find yet more worlds where it would repeat the process. While there were estimated to be millions of carbon-based planets in the galaxy, such uncontrolled expansion, to the detriment of other species, had to be limited. At tremendous cost in personnel and material, the Merdinis had struggled to keep their own worlds free. They had been overjoyed to find that humans were also involved in and capable of their species' protection. They were fascinated by the special psionic talents used by the Federation to reduce loss of life without diluting the effectiveness of the deterrent with which they had defeated the initial attempts of the Hive ships to intrude on their spheres of influence. With such vastly different species, and for such a common purpose, unambiguous communications had to be established. This was being done through the young of both life forms, who paired early in order to instill mutual respect and form a basis for the mutual understanding required for the undertaking. While this program was maturing, the military arms of each species were searching space in a joint operation. Though dissimilar in style and operation, the means to trace the Hive ship's ion trails back to their point of origin had been available to both navies, and had finally been productive. FT&T Primes had forwarded a squadron to a rendezvous with the Merdini ships, which had intercepted the Hive vessels' trails. Each of the Dini ships had several strong dreamers who could communicate on a basic level with talents on board the human ships. While following the ion trails back the way they had come might result in discovering the location of the Hive homeworld, the more pessimistic of both species recognized that the trails might dwindle to nothing, considering the period of time involved, and the effort would be wasted. But others argued that this was the best opportunity to at least try, and won. They'd be no worse off, and at least would have identified where the Hive was not. A second contingent, 6 fast ships from each fleet, had set out in pursuit of the marauding Hivers. It was as critical to know their destinations as to discover their origins, and possibly come to the assistance of whatever planet was the target of Hive attentions. No one yet of either species had suggested the way to destroy the Hive culture, or at the least contain it. Another ethical point on which Merdini and human were agreed. Neither found it morally acceptable to undertake the total annihilation of another sentient species, even one as inimical to both their life forms as the Hivers. "That's because they haven't been physically threatened," Jeff Raven had said grimly in the privacy of his mother's home on Deneb. "One can indulge in such moral stands at several removes." "There must be some humane way to remove the threat of Hive invasions," his oldest son Jaren had replied. "We're working on it, though I'll argue the point that humane applies to the Hivers. Seemingly they have only one method of colonizing, and that's fatal to any other life form inhabiting the planet they choose." "It'd be very difficult to change the goals of a species you can't even talk to," Isthia said. "I don't even want to talk to them," the Rowan had said, giving a shudder as she vividly remembered the moment she, as focus of the merged female talents, had briefly touched the many mind of the Hive queens. "There was nothing there to talk to," she added after a moment's thought. "We could just pick off each ship that's found using the same methods, couldn't we?" Sarah Raven-Hilk asked. "We could," Jeff replied, "but that would be a life's work in itself. Besides tying up primes and whole bunches of talent, quite likely at the most inconvenient times," the Rowan added with a little sniff. "I certainly wouldn't like to have to keep doing it time after time. The Dini's estimate of how many Hive ships there could be is unnerving." "How many is that?" Jaren asked diffidently. "Classified," said both parents at once. "Oh well, you can't blame me for trying," Jaren said. "At least we do now have a great many more talents to call on than we did when you had to execute the first one," Sarah said placidly. Her parents gave her such a long look that she blinked, wondering why she had incurred their disapproval. The 2-level mass-mind merges didn't take very long after all. "It took more than you think," the Rowan said, remembering that Sarah had been affected in utero during that brief but exceedingly intense assault. Maybe that was why she came out with such peculiar sentiments. The human ships following the ion trail was now far beyond any friendly systems. The traces remained strong, indicating excesses of speed which made the ion trail so easy to follow. The human flagship, the Vadim, and her consorts, the Solidarity, the Reliant, and the Beijing, were experiencing supply shortages which must be remedied if they were expected to continue. Captain Ashiant of the Vadim made it very plain that he and the other human captains insisted on continuing on toward the Hive homeworld, no matter how long it took. To transport such long distances, the towers involved, Deneb and Callisto, were also going to need reinforcements. There was even the hint that a prime talent would be required on the pursuit flagship to facilitate future transportations and communications over the immense distances now involved. "All the old military commanders say it's wrong to have too long a supply line," Thean said when the subject of tower augmentations came up. "This is the 24th century, Thean," Roddy said, dismissing that concern. "We have skills and abilities those ancients never thought of. And," he added pompously, "we haven't had a land war in generations." "Thean's point is well taken," Afra said at his most mild, and Roddy flushed. hearing the subtle rebuke. Neither species has explored the areas through which they've been passing. There have been no yellow stars, which are systems the hivers seek, or where our folk could land and replenish supplies from natural materials. Naval hydroponics can only supply so much to augment frozen, dried, and canned comestibles. Water's been recycled far too often for it to be potable. That's actually the main problem, though fuel supplies are also dwindling and must be replenished. Ice planet? Ice asteroids? Roddy suggested. Requires detours from the course into a system with an expensive fuel that might not be justified by results, Afra said. Roddy's face fell. But it is an alternative that's being considered. But that's not a viable one, is it? Theon said thoughtfully. If yellow stars generate the kind of planets that the Hive wants, and we need to find drinkable water, there'd be the possibility of a confrontation. Afra nodded solemnly, and Theon sighed at the complexity of it all. We'll think of something, Roddy said proudly. The Deenies might beat us to it, and Laria's grin was mischievous. They're very clever. Roddy decided he had other things to do than argue with cousins. Is it being a Denebian that makes him like that, or being just a T3? Laria asked her brother in a low voice. Deneb does inculcate certain characteristics in its children, Afra said, rising, just as Oragai instills others, not necessarily exemplary ones, in hers. Whoops, Laria said, grinning at the subtle rebuke. A few years in a tower, and he'll probably turn into a quite bearable young man. At that, both her father and brother laughed and moved off to mingle with other guests. Several days later, Damia and Afra sent Theon a telepathic call to join them in the tower room. Family matters were generally dealt with in the house, so Theon was instantly aware that this was an unusual summons. With some trepidation and a quick inventory of recent misdemeanors, Theon ported himself the short distance into the upper chamber where his parents conducted all FD&T business. He didn't dare probe his own parents, but he could and did establish their mental tone. Damia was sad and worried, and his father seemed colored by regret and reluctance, but was also containing pride and more apprehensive than worried. Theon, his mother began, pausing to finger-comb over her shoulder the silver tress that even her son knew misbehaved when she was upset. We've had a request. She glanced for assistance to Afra. Jeff Raven makes few, Afra said, and it is only a request, which we three can examine, forget or accept as we decide. Theon mastered the impatience with this roundabout talk and waited. He couldn't even catch a hint of what this request was about. What does my grandfather want? Theon said, rather pleased with his adroit phrasing. It might generate the sort of response he wanted. It did. Earth Prime, and his mother corrected him firmly, requires a T1 to accompany the reinforcements to the rendezvous. Wow, I was right about supply lines, wasn't I, Dad? What are you talking about, Theon? Damia asked, sharp with worry she tried to hide. He made a point the other day, and it's come to roost on his own shoulders, his father said, grinning. Going to honor it? You mean Granddad's really considering me? Theon couldn't believe his great good luck. Wait till he told Roddy. His silly cuz would be moldy with envy. That remark doesn't become you, Afra said in a very tight voice, and Theon shook himself, sharpening his attention to the matter at hand. That's better. You know how few T1s there are, Damia began, fiddling with the curl on the end of her silver tress, which had found its way back over her shoulder. That automatic gesture reminded Theon that he often fiddled with the silver streak that was a genetic legacy from his mother. Even the baby Petra had a tuft of silver hairs at the temple, the cause of some amusement in the Denebian side of the family. There's nearly 100 of us now, Theon began in protest. Not of working age, Damia said. You're barely 16, and while you've been trained to very high standards, you've only worked here on Oragai. And Deneb in the summers, Theon added, afraid she might not remember that. Not the most active of towers, she replied. Then she gave him a little smile. But you did well, and you've always done well here. It's just that... Mom, you know I've read everything there is on naval histories, even military ones from the early centuries, Thean said earnestly. "You know I'm the best there is at strategy games." "Strategy is not involved here," she said rather sharply. "What is involved are very long, lonely distances for my oldest son, who had only just reached manhood." Then she let Thean feel what she was feeling, and he almost burst into tears despite his 16 years. She was terribly afraid she might never see him again, that he'd die before his time, as her brother Larrick had done. Larrick often figured in Damia's sadder thoughts, a pain that never really eased in its own special corner of her mind. She let him have that brief glimpse and shut it, giving herself a little shake of self-reprimand. His father had one hand on her shoulder, as he often did when Mother was upset about something. "Mother," and Thean laid his hand on her arm, "we're only a thought away, no matter how far apart our bodies are." She gave a little cry and embraced him, now letting him feel her pride in his response, her constant love and caring of him, and how immensely pleased she was to be able to supply a child of her body for this service. "Spoken like a true lion," she said, laughing and crying at the same time, as she tightened her arms one more time before releasing him. "Why blame it on lions, Gwyn Raven?" Afra said in a low but teasing tone. "It is a tremendously responsible position, Thean," Damia said, restored to poise and dignity. "Don't think I don't know it," Thean said. "And Granddad suggested me?" Afra nodded. "Oh, we've run through all the training squirts," and his caught eyebrow took the sting out of his words. "You can thank Gren for it. He made the final assessments. He considered you the best candidate, if we'd let you go." "You mean you mightn't have?" Thean was aghast at what he might have been deprived. Damia gave his father a sour look and pursed her lips a moment. "No, you should know us better than that, Thean Lyon. But we do believe that you've a good head on your shoulders, a fine sense of responsibility, and sufficient training to be an effective member of FT&T. A sudden thought caught Thean. But what about Mur and Dip? He was appalled that he had forgotten his Dini companions, even during that moment of personal success. "I told you," Afra said, teasing his wife. Damia sighed, and then smiled to relieve Thean's growing concern. "They will accompany you. You've actually a double purpose, providing the search with a prime, and a working Dini team, plus some language instruction. That should help ease relations between human and Dini." "Why? Are they bad?" Afra cleared his throat. "Not bad exactly, but with inadequate communication, unnecessary problems have arisen that accurate interpretation could have avoided." "Oh." "You are young for such responsibility, but your mother and I feel you have a mature enough attitude, and certainly you communicate well with Dinis. You are well grown, and you don't look wet behind the ears, which is aided and abetted by the infamous Gwyn streak." And Afra gave Thean's silver lock a gentle tap. Afra cleared his throat, then added, "I believe that, and your interest in naval history and protocol, tipped the balance in your favor." Thean lifted his chest, grinning as he remembered all the teasing he'd had for blurring his eyes over ancient texts and stupid manuals. You never did know when something you studied for the fun of it might become very useful indeed. "Now, I suggest that you give yourself," his father said, "say half an hour to appreciate this unexpected honor before you get your head back down to size, because you're not allowed to mention this to anyone, not even your Dinis, until the formalities are observed and your official orders are cut." "Not even Laria?" "Especially not your sister, Thean, since she's slated to depart to Callisto in 2 days' time," his mother said. She gave his hair a brief stroke at his disappointment. "She'll hear through the appropriate sources, dear." "Consider this your first exercise in naval intelligence. You'll soon hear many messages you may never even hint you've received." "And I used to wonder why I had to help you with those big daddies all the time." Thean's active mind had also been cataloging the sort of material he'd be having to port to his squadron. "To everything its use and season," Afra said, obviously quoting. Just then, a tray with glasses and a basket of tidbits came floating into the tower room. "A celebration is obviously called for. Quiet, necessarily limited to immediate family members, but nonetheless a celebration, son." Damia said, and herself placed one glass in Theon's hand. 3 glasses chimed melodiously as they met, their contents then ceremonially drunk. Theon found it was harder to keep his mouth shut over this than he'd anticipated. It was even harder to suppress the inner excitement that threatened to bubble up whenever he considered his altered status. Fortunately, Laria was involved with renewing contacts with her siblings and their Deanies. She also ported frequently to the Deanie village to spend time with relatives of those she knew on Clarf. The first time Theon had accompanied her, he had been awed at the sophistication of her Deanie vocabulary. True, they had been paired with young Deanies who were also learning their language from their adults, but vocabulary and complexity had reached a mature level even before Laria had gone to Clarf. But now, Theon went with her whenever he could, listening to the new combinations of sound and sign. He wouldn't be talking baby talk to the naval Deanies. "Look, Theon," Laria said, turning on him before she went off for the 4th morning to the village. "I'm real pleased you like my company, but haven't you something better to do with your time?" "Gee, Lar, I have missed you," he began, caught without a glib excuse ready. "And it's a real treat to hear you speak Deanie. You've learned a great deal. I thought I was fluent." And he paused, hoping the flattery would cover his genuine need. "But you've been using complex constructions I've never heard before." Laria gave him a long, measuring look. "Theon, you're my brother, and I know you well enough to know you're covering. What?" "Could we just leave it that I need to improve technical Deanie speak?" "You'll pick it up very quickly once you're on Clarf, Theon," she began. "You're pretty fluent as it is." "In day-to-day stuff, but not the technical jargon, and I will need that, won't I?" She frowned slightly, cocking her head at him, and he could feel her mind push against his. He waggled a finger at her. "That's not good manners," he said. "You've never minded before, and you are hiding something." "Not hiding," he said with a grin, "but you know that we never talk tower business." "Oh, all right, Theon. You can come today, for the last time." It would be, Theon knew, but he couldn't indicate that either. It was getting harder and harder to suppress his inner excitement. Still, if he couldn't handle this minor incident, he oughtn't to accept the assignment at all. "You are the best candidate for this job, son," his father said softly. "Never doubt that." "Laria knows a lot more technical lingo than I do. Wouldn't she be better?" "Having doubts is normal. Overcoming them is part of maturing. I would be more worried about your success if you didn't question yourself. Your training and experience are more than adequate for this assignment. Laria would not do as well as you will." Theon let himself be reassured, especially as he wanted this duty more than anything. Very softly, even in his own head, Theon added, "Roddy would be livid with envy." Dinner that last evening was not ostentatiously lavish, but the meal happened to feature the favorite dishes of Theon, Mur, and Dip. No one made mention of this bias because their special foods were popular anyway. Theon got a bit misty-eyed, though, when his mother served him double chocolate cake. "I also baked a second one for you to take with you tomorrow," she added very privately, and he nearly burst into tears. They dissipated with a suddenness that suggested help, leaving him happy and relaxed, but no longer emotionally overloaded. "You have always been an appreciative soul," his father said. "Everyone appreciates double chocolate cake," he replied, in control of himself again. The transfer would take place late that evening, when the household was asleep. First, they'd land at Callisto. "Just to keep you humble, Theon," his mother said as they made their way through the dark, still night to the tower, "you and your Deanies are also Rands with urgently needed medical and food supplies." "Thanks, Mom, I needed that," Theon said facetiously. "I know," and she grinned at him. "Your grandparents will join with David of Betelgeuse to push the shipment to rendezvous with the starship Vadim." "At least we'll be pushed by the best," he said. They had reached the capsule now, and he placed his carry sack inside, careful of the double chocolate cake. His father went on up to the tower to take his position. His mother hovered as he helped stow the pouches Mur and Dip handed him. They hopped in, clicking softly as they settled into their special hammocks. Then it was Theon's turn to enter. Theon caught just the glint of moisture in his mother's eyes before, unexpectedly, she threw her arms about him. When, he wondered as his arms closed about her, had she gotten so slender and so much smaller than he? "When you got so much fatter and bigger," she said, and shoved him toward the carrier. "You big lunk." And on a different level, which Theon was astonished to hear, she added, "This is much harder than I thought it would be." Almost embarrassed by her remorse, Theon stumbled as he stepped in and then fell awkwardly across the couch, Mur and Dip clacking concern. He clucked a reassurance and clipped on his harness. The canopy closed. "It's not as if he's gone forever," his mother's thoughts continued. "Easy, my love." And that was his father answering on the private level. Firmly, Theon diverted his thoughts from this inadvertent contact and squinched his shoulders into the couch. "Not to worry," Mur said. "Together us," Dip added. "Goodness spreads," Theon replied, accepting their encouragement and returning it in the Dini idiom. He caught the push of two strong minds at the onset of portation. He held his breath and felt the halt and the almost indefinable alteration as his grandmother caught the capsule from the Oragayan thrust and brought it safely in. He didn't feel even the slightest vibration as the carrier was placed on the Callistan cradle. "I'm always careful with animate cargo," came the unmistakable touch of his grandmother's pathing. "You are indeed, ma'am," Theon answered politely. "This port'll be longer, remember, but I'll stay with you if you wish," the rowan offered. Theon let a laugh ripple through his reply. "Mother'd snatch me bald-headed, Callisto Prime, if I did that." He did give a start when he felt a thud-thunk vibrate through the capsule. "That's the drone capsule locking on," his grandmother said. "Not me missing my thrust. Don't break any eggs now," she added. On her now, he knew that she had pushed because he could just hear the whine of generators. He was also aware of David, the Betelgeuse Prime, when his touch came online. "Ah, punctual as ever, David," the rowan said. "Shall we?" "Why not?" was David's diffident reply. The final thrust of his journey was palpable in Theon's mind. He expected that both the rowan and David had done that on purpose. Some talents, especially primes, still experience twinges of apprehension when being ported by others. Most of them handled their own portations, and possibly Theon could have, had he had practice with the coordinates to which he was going. Constantly altering coordinates at that. He really was relieved that he hadn't been expected to transport himself. Then he was there, inside the battle cruiser. "Sir," a loud voice shouted, slightly muffled by the capsule. "Transport and drone are now aboard." "Well, well, open up the carrier, man." The hatch was cracked, and the first thing Theon noted was that the air was tainted. The first thing he did was sneeze, which mortified him. "Canned air has that effect, sir," said the uniformed rating, who looked in on him. "You'll get used to it, Mr. Lyon." The grin that followed that warning belied the sentiment. Mur was convulsed with the equivalent of a Dini sneeze, while Dip seemed to be gagging. "Be easy," Theon clacked encouragingly, and, pulling the harness release, reached over to extricate Mur from its belt and pull it to a more upright position. Mur managed a wheeze of gratitude and, in turn, assisted Dip. "Mr. Lyon, sir, care to join us?" And a second figure bent down to peer in the open hatch. The face that peered in was young, with that indefinable stamp of perpetual youth that some men seem to retain. Regular but undistinguished features, pale blue eyes, fresh complexion, and only the hint of down on the upper lip. "I'm helping my Dinis," Theon said, somewhat relieved as he decided he looked older than his welcomer. Dark hair and heavy eyebrows produced unexpected results. We're coming." "You were able to bring Dinis, then? By Jove, that is good news," said this second individual, who moved back as Theon swung himself out. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Lyon." And Theon was surprised at the crisp salute accorded him. He grinned in return, and then offered his hand. "Lieutenant Ridvan Osterkiley, sir." Theon decided that one could be over-sirred, but it was only good naval protocol. Mur was hiccuping in spasms now, and Thean felt the first twinge of concern. When Thean touched Mur's sloping forearm, the fur felt very dry. Dehydration. Not good for the Deenies who daily consumed quantities of liquid. Thean excused himself to the lieutenant and ported both Deenies out of the capsule, bracing Mur against his leg until it had cleared its air passage. "Mur should be all right in a moment," Thean said with more authority than he felt. "This is Dip," he added, and handed Dip a clean cloth to mop its pole eye, which was streaming, another form of Deanie's reaction to poor air quality and excessive dryness. He had to blink rather furiously himself to clear his own eyes. "Yeah," drawled the lieutenant. "It gets to you if you aren't used to it. Would a puff of the pure do any good?" The pure? Thean wasn't certain he had heard correctly, because there was a lot of noise and exclamations from the seamen crowding around the supply drone, so he reached for an explanation. "Oh, oxygen." Then Thean wondered if his lapse had been noticed, but the lieutenant didn't react, just kept grinning sympathetically at the gasping and hiccuping Deenies. "These guys are small," he said, trying not to be impolite with his interest in them. "Humans have different growth patterns. Deenies do it slower." "Oh, can I assist you with your baggage, sir? Get you to your quarters where it's quieter?" Osterkiley said, as Mur's hiccups developed into a distressed pattern that was plainly worrying Dip. Thean knew he had to get both Deenies out of the noise, confusion, and bad air as fast as possible. "Excuse me, Lieutenant," he said, and clutched him by the shoulder just long enough for a quick scan. As Thean had anticipated, the man had a picture in his mind of where he would be guiding this party. "I'll meet you there." He gathered Mur and Dip in his arms and ported them all to the cabin Osterkiley had envisioned. It was small, but it had what he needed, a bunk on which he deposited Mur in an upright position, propping it with the pillow and sleep sack, before he swung round to the tiny basin, turned the water spigot on to soak the towel he whipped off the rack, and also filled a glass. As he turned back to the bunk, he noticed that the water was an odd off-color shade, and even a foot away from his nose, he could smell the chemicals used in recycling. But it was moisture. He held it against the appropriate orifice on Mur's upper torso and watched the level being ingested, while Mur valiantly struggled to suppress another series of hiccups. When partial success was obvious, Thean refilled the glass and offered it. Mur clicked in weak protest. "All there is," Thean said firmly, and proffered the liquid. This time the hiccups completely subsided. Dip had wrung out the towel and was now laying it against Mur's upper torso. Mur sagged into the supports, but its pelt color was not returning to a normal hue, and the two lids were still covering the pole eye. "Better air needed?" Thean asked. "Wise," was Dip's reply, but it added a questioning suffix. "Double wise," Thean said, feeling a soreness develop in the back of his throat, which he knew had to be from the air, though what was in the cabin was not as contaminated as the air in the shuttle bay. How the Navy could operate in this atmosphere was beyond him. He swung around now to the compact room terminal, wiggling his fingers as he held them above the keyboard indecisively. Sick bay, that's what he needed. There was a hesitant tap on the door. "Yes?" and he reached out to throw the latch. The young lieutenant stood there, a rating behind him, holding Thean's belongings and the two Deenie pouches. "Thanks," Dip said in a guttural approximation, and both seamen stared down at it in utter astonishment. "I didn't know they could speak Basic," Osterkiley said in an awed whisper. "These Deenies can, though their responses are limited to the words they can get their vocal equipment to sound," Thean said. "But look, Mur here is not pulling round as it should." It, even looks sick," Osterkiley replied, his eyes goggling. "You don't have a Deenie medic on board here, do you?" "On the Vadim?" The question startled the lieutenant. "There is a Deenie ship in this squadron, though, isn't there?" "Two." "How do I contact one? Mur needs more help than I can provide." And indeed, the gasps coming from the Deenie were causing Dip great consternation, to judge by the alteration of its own pelt color. It proffered another glass of water to Mur. "No wonder it's sick if you're giving him washing water," cried Osterkiley, pointing agitatedly at the basin, and then at the small cylinder above it. plainly marked drinking water. Theon groaned, scrubbing at his face and wondering how he could have been so stupid. Osterkyle pushed past him now and began tapping keys. "Sir, medical emergency in Mr. Lyon's quarters. A Merdini illness. Urgently request contact with Dini Vessel and their medic." "Thanks, Kyle," Theon said, leaning weakly against the wall. And he thought himself so responsible that the first thing he does on his assignment was to poison a Dini with unpotable water.
"What's this about a Dini emergency?"
Osterkyle came to a rigid attention stance, his eyes once more protruding. "Yes, sir, there is, sir." With an apologetic look, Theon shoved the lieutenant to one side so that he was visible to the hoarse-voiced querent. "Prime Lyon here," Theon said. "My Dini companion is experiencing difficulties with breathing. I made the mistake of giving it basin water."
"Damned fool! Weren't you briefed? Why didn't that young squirt do what he was told to?"
Theon could have wished any other circumstances had brought him to the captain's notice so soon, but the background noise of Murr's gasps required immediate action. "Get some oxygen in here, Kyle," he said to the lieutenant. "Your pardon, sir. This is an extreme emergency. I need to talk to a Dini medic right now."
"I was told, Lyon, that you were fully capable of caring for your—"
"I am, Captain Ashient, which is what I'm doing if you will kindly put me through to your communications officer. Explanations must wait." To Theon's increasing anxiety, Captain Ashient hesitated. Theon sensed a dislike, distaste, reluctance to communicate with either of the Dini ships. "Now, Captain, before Murr dies!" That stern threat prompted action.
"Lieutenant Bukowski, sir,"
a new voice said, and the screen cleared to a new face, a gaunt hatchet face topped off by a cap of short dark hair.
"I'm opening a channel, but I only have basic Dini, Mr. Lyon."
"Just open the channel." Osterkyle had come racing back with a breathing unit, albeit a human one, and didn't know what to do with it. Snatching the unit from the man, Theon turned the cock on the bottle and passed the mask to Dip. "Cover breathing orifice," he explained, and turned back to the screen just as the view cleared to the Dini bridge. "Medical emergency, Captain Plur. Murr with breathing difficulties. Water and air impurities. Color poor. Oxygen administered. Moisture to body part. Other remedy?" Theon had no time to be pleased that he got all the words out in the proper order, and with good accent. He saw Dip's nod of approval, and then Dip plowed over the screen. On seeing who was answering the call, it bowed first, exhibiting full pole eye to the senior Dini in a mark of great respect, before Dip added a few medical details to Theon's statement. "Great urgency requires dire measures," Dip told Theon after a brief exchange. "Murr must be immersed in water, any kind, until medical can arrive. Theon can transport?" Dip's tone slowed to one of query and entreaty. "Any time, any place, Dip. Request medical to enter a personal capsule. Inform me when ready, and I will transport immediately." Dip conveyed that message and bowed respectfully again as the screen cleared to the Vadim's bridge.
"Well, did you straighten it all out, Mr. Lyon?"
Captain Ashient replied, a scowl still in place on his prominent brow. He was a big-chested man with a heavy neck, big features, and he was probably even more imposing in the flesh. Concern for Murr made Theon more reckless than diplomatic, but too much was at stake. "We need to immerse Murr in water. Anywhere will do. It's not a full-grown Dini, and it needs continued oxygen. A medical person is coming."
"It'll take a day or two,"
the captain began. "It'll take a minute, Captain. Once I have a pick of the Dini hold, permission to use the Vadim's generators for a port to the same hold we arrived in."
"It's that bad?"
Theon had been ready to use any lever required to cut through protocol to get the help Murr required, so he was momentarily at a loss. "Yes, sir, I'm sorry it is."
"Sick bay'll have a water bath for you. Come to the bridge as soon as you've settled your friend. Kylie?"
And the bark was back in the captain's tone.
"You lend all assistance necessary, and I'll see you later, mister."
Kyle gulped as the screen blanked. "It wasn't your fault, Kyle," Theon said. "I'll explain." The relief in Kyle's eyes was heartfelt. Thean bent to pick Mur up and carry it over his shoulder before he clasped Dip in the other arm. "Now, think of the sick bay for me, and join me there." Startled, Kylie once again flashed Thean the vision he needed, and he ported them directly into the examining room in the most dramatic fashion. "You don't waste time, do you?" said the chief medical officer, who immediately stepped forward. "This way," and hurried the trio toward a cubicle. A small bath was filling with water, the same off-color stuff. Non-potable, Thean thought bitterly, but water. "Mur, close all orifices," Thean told his friend as he gently lowered the pale, shaking Deanie into the tub while Dip did its best to keep the oxygen mask in place. "If there's another mask, Dip will show you where to place it for best effect," he said to the doctor. "Certainly," and a snap of his fingers produced a second breathing apparatus from a very attentive Corps woman. "I've never dealt with a Deanie patient before, Mr. Lyon," Thean supplied. "You don't by any chance speak any Deanie?" "Afraid not," and the physician was genuinely regretful. Thean saw that the immersion was having some effect, for Mur's color slightly improved. "Well, Dip speaks basic. I'll leave it here. I'm getting a Deanie medic over. But that'll take—" "Not very long if you'll show me where the bridge is." The doctor inadvertently visualized the bridge in his public mind, and Thean paused long enough to thank him before he transferred. There was no time for the usual protocol or procedures. Deanies were rarely ill, especially on humanoid planets, so Mur's unexpected malfunction was of major concern. It couldn't be just the bad air and the inadvertent ingestion of even worse water. Mur must be physically imperfect. It would be like losing a hand, Thean thought, to lose Mur, and far worse for Dip. Maybe the seizure was only passing, the shock of transport, the dehydration of a long passage through space. He arrived on the bridge to the startlement of all on duty, the security guards reaching for their weapons. "I'm Thean Lyon," he said, both vocally and telepathically, reinforcing the thought with an inhibition on them not to draw. "Captain, I do apologize," he said, rapidly striding to Ashian's command chair, "for busting every rule of naval protocol my first hour on the Vadim." "Direct action is sometimes the only course," Ashian said, an odd smile tugging at his mouth. He pointed toward an unoccupied chair to the left of the main stations. "When we were apprised of your joining the Vadim, we installed a chair for you in the engineering section. You should have everything you need there. Commander Tekeli is standing by." Nodding his thanks, Thean strode to the position, smiling with quick gratitude to the wiry little man standing beside the chair. The engineering officer had a slightly supercilious expression to mouth and eyes. Afra had warned his son that he might expect some resistance from mechanically minded naval personnel who trusted their engines more than alternative forms of transportation. Thean managed a respectful bow to the commander as he sat down. "Generators are already online?" he asked, though he could also see by the gauges on the board in front of him that they were. "Ready when you are," Tekeli said in the blandest possible tone. "May I have a view of the Deanie ship's shuttle bay?" "Patch it through," Captain Ashian said, and the right-hand screen immediately gave Thean the picture he needed. He reached out with just his mind, sensing the presence of many Deanies, and the smooth cylinder that would transport the medics. If he hadn't been rushing around like a slither after stone lice, he'd have been able to reach across that minimal spatial distance without assistance. But despite the adrenaline coursing through his blood, he leaned into the generators, just as he would back on Oragai. At that, his catch didn't place more than a second strain on the generators. "There," Thean said, rising. "Thank you very much for your cooperation, gentlemen. Captain, with your permission," he added, belatedly remembering lessons in naval courtesy. "You haven't needed it yet, have you, Lyon?" But the captain's tone was wry with amusement. Even as Thean nodded in rueful acknowledgement, he ported himself to the shuttle deck, where 3 Deanies were debarking from their capsule. They carried considerable equipment. The bay crew were rushing forward, not sure what action to take. "They are expected. I will lead them," Thean said quickly, before there could be any security incident. He took the necessary steps to the 3 Deanies. They were the biggest he had seen, even larger than the eldest in the Oragaian village. One Deanie was nearly his height, which was tall enough for a human. "Who is senior, O large and venerable ones?" he asked as deferentially as he could. He knew that some Deanies took their size as seriously as some humans took their status. "Escort this one immediately to the sick," the big one said, moving gracefully forward to meet Theon. "Will one of you escort the rest of them to sick bay?" Theon said, glancing about the humans to see who was in command. "Go on," said one, waving him urgently onward. "Humble apology for intimacy," Theon said, and taking a deep breath, put his arms firmly about the middle body of the Deanie and ported them both to the sick bay corridor outside the cubicle. They both staggered for balance as they landed in the midst of a group. Theon blamed himself for not checking on a clear corridor, but no one was hurt, and the Deanie, seeing Myrrh in the tub, plowed forward to its patient. Dip, bowing nearly double, stepped aside, remembering to keep the breather unit in place as it did so. While the medical officer and his staff watched with fascination, the Deanie made an examination, a blur of moving digits and prods and pokings of the mutely colored Myrrh, who was weakly hiccuping in an irregular pattern. "Anything I can do?" the medical officer asked without taking his eyes from the big Deanie. "Biggest one I've ever seen," he added in a low tone to Theon. "Me too," Theon agreed, grabbing for whatever lightening he could find in this crisis. Another blur of motion, and the Deanie medic extracted instruments from the pack it had brought, and then quickly shoved small objects in 2 orifices, which Myrrh obediently opened. The big Deanie sat back on its tail, crossing its forward appendages across its upper torso. Dip clicked softly and received an affirmative, and Theon was glad to hear a reassuring clack. He inhaled and leaned against the door jamb, abruptly feeling a letdown of recent exertions. "This one responds well," the Deanie said, pulling itself to its 2 feet. "What occurred to make Myrrh unwell?" Theon asked, echoing Dip's more quickly spoken query. "Not often, but sometimes shock of adjustment to new environs. Too dry and air impure. Cannot be predicted. This particular color prone to such reactions. Dip adjusted as required or would have reacted also. Medication will prevent recurrence. Speedy human reactions prevented tragedy. Gratitude from all. It is good human thin is ahead with fleet." "Will the Deanie be all right?" the medic asked. Weak with relief, Theon nodded. "Seems Myrrh had environmental adjustment shock." "Oh?" Theon wondered how he was going to avoid criticizing the ship's air and water. "Dehydration," he said hurriedly, "from coming so far in a capsule. It'll be fine once the medication takes effect. You can see how much better its color is already." "Ah, yes, it is. Would you thank the medic for us? Extend professional courtesies." "How is large one called?" Theon said, assuming the most courteous posture. "The human medical person wishes to give thanks." "Thanks have been provided by rapid care and obvious concern. This one called Subelpick." Subel bowed politely toward the ship's doctor, who quickly bobbed back. Theon took a deep breath and concentrated hard on pronouncing the Deanie's name as correctly as he could. A name that long only reinforced the importance of this Deanie personage. "He thanks you, Dr. Exeter," the medic supplied. "For rapid care and obvious concern," Theon said with a weak grin. "His name is Subelpick." Theon managed it creditably and saw Dip flick a digit in approval. "Exeter," the medic said, holding out his hand to the Deanie. When Subel took it without hesitation, Theon's relief was compounded. This Deanie had been among humans long enough to be comfortable with that convention. The fleet might not know how lucky it was to have such a personage as Deanie Medical Officer. "Exeter," the Deanie replied, after pumping the doctor's hand 3 times. Exeter laughed, and when his expression suggested that he wasn't sure if laughter would be understood, Theon reassured him. "Exeter, Merdini-type name," Subel said in reasonably understandable Basic. Those listening in, and sickbay seemed well populated at the moment, murmured in surprise. Theon, who had been holding himself tightly closed, opened up briefly to sample reactions. There was pleased surprise and relief, There was also some disbelief and incredulity about taking care of Dini beasts, and the term had derogatory undertones to Theon's sensitivities in a human facility. Theon glanced about, trying to see which of the many people in the corridors were anti-Dini, but without either using a broader empathy range or having a particular target, he could not isolate the antagonists in the group. His parents had obliquely warned him that not all humans wanted to be partnered with Merdini, that Theon might find unexpected bias against him because of his close association with the Dinis. He just hadn't expected to come face to face with it quite so abruptly. Then Subal touched his arm lightly. "With Merdini coming and going, it is well for Exeter to know necessary remedy," Subal said to Theon. Taking a writing implement from its belt, it swiftly sketched some letters on a pad, which it then handed to Exeter. "These are the remedies to be used if another Dini has similar symptoms, Dr. Exeter." The man was staring at the pad. "Why, these are chemical formulae." His jaw dropped. "There's been a lot of exchange on the scientific levels, Doctor, where it's easier to find means of expressing constants. Subal here has probably had some intensive sessions on medical practices," Theon said with just a little pride in his friends. "Well, I'm pleased to have this. Tell him?" Theon did so, and there was another exchange of warm bows and nods. Just then the remainder of the Dini medical team arrived with their equipment. "Mer will need special attention for 13 human hours," Subal told him. "Its system must be flushed of the pollutants and thoroughly cleansed, and antidotes administered regularly to prevent recurrence. Dip may remain for comfort. No more equipment will be needed. Exeter may watch, but no other humans are needed. This one must return to KLTL," which Theon recognized as the name of the Dini vessel, "if that can be arranged." "Immediately," Theon replied. "Without so much haste," Subal added, twitching its head in the manner Theon recognized as signalizing good humor. "With grace and decorum this time," Theon said, twitching his head in what he hoped wasn't a breach of etiquette with so prestigious a personage as Subal. "What's that all about?" Exeter asked, his eyes darting from one to another. Theon explained what treatment Mer would be getting, and that Subal preferred only the doctor of the human staff attend the patient. Then, because he felt it might do some listeners good, added Subal's request for a less dramatic return to the shuttle bay. Exeter chuckled, nodding his head. "Can't say as I blame him. You don't always pop in and out of places, do you, Prime?" "Only in great emergencies, I assure you," Theon said. "And I hope the captain is as good a sport about it as you've been." Exeter raised his eyebrows, his dark eyes twinkling. "Oh, our captain'll doubtless have a few choice words to say, but he'd be a lot less pleased if this had turned out fatal." His expression was fleetingly more dour than it had been during the worst of the emergency. "Don't worry, lad. You acted with the speed required to save a life. Can't fault that. Now, I am permitted to observe the treatment? That's the general idea. I'll get back in touch with you at—" and Theon checked the clock. "0300 when it will be completed, or before if you need me for something." Then he turned to the nursing Dinis. "This small one named Theon. Tell Exeter name, and we'll contact for questions, problems, needs." "Grateful. Comply," said the larger of the two nursing Dinis, without looking up from the apparatus it was setting up in Mer's bath tank. "Go! All proceeds well now," Dip added, fingering relief, approval, affection signs with its left appendage. "Go more slowly. Affirmative?" Theon laughed, resting his fingers briefly on the slope from Dip's head to body before he bowed again to Subal and gestured toward the corridor. The two medics bowed once more to each other. Dr. Exeter, can I have directions back to the shuttle bay?" Theon asked, as he realized he didn't know the pedestrian route. "Sally, you take 'em, will you?" A girl with short red hair stepped up and saluted. "This way, sirs," and with a smart about-face, she led them down the passageway, a trip that gave Theon far more time to worry about how to mend public relations than he needed. Chapter 5. Theon saw Subal courteously into the capsule when the Corpswoman delivered them to the shuttle bay. Good dreams, large Subelpick, Theon said in police farewell. Dreams will be gentle, was the astonishingly courteous rejoinder. Even during the brief exchange, Theon sensed, with no great extension of empathy, that the crew were waiting to see what this civilian, the tone in which that title was couched was scathingly critical, would do next. He wondered how his father would have handled such a situation, except that Afra would never get himself into such a situation. There was a lot, Theon reluctantly admitted, to be said for the Capellan method of doing things. At that, he didn't wish to admit, by contacting his parents for guidance, that he'd come a cropper within minutes of arriving on the Vadim. Fortunately, he could also recall some of his father's tales about episodes of Damia's more spontaneous behavior. Anyway, he could only take things as they came. The important aspect was that Mer would recover. Closing the lid on Subel's transport, Theon turned to the expectant crew with a rueful expression on his face. "Has anyone else ever broken as many naval regulations as I have in the past hour?" He kept his voice humorously self-deprecating, then went on with, "But I do want to thank you for your help and cooperation, because my friend would be dead without it." He felt a slight lessening of the tension. "There isn't an engineer crewman among you, is there?" "Why?" And a man in engineering green stepped forward on the upper-level railing. His manner was more curious than critical, and Theon knew he'd adopted the right tack. He grimaced. "Because if I could access the generator power from this level, I'd frankly rather not have to beard the captain on his own bridge right now if I don't have to. But the Dini's an important personage, and should be sent right back to its own ship." "Up here. You can access from the auxiliary station here," the lieutenant said. "Sir?" Relieved to hear that, "sir," Theon took the companionway steps 2 at a time, noting an odd expression on the ensign's face as he reached the top. "This panel?" he asked, and the lieutenant nodded, half closing his eyes as he did so. There was some quality about the man's faint grin that gave Theon pause. He was likely one of those who resented talent, on the general principle that they didn't have any. This was the auxiliary access to engineering, but beside it was the clearly marked comm unit. He might have breached protocol on his arrival, but he didn't intend to continue now the immediate emergency had passed. He depressed the open channel toggle. "Commander to Kelly," he said in as firm but respectful tone as he could muster, and felt a shaft of irritation.
Prime Theon, back again?
"Sir, permission to access the generators to return Medic Subelpick to its ship."
Spill what?
Theon repeated the consonants as glibly as if he hadn't any trouble manipulating his tongue through them. "The medic has diagnosed and provided treatment for the ill member of my group. It wishes to return."
That was quick. The generators are yours, Prime. Work away.
Theon caught the pulse of the engines, pressed against them, and lightly lifted Subel's capsule back to its own ship, laying it so gently down that he hoped Subel would not realize that it had been teleported. He'd had to use more power for the return, which annoyed him, but who else would know? "Thank you, Commander," he said.
Prime Lyon?"
Kelly began.
The captain wishes to see you in his ready room. And, Mr. Sedalia, please assign a guide to the Prime."
"Aye, sir." And the look the lieutenant then turned on Theon was so neutral it bordered suppressed hostility. "I really don't just port about places, Lieutenant." "Couldn't prove it by me, sir." And Theon caught just a hint of resentment before Sedalia grinned. "Green, escort Prime Lyon to the captain's ready room." Halfway there, Theon found the uninhibited thoughts of the seaman unbearably depressing. Not only did Green treasure the thought that this civilian, an epithet by tone, was going to get reamed by the captain, which he justly deserved in Green's opinion, but it was just as well that a weasel lover wasn't going to be long aboard the Vadim. Bad enough to have the critters in the squadron and have to share possible glory with them, but to have 'em on board all the time with their smell and that queer mid-head eye cocked at you all the time, why, it was enough to turn a man's stomach. Green sure wished that he could be the proverbial insect on the wall of the captain's ready room. 10 to 1, the guy'd get sent back in disgrace, and the ship'd just have to make do with what it had on board after all.
Some inconveniences were just not worth the fuel it took to correct them. This cloudhead was really in for it. Green wished now that he'd laid a stake on how long this prime would last on board the Vadim. Green wheeled smartly at the door to the captain's ready room and rapped twice. Disregarding talent protocol 2, in for a half credit, in for it all, Theon reached out to the captain, now sitting behind his desk, both hands flat on its surface, awaiting the interview. He might as well know how to frame his responses. Theon caught a brief echo of another mind before he was thwarted by the captain's natural shield, now firmly in place in anticipation of an interview with a prime talent. Withdrawing instantly, for fear the man might be aware of the attempt, Theon gave a convulsive shudder. Fortunately, Green was busy opening the door and didn't see it. There was that about the captain's posture that told Theon that Ascient was totally relaxed. Was he, too, looking forward to the dressing down he was going to give this civilian? "That's all, thank you, Green," the captain said, and nodded for the seaman to retire. "Return to duty." The man silently swore as he closed the door behind him. "Commander Exeter tells me your, companion will survive this, allergic reaction," the captain began, with what Theon decided was a cunningly bland tone. "He'll come down on me like a big daddy once he's softened me up," Theon thought, and tried to relax, matching the captain's urbane air. He could be no worse than grandmother in her tower mode. Could he? "They did the courtesy of sending a very senior medical officer, Captain Ascient," Theon said, moving forward to take the seat the captain indicated. "Well, it won't be right now if he's letting me sit." "So Exeter said, and left chemical formulae for future reference. Good idea, that. Fleet Command keeps sending us bursts of information, but it's not always what we need, or what we can profitably use. I dare say you'd be able to explain it." "My pleasure, I assure you," Theon said, steeling himself against the inevitable storm. "You'd have no objections to sharing explanations?" "Me? No, why would I, sir? The Deanies are open in their admiration of human achievements, and I think they've a few we could profit from." "Do you now?" Theon rebuked himself for being so cocksure, but nervousness, the knowledge that he'd already bungled his first moments aboard, made him babble so inanely. If only he knew whether the captain was pro or anti-talent, or Deanie. "Such as?" "Well, go for broke, thee boy," he told himself. "Such as their air purification systems." "Really?" And the captain's heavily marked eyebrows rose. Just then Theon felt something soft brush his hand. As unexpected as it was, the touch was so familiar that he automatically put his hand down to caress the animal that had somehow got in the captain's ready room. "Hello there," Theon said in another almost automatic response to the presence of a known and friendly entity. Then he blinked in utter astonishment. "You've got a bark cat!" he exclaimed in surprise and awe, his hand poised to complete a stroke. The cat raised her front paws off the ground, imperiously butting her head at his hand to continue the caress, which he hastily completed. She was a magnificently marked tricolor, with a white muzzle, white socks all round, and a tiny puff of white on the tip of her tail. She was also very pregnant and nearly overbalanced. He put a deft hand under her barrel to support her, and felt a rumbling purr vibrating through her gravid body. "What's her lineage, Captain? She's gorgeous." "I've only seen one other tricolor, and little Zsa isn't a patch on this one." "Princess Zsa of the Trebizond?" Ascient asked, watching as the cat continued to push herself against Theon's leg and hand. "That's the one. She never threw any tricolors that I heard about." "No, she hasn't, but not for want of the Treb screw trying," the captain said with a snort. "They even asked for the service of our Tom. They've got marmalades and even a tabby, but no tricolors, or females for that matter." "Who is your beauty?" "Whoops, easy there, missus," Theon said when the cat, despite her bulkiness, leaped into his lap and began circling to settle. "I've never seen Tab do that before," and the captain sounded slightly offended. That's all I needed, Theon thought, closing his eyes briefly, not only against the sudden kneading of Tab's claws in his leg, but also because no crew liked to see their bar-cat display affection to, or even interest in, newcomers. "I'm sorry about this, too, sir," Theon said, lifting his hands up and down, wanting to pet her because one was always polite to a bark cat, but not wanting to further offend the captain of her ship. "You do seem to have a way of relieving the tedium of a long voyage, Prime." And when Theon stared at him in surprise, he added, "Oh, pet her before she makes ribbons of your leg. She's insatiable for attention when she's gravid. Now, where were we?" "I think you were about to tell me off for my antics today." "I was?" The captain's eyebrows once again raised up in feigned surprise. "You know that for certain, Prime?" There was a delicate pause before that last word. "Sir, you must know that with a shield as tight as yours, I couldn't get a trace of your feelings about my unorthodox behavior, which," and Theon lifted a hand in apology, "is as good as admitting that I tried, I know, though ethics do inhibit me from reading past the public mind unless given explicit permission. But with so much at stake—" "Indeed there is, young lion," Ashiant said, leaning back in his chair as he watched the cat lower her head to her paws on Theon's lap. "Which is why I will ask you from now on to stick to normal procedures whenever possible. You acted with promptness, if in a most unusual manner, in a situation that could have had tragic results. I see, however, that your skills will be more extensive than I had been led to believe. I feel much better about communications already after your exercise of Dini today. First, I'll discuss with you the duties which Earth Prime felt you would be able to perform to ease the discomforts of this long voyage." He held up strong, thick fingers, ticking off the responsibilities one by one. "All interracial ship communications, which in all honesty have been damned sparse and misunderstood so far, all necessary transportation between ships in this squadron, receipt and dispatch of all capsules, drone, and personnel, instruction for all officers in basic Dini. Among us we've only enough to express stop, go, port, starboard, and attack imminent, yellow and red alert." His eyebrows did a roller coaster effect of disgusted dismay at such paucity. He waited significantly until Theon nodded hurriedly in acceptance. "I've a list," and he passed over a com-reader pencil file, "of all those on board who've tested talented. Not many, but I'm told that their abilities can augment yours in an emergency." Ashiant paused again, eyebrows raised at Theon. "I'll try to announce emergencies whenever possible, Captain," he said meekly. "Emergencies never announce themselves beforehand, Prime," Ashiant said, his sentence a long sigh of resignation. "However, you will discuss what might be demanded of them, preferably singly, as what you have in your hand is exceedingly top secret." And Theon quickly shoved the file into his breast pocket, pressing the closing tab tight. "We have, unfortunately, found that those with minor talent are disadvantaged by it, so, unless those on board have discovered each other by chance, they're unknown to each other. But it's nice to have a backup system." Theon thought his parents and grandparents would have strangled to be termed a backup system, but Ashiant was only repeating what was a common attitude among non-talented. "Introduce yourself so you can be tuned or primed or whatever for whatever code or method you use to do whatever it is you primes do." He made circles with one hand to indicate either indifference or ignorance. Then he leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Theon Lyon, I'm the only one on board who knows your chronological age. That white lock doesn't wash out, does it? No?" The captain nodded when Theon murmured that it was a genetic attribute. "But Jeff Raven assured me that you've had excellent training and sufficient solo operations to handle your various duties. After today's exhibition, I think you do too." Astounded, Theon stared back at the captain. "Now, what's this about air purification? We've been sucking this smog so long we don't smell it anymore, even if half the time we can almost chew it. Small wonder your Dini couldn't breathe." Still stroking Tab, Theon hitched himself more upright in the chair and began to explain about the Dini vegetation used to purify the air on their long voyage ships. Although human life support systems were more than adequate for the usual duration of voyages, even those not assisted by talent thrusts, this long cruise had obviously taxed the system. "Now I understand," Ashiant said, leaning back and swiveling idly in his chair. "The KLTL Dini offered me some plants after our last conference. Didn't realize how significant that offer was." "How would you know? You didn't by any chance dream about plants the next couple of nights?" Ashiant stared at him, his brows nearly meeting over the bridge of his fleshy nose. "I did. Thought it odd because I dreamed there were these big-leaved pots all over the ship, and everyone was smiling like loons." Theon grinned. "You did know that Dinis use dreams as communications?" "Yes, I'd heard that, but dreaming plants? Come on now, Prime, that's too exotic for this mother's son." "I also interpret Dini dreams, if you get any more, sir. Strictly top secret," Theon said, hoping he hadn't misjudged the captain's humor. He hadn't, for Ashiant roared with laughter. "Never thought I'd have a Dini dream. Not that sort of temperament." "Temperament has little to do with receipt of Dini dreams, sir. You learn to respect repetitions because that's what they want you to ask about." "Oh, do they so? The upshot of that interview was that Theon made a second contact with the KLTL, conversing this time with their life support systems officer and discovering that, yes, there were available Sigit plant shoots that could be spared and possibly more from their sister ship in the squadron, the KLTS. An improvement would not be immediately noticeable, depending on how long the overuse of the oxygen had been, but a gradual betterment would occur. Sigit plants grew rapidly and had to be constantly separated, which was all to the good for an air improvement system. If there were sufficient shoots, pots of them could also be put about in cabins or larger facilities and assist local improvements. Leaves and stalks of young plants were edible. "Some of their vegetables are quite tasty, Captain," Theon ventured, and then grinned at his expression. "I only eat enough greens to keep balance," Ashiant said, and then, after a pause, added, "But I think I'd be willing to try them. For goodwill, you know." "Ha! Glad you're aboard, Prime. You'll sort a lot of this sort of misunderstanding. And I think I'll do some discreet inquiring and find out if any officers or ratings have had odd dreams. I'll tell Exeter, you've met him, in case he's had incidents reported to him." Then he took Theon to the bridge to introduce him to those on duty. If the bridge crew had any private thoughts about the congenial attitude of their captain for their newest arrival, they kept so tight a lid on them that Theon couldn't sense a thing. Theon was invited to the captain's mess at 2000 and provided with an escort, until he learned his way about the ship, to return him to his cabin. Wearier than he had ever been, even after helping his parents push Big Daddy's, Theon was grateful to close the panel on his tiny cabin. Dad had warned him that it would be different working totally on his own. Theon had been dismissive then, but now, with no other talent as backup, it was different. Slumping down on the bunk, he had only to extend his hand to the terminal and contact sickbay.
"He's fine,"
the medic said.
"No, it's fine. Read somewhere that these creatures don't have any sex."
"They do, but they don't discuss that aspect of their biology. In Dini culture, it is always preferable to either gender designation, Doctor."
"Why?"
"Doctor, that requires a very long explanation." And a yawn surprised him.
"I'll catch you later,"
the medic said with a chuckle. Theon was almost asleep before his head hit the bolster. Dinner at the captain's mess was not an obvious ordeal. Drinks were offered as well as hot finger foods, which Theon decided were not the standard fare to judge by the pleasure of their reception. The captain cleared his throat, and the wardroom had his immediate attention. "In case you haven't guessed, the extras served tonight are thanks to the supply drones brought in by Prime Theon Lyon." And Theon tried to demur, as he'd been as much a passenger as the food. "Whatever, Prime," the captain went on. "We have it, and intend to enjoy it, and it came with you. As most of you already know," now Ashiant grinned as he glanced about, "the Prime has demonstrated some of his potential use to the fleet by what I hear," he cleared his throat, "are termed his antics today. Antics, if you will, but they saved the life of one of our allies and have given us the opportunity to forge stronger links with them. So, welcome aboard, Prime Theon Lyon."
He held his glass up, looking about to see that his toast was being recognized by everyone, and drank to Theon. Theon cleared his throat several times, bombarded by far too many reactions emanating from all sides of him. One outright black thrust of suspicion and distaste, several skeptical ones, but more were curious, with tinges of amusement and slightly malicious anticipation. To counteract the negative feelings, Theon began to project serenity and compassion.
"Considering the havoc I played today with Navy protocols, sir," he said, grinning sheepishly, "I can only say I'm infinitely relieved to be here and not in the brig, or sent back where I came from."
That reply generated a few honest laughs, but also a second shaft of malicious amusement at his self-deprecation.
"Cloudhead smarming the audience, is he?"
was the verbalized thought. On the pretext of lifting his own glass to toast his company, Theon looked around, trying to spot the source.
"Oh, could he have heard me?"
The thought was all too ephemeral, and there were too many people who could have thought it. Theon hadn't been quick enough to catch that second unexpected lapse. He let his glance slide quickly from Commander Kelly to the chunky, sallow-skinned woman beside him, a security officer by her shoulder tabs, Vander something, and around the immediate circle. The comm officer, Ekiwasik, a very gaunt man with soft brown eyes that made him the least likely suspect of the group. The exec, Jaskell Jermis, a few centimeters shorter than Theon, with a carefully controlled face that gave away nothing of his thoughts. Lieutenant Sedalia, the only one he already knew by name, exhibited polite attention, while the gunnery officer, an older man, Fardo Amin, with the squint that had become a programmer's trait, had been so abstracted that he was late lifting his glass, and more irritated by that lapse than shooting snide thoughts at the newcomer. The two juniors present, because it was their off-duty time, were laughably easy to read. They hadn't expected the chance to dine well tonight. Theon tipped his glass to his lips and drank. The malevolence was as startling in its absence as in its brief flare. As he was seated opposite the security officer, Lieutenant Commander Ailsa Vandermeer, he had a chance to put her to the most adroit mental probe he could summon, the kind he got away with using on his cousin Roddy. He could read no more than her public mind without breaching the most stringent injunction of his training, but if she was dissembling, she was doing an extremely skillful job of it. Her thoughts were clearly centered on enjoyment of the excellent meal. Such comments as she directed at him were about learning Merdini. He was astonished at how many were willing to learn Merdini, including Lieutenant Sedalia. In answer to a direct query from Commander Kelly, Theon, again sensing only genuine interest, agreed to produce Dini engineering terms and their phonetic equivalents for the engineering officer to study. Kelly already had plans of the Dini engines, but was unable to decipher some of the special terms for a full understanding of the intricacies of the Dini drive, a system that had some advantages over the type which the humans used. Kelly was hoping to draft some refinements, using the Dini method, that would improve the Vadim's drive. Sedalia was his design assistant. On a chase assignment like this, as on exploratory vessels, crew and officers were encouraged in off-duty studies and occupations, interspersed with emergency drills for any contingency the devious mind of their captain could envisage. As Theon later heard a chief petty officer proudly remark, "Captain Nascient can sure think up some dillies. Ain't caught us out yet, neither." The wine that was drunk that evening was not part of the supplies which arrived with Theon and his Dinis, but it was the last of the dry white the mess steward had, and he advised all to make the most of it. Theon liked wine, perhaps too well, for he seemed unwilling to refuse a refill of his glass, yet he didn't think he'd ever been what others might call drunk. This evening, probably due to the cumulative effects of the day's busyness, he did find himself a little light-headed. That's when he began to hear the snickering little taunts. As these came through in the form of mental commentary, he couldn't even identify the sex of the source. Whoever it was did not like talent of any degree, though Theon suspected the person was unaware that he or she possessed some. The person was sending on a telepathic level, which, to Theon, indicated a latent talent of some degree. The content of those little barbs was much like the sort his cousin Roddy would verbally throw out. At least with Roddy, you knew who you were fighting. The time, when myrrh would be released from its treatment, saved him from both too much wine and too much stress under the continued barrage of malicious jibes. He excused himself to the captain, thanking him again for the meal, and once again repeating his wish to be of service to the Vadim in any way he could. "Do you know your way to sick bay?" Commander Tikeli asked, as Theon had his hand on the wardroom door release. "I think so, sir," Theon said with a smile at the medics in intense conversation, and left. There'd been no over- or undertones to that remark, and yet Theon had lied. He'd had enough wine so that he didn't know if he should turn left or right, port or starboard. He'd better get accustomed to thinking all the time in nautical terms. He looked up and down the passageway, closed his eyes, and ported himself into the main corridor outside sick bay. At this hour, as he'd hoped, there was no one about, and he went in. Myrrh was out of its bath, color bright and pelt shining, pole-eye sparkling. On the other hand, Dip looked exhausted. "Thin has come for us," Myrrh said in its clipped staccato fashion, and a nurse looked around the curtains separating cubicles. "Oh, Prime, you're very punctual," she said, and then smiled broadly. "Myrrh is quite recovered, but I don't think Dip has stood the gaff as well. I offered— you do call them its, don't you?" And when Theon nodded, she went on. "But all it took was some enhanced broth. Dr. Exeter looked up what additives would be sustaining for a Dini. He was really frightfully pleased to meet such a distinguished Dini physician, too." Despite his fatigue and the blurring caused by the wine, Theon couldn't help but note that she regarded him with keen interest, tilting her head and smiling at him. She was pretty, he thought, and certainly gave off a reassuring aura. She'd be a comfort to the sick. "Thank you, Lieutenant." All Navy nurses were at least lieutenants, weren't they? "Greavy. Allison Ann Greavy," she said. "Most people call me Gravy, though," she added with a rueful grin. "Oh," was all Theon could think of to say at first. Then he added, "Most people call me Theon." "But you're a Prime," she said, surprised. "Primes are people, too, Gravy," he said, annoyed that he was stuttering. There was something wrong, and he didn't know what it was. His mind seemed gluey. "We may go now," Myrrh said at its firmest, and folded its digits about Theon's hand. "Come, Dip." Gravy looked down at them with the sweetest smile on her face. "They are the darlingest creatures. I'm so glad Myrrh recovered." He gulped. "Where are the two from the other ship?" She smiled again. She seemed to have quite a vocabulary of smiles. This one was slightly condescending, as if he should have known. "They're asleep. They were tireless in their care of Myrrh, and they speak very good basic. They will contact you when they have refreshed themselves, their words, and are ready to return." "Oh, good. Yes, that's fine." Theon was excessively relieved that he didn't have to port anyone any place tonight. Dip was swaying. Gravy, how do I get back to my cabin?" "Deck 8, cabin C80N?" "Very simple." And it was, when he took the directions from her mind and paid no attention to what she said, for she had a habit of using her right hand when she said port, and her left hand when she meant him to turn to starboard. That they got back to his cabin at all was due to Myrrh's attention. "Wine, Theon?" Myrrh asked once on their way. "Wine, Myrrh," Theon admitted. "No great quantity ingested. Fatigue assists effects." "Theon worked hard this day. Rest comes." "Dreams, too. Good dreams with Myrrh recovered." And Theon was overwhelmingly grateful that this was so, and hugged the silky body to his side. He helped the Dinis into their hammocks and then stretched out once more on his own bunk. And there were dreams, but not Dini-inspired. Gravy seemed to be flowing all over him, while something black hissed out of the walls of his cabin, which compressed and expanded with no warning. Over the next few weeks, Theon was so tightly scheduled that mental exhaustion made him sleep deeply and dreamlessly. Gradually, as he became accustomed to the new routines, He did enjoy dream time, with his Deanies and with the other new Deanie personalities he met, either physically, as he ported them to the Vadine, or took Captain Ashient and other officers to the KLTL and the KLTS, or by communications. These dreamers were different to any he had previously encountered, older and considerably more active, so their dreams were projected on many levels, some which he couldn't understand. Murr and Dip, as juvenile inexperience as himself, were unable to give him any help, as much because they were in awe of these contacts as anything else. His classes were surprisingly crowded. In the first morning slot, which held the most officers, was Malice, and Thean began to narrow down the possibilities. Tikeli was one, though that surprised Thean. Ailsa Vandermeer was the second. The weapons officer, Fardo Amin, a Terran ectomorph with black hair, a sallow skin, and high cheekbones, was the third, and the fourth was one of the surgeons, Lacey Maban, a round-faced man, pale-haired and eyed, with the smallest hands Thean had ever seen on an adult. Lieutenant Sedalia had initially been a strong contender for the honor, but he worked so hard at learning Deanie that Thean scratched him off the list. Innocently, Thean was hoping that this antagonist would lose the edge of his distaste for talents when Thean proved himself on this level, but the Malice hovered expectantly. But expecting what, Thean didn't know. Still, it kept him constantly on the alert, hoping to penetrate the identity or reduce the resentment. He had 3 hours of classes in the morning. Murr and Dip acted as his assistants, which speeded instruction considerably, for they could conduct pronunciation lessons with those struggling with crucial words and phrases, while he explained grammar and syntax and increased vocabulary, written and spoken. These were techniques which his sister had found useful teaching Deanies, and which he could adapt for human students. The adults of both species had trouble getting their tongues to accept such contortions. Only now could Thean appreciate the manner of his own learning from childhood onward. None of the humans would know how often Murr and Dip were convulsed in Deanie laughter, and sometimes he too found it difficult not to join in, Deanie laughter being infectious, for him at least. By 1200, he grabbed a quick lunch with Murr and Dip and performed any portation duties. Sometimes he was awakened by an urgent request to catch a supply drone for the Vadim, usually a medium-sized affair. He didn't mind such awakenings, for he had a chance to exchange greetings with the sender, often his grandfather or grandmother, and sometimes, when he caught for the Deanie ships, Laria. To her alone could he mention Malice. "Poor Thean, and on your first assignment, too," Laria had said with full sympathy. "And you can't identify him, her? It may just be sour grapes, you know, since the person is projecting. Sometimes talents are too nebulous to be directed or refined, and the person is naturally resentful. But aren't you meeting with the listed talents on the ship?" "Yes, but it's slow, what with all the other duties I seem to have acquired." Thean didn't exactly feel abused, but he also didn't seem to have time for anything but his duties, eating and sleeping. "Don't worry, Thee," his sister said encouragingly. "It does seem that way at first. You'll have more time once everything settles down, to mere boredom." "They've a bark cat, Lar, and she had kittens," he told her the morning after Queen Tabitha Manycoats produced 6, 3 of them tricolored females. The entire crew had rejoiced. "She likes me," he added rather smugly, adding glimpses of the several times Tab had sought his company. "Don't antagonize the crew over their cat, Thean," she warned him urgently, in a fashion that would have irritated him from his sister if he hadn't also seen her genuine concern. "They're not coonies, you know, who are notoriously fickle. Be careful not to let one of the kittens decide you're his or hers." Thean sent her a patronizing grin. "Yes, sis, I know." "Thean, about the other problem. Trap Malice into revealing himself. Remember the way you got Roddy into trouble?" Thean chuckled out loud. "Thanks, Lar. Surprised I didn't think of it myself." "It's not as if you haven't had a lot to think about, Thee. Love ya." She sent a mental hug that was almost as palpable as a physical one. Trap my Malice, huh? He thought, still reclining in the couch and becoming aware of the normal bridge activity around him. The way I did Roddy. He'd have to go about it cleverly.
His antagonist was an adult, not a petulant boy. And Laria might be right about a sour talent. None of his suspects were on the list Captain Ashiant had handed him. So far, none of those he had interviewed privately, and that had taken time and effort, were more than minimally talented. He'd 3 12s, the lowest weight, 2 10s, and a 9. He was saving Alison Ann Greevy, whose appearance on the list wasn't that big a surprise since she was a T5 empath, until the last, as he'd already had enough contact with her to access her mind in an emergency. The 10s and the 9 were mechanically inclined, which could be helpful personalities in special emergencies, and one was a chief petty officer. The 3 12s, ratings all, would be make-weights, none of them having any other special aptitudes. The captain's name was not on the list either, although Ashiant's ability to shield his thoughts indicated some latent gift, maybe just a shield. Some people had that and no other aptitude. He was also assembling a thesaurus of specifically technical terms, using the Rondomansky technique. Over his lifetime, since the Deanies approached his mother and father on Deneb, drafters and scientists had been correlating technical data, drawings, equations, theories for translation. Deanie and Terran science had been exchanged on all levels in every aspect of space travel and exploration, the Deanies and Terrans alike using conflicting terms to describe the apparatus used in the same manner or the same end. One had to be careful not to confuse terminology. Having been raised on a mining planet, Theon was already familiar with technological terms and the technological mentalities, but he also needed specific naval applications and asked Commander Tekeli to suggest personnel to assist him.
"I'd best do the engineering,"
Tekeli told him gruffly, and he went on to recommend officers in the other disciplines.
"Sedalia can help, too."
Theon was both surprised and pleased by such cooperation. This could be a chance to probe 2 suspects. Both engineers were so enthusiastic and involved in the task that he found it hard to consider either of them as his private malevolence. That personality was much too negative about so many aspects that were raised in the language lessons. Malevolence was negative in all comment so far. Then, just as he was beginning to be easy with the established routine, several incidents occurred. The first happened in sick bay, or rather the aftermath of it came to his notice in sick bay. Although the air on the Vadim was slowly improving, Mur occasionally had bouts with dehydration hiccups, which were eased by immersion. On instructions from Subal, Commander Exeter had kept the treatment water from the first bath and, when needed, Theon took Mur down to sickbay for another session. They arrived at the facility to find shore police on guard, looking exceedingly stern. Sickbay itself was packed with personnel. The bruisings, black eyes, broken noses, split lips and skulls, and several men nursing damaged hands, arms, and fingers left no doubt in Theon's mind that there had been a major brawl. In his surprise, he let down his shields and was bombarded by active hatred and such negative emanations that he was nearly ill. But he couldn't ignore Mur's condition. Chopping off all natural empathy, he worked his way toward Gravy, who was cleaning the blood from a burly gunner's face. Her public mind was vivid with disgust for the stupidity which led grown men to beat each other into pulps for the sheer exercise of brute force, and an earnest wish that head wounds didn't bleed so profusely. Theon put a finger on the artery that was producing the flood, so he could find out from her where Mur's water cask was stored. "Theon, you don't know anything about first aid, do you?" she asked, giving him a distraught smile, her expression anxious. "Enough to help out, I think," he said, "but only after I've got Mur in the bath again." She rolled her very expressive pale green eyes. "We've no place to put him. Not with all these here. And honest, Theon," she said in agitation, "you don't want your friend anywhere near these clods." "No, I don't." Just to be sure his friends might not be part of whatever argument occasioned the brawl, he shot a quick look behind her public mind. She had such a genuine caring personality that it was not an intrusion. To his relief, the melee had started over some perfectly innocuous statement which was taken up wrong by men too long in each other's company with no relief. "We can just manage the bath in my cabin, I think. Show me where it is," he added, dropping his lips close to her ear. She blinked, squidged her eyes shut in an effort to concentrate on its position in the storeroom,
and he chuckled. "Gotcha, and thanks," he said, moving away. Foremost in Gravy's mind was the wish for an extra pair of hands right now to stop bleeding, check for skull depressions, or other less obvious and internal results of the fierce, if short, confrontation. Theon knew that he could be of some assistance, even if no one would ever be aware of it, which was probably the best way to handle his intervention. First, Mur had to be taken care of, so he grabbed the cask and the bath and shoved them up to his cabin. He collected Mur and Dip, who had waited in the corridor with the statuesque SPs, and urged them on to the next empty passage. "I must help medics, Dip. Bath and tank are now in cabin. Can Dip manage necessary arrangements for Mur?" "Having observed them, it is easily done. I send you there. Mur needs bath. Dip manages. Then needed more here to blot human faces, stitch human wounds, set human arms." And Dip made shooing gestures with its upper extremities. Dini humor was usually unexpected, and Theon grinned appreciatively. Then, very carefully, he ported his friends to the now tight confines of his cabin, where Mur could bathe in peace. Next, he let himself in an empty cabin adjacent to sick bay and started to scan the waiting patients, keeping a light contact with Gravy. His great-grandmother, for whom he was named, had made certain all her descendants understood basic initial medical treatment and its mental signs. Theon had never thought he'd be putting that training to use on such a wholesale basis. When he sensed internal bleeding in one young rating, he directed Gravy away from the next man in line to him, suggesting to Gravy that the boy's color was wrong. He pressed on any number of arteries to curtail bleeding and eased as much pain as he could. He also heard many grievances of men and women, cooped for an unconscionable time in each other's company, with no respites for months and none in sight. Unless the bleeding planet of the bleeding Hive was found, and even action would be preferable to sitting in this bucket, plowing who knows how many years away from a decent port. When he heard the legitimate occupant of the room returning, he ported back to his cabin. Mur had just finished the bath, and Dip was drying its pelt. The cabin had a medicinal smell to it, not all too unpleasant. Tired as he was, Theon decanted the bath into the cask and replaced both in the storeroom. The next day, the second incident occurred when he received a request from Subelpic for him to dispatch a personnel carrier from the KLTL with young Dinis to be returned to the home world. They were the result of that latest hibernation of Dinis on board. That in itself surprised Theon. He knew from a remark of Gravy's that strict contraception was practiced by the mixed crews of the human ships. But Dinis were not human, and their procreative drives did not respond to any contraception that he'd ever heard of. He wondered why it hadn't occurred to anyone that there would inevitably be young on board long-haul Dini vessels. How they had solved the problem before, he didn't ask. It wasn't his business. Not only did the portation of 16 young Dinis give him a chance to have a few words with Laria, but it also gave him a very good idea. "Do you get many nursery shipments, Laria?" he asked in the process of dispatching the carrier. "More than you'd guess, considering how long the various elements of the search have been going on." He could see the grin she must be wearing. "You'd think they had nothing else to do on board." "Laria!" He was surprised by the overtones. "They have a far more acute problem than humans do, although that was hard to believe. Humans have another problem the Dinis don't have, short fuses." "What? Oh, a bad brawl? On shipboard? Isn't that dangerous?" "There were 25 in sick bay, and not all with just black eyes and bruises." "Ready when you are, Theon," Laria said in her professional tone, and he pressed in on the KLTL's engines to port her the precious young Dinis. "Apart from protesting the journey, they're safely here and such a to-do from the nursery." Laria's tone was amused. "Inform Subelpic that all have safely arrived and will be settled with appropriate fosters of the same color." "This is well done. Human help was never more needed. These will not be wasted," Subelpic said, bowing with more than formal courtesy to Theon. As Theon returned to the Vadim, he suddenly realized what happened to Dinis born on long journeys and was almost overcome with a wave of painful regret.
Small wonder human help in transporting their young back to the homeworld was so well received. That was what gave him the idea. It wasn't only young lives that could be lost on a long voyage, no matter how well-conditioned men and women might be to such confinement. He asked for and received an immediate appointment with Captain Ashient. "Sir, I was down in sick bay yesterday." The captain regarded him with a blank expression. "Sir, why do I have to send empty drones back to the supplying planets?" Ashient cocked his head slightly, and without even trying to, Theon could hear him mentally repeating his question. A smile began to bloom on the captain's face, and he regarded Theon with overt approval. "I don't know why drones have to be sent back empty to the supplying planets, Prime Theon, but if you don't mind the extra mass, I think we can equip them with temporary oxygen and obtain temporary relief from a problem that is becoming more and more urgent. This cruise has already set records in modern naval annals." The captain rose from his desk and extended his hand to Theon, who managed to dampen his own thoughts sufficiently in order to complete the handshaking. The captain was a deep, rich brown, clever, astringent. "I beg your pardon, Prime," he added, suddenly realizing that he had been extremely personal with the talent. "My pleasure, sir," Theon replied, bowing slightly from the waist. The captain was very definitely his friend. "I'll make up a shore leave list immediately. The very fact that shore leave is possible is going to have an excellent effect on morale. How many can a drone take?" "Comfortably and safely, 10. "How many uncomfortably?" Ashient grinned. 12 to 14, depending on size. "Give me weights." "Mass and volume, sir," Theon said, and made rapid mental calculations, which he jotted down on the captain's desk pad. Ashient watched, washing his hands together with great satisfaction. "Yes, this'll make all the difference." Then he let out a gusty sigh. "Of course we'll have to let our sister ships avail of the courtesy, too. This'll cut down on the numbers the Vadim can send. Nevertheless," and he grinned at Theon, "I appreciate it, young lion. With 2 and 3 drones coming in every 7 days." And his grin broadened without the need for words. "Wonder why I never thought of it before." "I should have if you didn't, sir," Theon said, more than a little ashamed he hadn't. "Yes, well, I'll scarcely fault you on that, Theon." Why Theon should feel as if the captain had paid him a great honor by using his first name he didn't know, but somehow that was the feeling he left with. "Thin has done something specially good?" Mur asked. "Thin has finally thought of something he should have thought of 3 months ago," Theon replied, and explained circumstance and idea. His Dini friends were oddly silent when he finished, and he wondered. "Then go home soon?" Dip asked in such a curious tone that Theon knew something was wrong. "Trouble, friends?" And he put his arms about them, drawing them closer, radiating comfort. Mur and Dip exchanged such rapid sentences that even he, well accustomed to such a pace, missed half the words, as he suspected they intended. "What is the trouble? Thin demands knowledge." Together Dip and Mur sighed and leaned into him. "Must go soon." "Why must Thin go soon?" "Mur and Dip must go soon, so Thin must go soon too." The coin dropped, and Theon hugged his friends. "It is necessary for Mur and Dip to hibernate. Is that not it?" When their pliant bodies gave assent, he hugged them firmly again. "Mur and Dip must go when this is necessary." "But Thin will be alone among strangers, and this has not been good." "On the contrary, Dip, this has been very good for Thin. Mur and Dip must go to return refreshed. Time will go fast for you, and fast enough for Thin. Thin had no problems when this was necessary on Oragai. No difference now on ship. If matters were properly adjusted, KLTL could have been used, but it is over, and the KLTS will be too late." "How soon must Mur and Dip leave?" "Within month." "Sooner if required?"
Theon could sense a reluctance in them to leave him, which was gratifying, but he was also well aware of how much they would suffer by prolonging the essential hibernation. Mer and Dip return to Origai within week. Homeworld will do as well. There was something about Dip's manner that made Theon laugh. "You are irrepressible," he said, crowing at Dip's cunning. The pair could have been accommodated at the Origaian installation, but there was a certain cachet to going through the process on the homeworld which the two had not yet enjoyed. Even the Merdini understood the subtleties of status. And Mer and Dip would forfeit the company of friends and relatives at this time to be alone on their homeworld? Then would be alone here. It is only fair that Mer and Dip be deprived in some way at the same time. Theon rocked with laughter, falling backward on his bunk and cracking his head on the wall. As if they had caused his bump, the Dinis were all over him with tender digits and soothing caresses. "Thin will miss his friends. Thin always does," he told them when they quieted, and he could hold them against him. The next day, when he appeared for his morning classes, there was an excited buzz in the air and many smiles for him, except, of course, from Malice. Theon could feel dark brooding discontent from that source, as if Malice resented him doing this service to his shipmates, or perhaps had small hope of being one of those on a shore leave roster. What amused him was the fact that there had been no official announcement of shore leave by means of talent-assisted personnel capsule. In fact, Captain Ashian's bulletin was anticlimactic. Everyone on all 4 human ships knew about it. 3 days later, Theon sent the first 3 drones back, 2 to Earth as requested by the personnel, and 1 to Betelgeuse. "You've made more work for yourself," the Rowan told her grandson as she caught the first of the 3, but he sensed that she approved. "There's been a significant improvement in morale," he said diffidently. "That is very important on a search mission such as this. Your grandfather says you ought to have warned Fleet, so Earth could be warned." "That's not my responsibility," he began, and then realized that he was being teased. "Think of the money they'll be spending." Chapter 6. 10 days after the first shore leaves were ported, the long-range sensors discovered an object moving at a very slow speed in the general direction of the squadron, a very large object to have been picked up at such a distance. Too far as yet to be identified, its presence livened all discussions on the Vadim and the other ships of the squadron. Theon ported all captains aboard the flagship and attended the meeting as recording interpreter. He was proud of his students. Even after only 4 months' intensive study, they were able to discuss much in Dini, a fact which certainly pleased the Dini captains. Nothing could be done until identification was made, of course, but several courses of action were discussed. The Dini reluctantly allowed the possibility that the object might be a wandering planet, blown out of its native solar system by a nova. Several had been noted in this quadrant. Such phenomena had been noted by both human and Dini in the course of space explorations, the planets or asteroid fragments sterile and lifeless, but occasionally worth prospecting. Theon knew by their language that the Dini captains were convinced beyond doubt that this was more likely another Hive ship. It was traveling from the general spatial direction of the ion trail they had been following, hoping it would lead them at last to the Hive home system. The ion trail had been getting weaker as its traces dissipated during the months of the search, but was still discernible on the highly sensitive equipment the Dinis had developed. Space being the immensity it was, even a general direction for search was a plus. The Dinis wanted to go on yellow alert and to implement intensive drill in the strategy of penetrating and destroying a Hive ship. As these tactics were of a suicidal nature, the humans understandably temporized, suggesting careful surveillance and reconnaissance, and to make the most effective use of the new weaponry with which the squadron was equipped. Untried against a Hive ship, to be sure, but theoretically more sophisticated than known Hive ordnance, delivering a paralytic shock of purportedly lethal proportions. Even glancing touches could inhibit movement for hours. This was where the Dinis and humans diverged in their mutual war against the Hive world. Technically speaking, The squadron's orders were to seek and identify the Hive world and return for further orders. A single fast scout might have accomplished the same mission, but a single fast scout could neither carry the armament needed in case it encountered Hive ships, which was a distinct possibility given the unusual Hive activity that had created this emergency, nor the supplies to last an indefinite search period. So, a squadron was committed to the task, with orders that one ship must survive to report. In the Dini view, coming across a Hive vessel meant it must be destroyed. It could not be permitted to exist, no matter what cost the destruction. It could be heading for their homeworld, and must not be allowed to proceed once intercepted. Where Dini soldiery was quite willing to die to achieve that end, humans, not having had wars in several centuries, were not disposed to commit themselves to such fervent dedication. To be sure, naval units met with disasters of all kinds, causing the death of many or all those aboard the stricken vessel. But no human warships sought deliberate attack, nor considered it the logical conclusion of sighting an alien vessel. Cowardice had nothing to do with this. Common sense did. He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day might be a human sentiment, but it was, unfortunately, an intolerable concept to the Dinis. As translator, and someone more familiar with the nuances of Dini speech than any of the others at the conference, Theon was doing his best to tone down what was couched in challenging language from the Dini, while injecting vehemence in the almost diffident human responses. To the Dini warrior ethos, this was put up or shut up time, while the humans seemed more interested in discussing alternatives that did not, in Dini terms, exist. The oncoming object must be a Hive ship. It must be destroyed. When Asciant, for one, realized that destruction was the preferred Dini tactic, he cast a meaningful glance at Theon. Theon gave his head a quick shake, wishing the captain hadn't such a tight natural shield, so he could immediately explain that there was no way he, with 12 minor talents, even augmented by the generators of 6 big warships, could do what, 2.5 decades ago, had required 100 talents in the Danubian penetration. The human captains vigorously insisted on discussing alternative identities for the wayfarer, the favored one, which the Dinis repudiated as soon as it was mentioned, being the possibility of meeting yet another sentient species in space. Theon privately agreed with the Dinis on that score. Dinis had explored enough over the centuries of their space travel capability to be cynical about that prospect, especially in view of the fact that they had already found humans. Politely, Captains Spictum and Plur listened to the humans, but Theon could see that they were convinced this was Hive, and it couldn't be anything else. In the fact of that unalterable opinion, Asciant and the other human captains wisely initiated intensive drill procedures, but an actual discharge of the new weapons system, of course, was out of the question. The surprise of such new weapons might even have an effect on the implacable Hivers. The Hive was also known to have acutely sensitive scanning devices, as some unfortunate Dini scouts had discovered. Biologists had suggested that the Hive members probably had more acute hearing than vision. What few fragments of Hive ships were left after a Dini suicide penetration gave little evidence of internal lighting systems. Fortunately, none of the humans even mentioned evasion tactics, though it was no secret to Theon that each human captain was reviewing how to preserve ship and crew, even if the Dinis were quite willing to spend lives and ships to destroy a Hiver. Privately, Theon wondered how many escape pods he could fling to safety with or without the impetus of generators in the event the Vadim was badly struck. There was also the ethical and moral problem of whether he should also contrive to save himself, the Prime, if it was at the expense of fellow shipmates. He decided that avenue of thought was depressing and self-defeating. This squadron had 6 of the newest, best-equipped, and best-armored vessels of their respective navies, and powerful new weapons. Contemplation of defeat and or suicide was self-destructive. Even thoughts of evasion could be defeatist. He started emanating stern resolve and optimism. Somewhat to his astonishment, his efforts began to produce results in the discussions, as humans and Dinis both began to talk themselves into more positive thinking.
Hive ships follow traditional pattern no matter what size and never deviate, Captain Spictum said, slipping a pencil file into the ready room reader and bringing up the enhanced image on the main screen. Weakness remains weakness, strength, strength, with the queens always in the most protected spot. Eggs next and expendable worker drones auxiliaries in outer shell. The spherical shape of the hive had been opened in one arc to show the levels. Much was extrapolation since hive ships had to be blown apart to be stopped, fragmenting both attacker and attacked. The Deenies had gathered their information, painfully, over the centuries. Scouts are always in exterior bays. Weapon systems controlled from Queen's levels by special drones. Belief is held that there are special reinforcements to permit queens and most valuable eggs to survive, even the total destruction of the ship. Deenie attack groups have learned to reserve at least one ship to chase and destroy these special interior containers, which have on occasion contained smaller units like human escape pods. Merdini ships had no comparable unit. The survival of at least one queen, one attendant drone, means the hive survives. Such survival units have achieved escape velocities that, until recently, exceeded the best speed of chase vessels. Queens and eggs survive in conditions fatal to Merdini and human. Then the Deenie captain activated an animated reconstruction of the phases of attack and dissolution of a hive ship. As often as Theon had seen this vid, it never failed to give him nightmares. The average hive ship had between 12 to 30 queens. Teardrop-shaped vessels spurted from the exploding wreckage of the demonstration hive ship. They traveled at incredible speeds, disappearing so rapidly in all directions from sensor range that a fix could not be taken, making pursuit difficult, especially if only one Deenie ship remained operational at the conclusion of the battle. For just this hive maneuver, every ship in the squadron had been provided with 8 high-speed pursuit craft cradled in the shuttle bays. Optimism spread, and defeatism dissolved as the humans began to psych themselves up for their encounter with this implacable enemy and destroyer. The fatalism which always motivated a Deenie soldier began to seep into their human allies, as Spictum pointed out primary targets for the initial assault. Then the human captains began to embrace the actual, not the theoretical aspects of the possibility of their first space battle in generations. Finally, Theon was asked to inform both homeworlds of the discovery of an as yet unidentified object. Theon decided he'd tell Jeff Raven, as Earth Prime, first. "Shouldn't we wait to find out if the thing's really dangerous?" Jeff asked.
"I'm following orders, sir."
"As indeed you should, even with news as momentous as this," Jeff replied equably. "It does add a little spice to an otherwise dull day. I'm passing the word to the High Council, so you can expect to be on call now for messages. Are you a hard sleeper?"
"No, sir."
"Well, get what you can when you can. That's the downside of this job. Ah, yes. High Council is calling an emergency session. Have you apprised the Merdinis yet? Do so immediately. It is only proper you would inform your own species first."
Which Theon pathed Laria. She erupted with what he felt was unprofessional excitement, more nearly exultation of a bloodthirsty variety.
"I'm not bloodlusting," Laria replied with some indignation. "I'm practicing Deenie hurrahs. They've waited so long for a breakthrough like this." "We don't know if it is a breakthrough, sis." "Go find out, like Mother did. The suspense would kill me."
"Mother didn't know what was out there then, or I'll bet she wouldn't have gone."
"But how long before we know?"
Laria demanded, her mind sparkling with excitement. She was positively bloodthirsty, Theon thought.
"Even at the speeds we're traveling, it'll take several days to close the distance between us." "What about probes?"
"We're not even close enough for a probe, even those new hypersensitive ones." But Laria had planted the notion in his head of a portational reconnaissance, and he couldn't shake it out. It might redress the impression the Deenies had that humans were unnecessarily cautious. Even among his own kind, he'd accrue considerable prestige from such a daring action. And, speaking of suspense,
Establishing a definite ID would improve morale considerably. Waiting was always the worst part of any ordeal. Also, if Theon could prove himself, he might even get rid of Malice. Most of that person's dislike centered around him being a civilian on a naval mission, a weasel lover on a human-crewed ship, a snot-nosed kid who'd been pampered all his life because of a lucky genetic break. When they got somewhat closer, for even his mother had not risked going too far from her power base, he might just mention it to Captain Ashiant. Theon knew his strengths, but he also knew his own limitations. Lucky he knew himself to be, but not snot-nosed. Busy as he became, hauling in more supplies, retrieving crewmates from their home planets, for all shore leave was canceled, Theon also quickly found a way to answer the pressing need of his Deenies. Hibernation was not considered a dereliction of duty, for usually only immature or post-mature Deenies went on long-distance duty. As it happened, several Deenie observers from the High Council on Clarv required transport to the KLTL and KLTS, so Theon arranged that Mur and Dip would have space on the return trip. Mur and Dip had the dubious pleasure of accompanying 4 of the largest Deenies Theon had ever seen. He missed his lifelong friends almost as soon as he lost their touch, as Laria took control of their capsule at the changeover point. This was not like their yearly retreat on Iota Origai. They weren't a matter of kilometers away, a hillside he could see from his bedroom window. Their companionship had also afforded him relief from his anomalous position on the Vadim. He missed them more as his workload increased and tensions rose, in him and throughout the ship and squadron. 2 days after the sighting, he had an unusual interview with Captain Ashiant. "You've handled yourself extremely well, young lion," Ashiant began, steepling his fingers and staring so hard at him that Theon began to worry about what the man was leading up to. "I gather that our Deenie allies find our attitudes towards a possible engagement at odds with theirs. They've fought the Hivers for centuries, with considerably more direct experience than humans have had. They also consider there's only one way to promulgate this war. They've only found one that's successful in destroying the enemy. Any other outcome is unacceptable, considering what this enemy does unchecked. Well, at the risk of appearing cowardly, humans have usually," and Ashiant stressed the adverb, "found that retreat can often result in significant victory." "Humans have only been up against a Hive ship once," Theon was obliged to remind him. "The scout ships don't apparently count." "That's not what I wish to discuss with you. If we come up against a viable Hive ship this time, young lion, you will act upon these special orders should the special circumstances arise." And Ashiant handed over a transparent pencil file. "You have an eidetic memory. This destructs after one reading and leaves no trace in your terminal." Carefully, Theon inserted the file in his breast pocket. "You will memorize the contents, and then forget them until you are required to implement the orders." Ashiant rose to pace the long side of his ready room. "I intend to commit the Vadim as thoroughly as our Merdini allies will commit their ships. In the event the Vadim is committed past the point of return, and orders are given to abandon ship—" Theon held his breath, fear trickling down his arms and legs at such a contingency. "You will ensure that the 9 people on that pencil file are ported to safety, and that you," Ashiant swung about to point his forefinger at Theon, "leave with them. Are you clear on that point?" "Yes, sir." "How many of the talents on board have you contacted?" "Only 6 so far." "Well, do what is necessary so that, in the event the generators can't assist you, you can effect the removal of the persons in your orders. They do not have the option of remaining. Are you clear on that?" "Yes, sir." "Are 9 too many for you to cope with?" "No, sir." "We'll be holding pod drills frequently over the next few days, so you're to familiarize yourself with the equipment and those in your pod. Each lifeboat has an engine as well as the initial breakaway thruster. I'm not certain how much power that will give you, which is why you must use the other talents as boosters. If the order to abandon ship is given, you are first," and again the index finger jabbed in his direction, "to get in your own escape pod. Then make sure that the others get in too. If the worst possible circumstances ensue, and you are the only survivor, you leave. You cannot be jeopardized."
"Because I'm a civilian?" Theon asked, indignant with hurt pride, even as he recognized that as an immature reaction.
"No sirree, sir, because you're a prime, and because you'll have had access to most of the information other captains and experts would need to combat the next Hive ship we encounter."
Ascient waited a full beat, and then added with a rueful smile,
"You're much more valuable alive, young lion. Before that blip appeared on our screens, this was not a dangerous assignment. It is now, and you were not to be endangered. Do I make myself clear?"
"Crystal clear, sir."
"Good lad."
And the captain gave Theon an approving thump on his shoulder. That comradely gesture reduced the resentment he'd been feeling.
"Now, implement your orders, Mr. Lyon."
The orders were signed by the High Council Coordinator, and, although several of the names surprised Theon, he had them memorized long before the pencil file disintegrated. As he made necessary but discreet contact with the other talents, he also began to meet some odd resistance and reactions from crew members, men and women who had been at least polite to him. He found the answer to that hostility from Gravy. They'd met from time to time in the officers' mess and in the corridors, but he hadn't been able to find a time when they were both off shift and he could outline what might be expected of her as a talent. But it had become necessary for him to seek her out, and he found her alone in the gym, working out on the rowing apparatus. "I'm glad to see you too, Theon," she said, mopping her brow and resting her arms on the oars. "I've heard some space flaw that I don't really want to report to the captain." She cocked her head at him, and he sensed her hesitation. "You know I've got a little talent?" "Yes," he said, sliding into the apparatus next to her. "In fact, I'm glad I've a chance to talk to you because I'm supposed to touch bases with all talents on the ship." In case of emergency, yes, I sort of figured you'd get around to me on that score," she said equably. "I'm not sure what good I'll be. I'm only an empath." Theon grinned at her. "Don't knock it, Gravy. Only an empath is much more helpful than only a receiving or sending path. But what good would I be? It's like this, Gravy," and he found himself more easy with her than with anyone else on the Vadim, the very reason why her empathy was so valuable, especially as a nurse. "Should an emergency arise when I'd have to tap into all the talent on board, your empathic strength is added to the pool. You're down as a T5, which is the highest, bar me, on the Vadim. You'd be more help than you might realize. Now, what's this space flot?" She frowned. "It's talk, but it's nothing good." Theon wondered if malice was showing his hand. "Don't worry about my feelings, Gravy." She gave him a very direct look. "You may think you're fooling others, and you are actually, since you're so good at what you do. But I happen to know you're not as old, despite that sexy silver streak of yours, as you'd want others to think you are, especially when you're teaching." And she grinned at him to take the sting from her message. "You sound exactly like our professional ethics prof, so stuffy and precise. Of course, speaking Dini makes you be precise, or you garble everything." "Gravy, you're hedging," he said, not prying, but recognizing a delaying tactic. "Partly because I think the rumor's so stupid," she said with some heat, and then rushed on to say, "But there's some think you're a glory grabber." "What?" Theon laughed in surprise, more relieved than he could ever let Gravy realize. He couldn't imagine how anyone could have overheard his interview with the captain, or known of the special preservation list, but if that was what Gravy had heard, such orders were already compromised. "They seem to think that you'll reach out with your talent and somehow do what the fleet ought to be doing." Theon laughed more heartily then. "Gravy, that's not very likely, not to mention impossible. But you talents did that at Deneb, twice." "Talents plural, Gravy. In fact, every talent available down to kids of 10 and 12, not singular me, with a dozen minor talents to assist. There's no way I could or would grab any glory. Sides which, I do know my limitations. Heroism is not indicated." She gave a sniff. "Heroes happen. Generally," and now she grinned rakishly at him, when it's not indicated. Then her expression altered to earnestness. However wrong the thinking is, it's there and it's not good. Folks are odd. I mean, here you got a lot of 'em home for shore leave, even if it got canceled, and you'd think they'd be at least grateful. But no, they're out to find something negative, Theon suggested, knowing exactly what people could find to disparage about the talented. That'll do, she said. Then, in a rush of empathy, she put her hand on his arm. You're a nice guy, Theon, and I'll do what I can to offset the flot. Do you want me to report it to Ashiant? Only if you have something specific that has an adverse effect on morale as a whole, he managed to say, more distracted by the warm hand on his arm and her very feminine presence, the delicate floral taste of her, than he thought possible. She caught his response, though, because he was lax in reining in his thoughts, because he hadn't felt the need to shield in Gravy's company, and because he was missing the company of Myrrh and Dip. Sometimes it's better to squash a rumor as flat as possible, especially right now when we might be heading into action, she said, keeping her hand on his arm so that he couldn't help but read her, which, he also realized, was exactly her intention. Her very expressive eyes confirmed it. I thought, he began in a sort of daze, that's when rumors would multiply, a sort of combat readiness reaction. She said, leaning into him, clearly no longer interested in the previous subject of conversation. Do you know where I got my nickname? She asked. Theon rather thought he did, but he hedged in a sudden fit of shyness. He had had that dream involving her, and he'd dreamed long enough with Deanies to know that there were true ones. Can we get to your cabin without being seen? She asked him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He was suddenly deluged by intense sensuality which he was unable and unwilling to deflect. Her smile challenged him to seize the moment. Yes, ma'am. And grasping her in his arms, he ported them neatly onto the floor space beside his bunk. But he had slightly misjudged their mass, and, off balance, they tilted onto his bunk. That took care of his residual reserve. Theon had never truly appreciated the company of an empath such as Allison Ann Greevy, and he didn't care where she acquired her nickname. He hadn't had so much experience that he was confident of his ability to perform, but Gravy made all easy, natural, and rather special. How long are your friends away? She asked at one point. 2 months. He suppressed a speculative spurt as to where he'd be in 2 months' time. What did they have to go for? She asked, and he realized that she honestly didn't know. I mean, all crew have been recalled, haven't they? Deanies in need of hibernation would be no good in an attack. No blame is attached to their absence, at least from Deanies. I'd heard about this hibernation business. What exactly happens? Theon chuckled, stroking her fine blonde hair. It was softer and silkier than a Deanie pelt. Something like this. You don't know? She was surprised. There are some things species should do for themselves, to themselves, in absolute privacy. I couldn't agree more, she sighed with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she pulled his head down to her again. The intercom buzz roused them, and for a split second, Theon was disoriented by the feel of the body against his.
Mr. Lyon?
Was the query. Here, Theon said quickly.
Captain's compliments, and can you come to the ready room?
Was the voice message. Whoops, Gravy murmured into her hand, instantly awake and rather charmingly rumpled by sleep, her fair hair standing out in wisps from her head, while one errant curl pressed into her cheek. He smoothed it back, not quite wishing to relinquish their physical contact. And look at the time! She drew her breath in a hiss, at the same time smoothing her hair back. You don't share a cabin, do you? Thank the gods, no, she said. I'll just put you back unseen then, he said. Hey, that'd be tops, she said, hurriedly pulling on her exercise gear and swinging her legs off the bunk to stand up. This right? Thanks, Allison, he said. Catch me any old time, Theon love, she said, her grin mischievous, her eyes dancing, and her mind exuding the genuine pleasure she had received and given, and the position of her cabin, 2 decks below. Theon ported her there,
and then took time to use the dry shower and dress appropriately for the day. "We've more information on that object, Mr. Lyon," Captain Ashiant said. To Kelly, the security chief, and the comm duty officer, this time Stina Blaz, were also present. Theon seated himself comfortably, ready to pass messages, but the captain continued to pace the length of the conference table. "We have first established that there are no emissions of any space drive known to exist, human, Dini, or Hive," he said. That was a surprise, and Theon restrained his amusement. No glory at all to grab, and no lives to be wasted in an attack to the death. But he maintained an alert interest as the captain continued. "It would appear to be a derelict of some sort." "An unusually large derelict," the comm officer said softly, evidently not comfortable with what she'd seen on the sensors. "That's a pity," Theon said, since that was their feeling. Odd how brave people could feel after an emergency had passed. The captain flicked one heavy eyebrow in dismissal. "If our readings are correct, and I'd like you to check with the Dinis on this. There's been enough time for them to have analyzed the same readings." Captain Plur agreed with Ashiant, but Captain Spictum, who was the senior naval commander, was not totally convinced. "It says that the lack of emissions is not conclusive evidence that this is a derelict. It advises great caution." Ashiant paced one more length. "The KLTS has had more contact with Hive vessels than anyone else in this squadron. It wants to send a probe." "Of course," and Ashiant paused, fingers over the terminal station. "Theirs or ours?" Theon inquired and replied that the Dinis believed human probes to be more efficient. Theon did not add the Dini qualification that human probes were more efficient because they employed gadgets to do what personal observations could do better. The Dinis were not precisely calling humans cowards, but certainly overcautious. "So they approve of our hardware, huh? Well, they're right as well as honest," Ashiant replied, and gave the necessary orders for a probe. "It'll be at least 23 hours before it gets there and starts reporting. Carry on, gentlemen, and rejoin me at 0800 tomorrow. A moment, if you will, Theon." "Captain?" Ashiant nodded for him to keep his seat as the others filed out. "I read somewhere that your family can identify Hive materials by the sound of them?" As this question wasn't at all what Theon had expected, he laughed as much in relief as surprise. "That's true enough, sir. On Deneb, they're still turning up buried pieces of the first scout vessels. There's a naval research facility investigating the composition of the material. I was only on one successful expedition with my cousins. We got an interior panel about—" He encompassed the size with his hands. "This big. It did give off a distinctive emanation, I'd guess you'd say. Family called it a sting pst. Other sensitives agree." He shrugged, searching for another way of describing the sensation. "It comes across as an actinic smell in the back of your throat, a sharp pinch in your nasal passages, and an unpleasant smell." Ashiant grunted. "But you would know it?" "Anywhere, sir." Theon waited, respectfully silent, while the captain continued to ruminate. He made no attempt to plumb those thoughts. "A probe can bring back only mechanical information, Theon," Ashiant said at length, and suddenly Theon knew what he might be asked to do. He couldn't help but react, and the captain caught his grin. "Yes, Theon?" He raised his eyebrows, expecting an answer. "I'd heard, Captain. Well, there's some space plot about talents grabbing all the glory." "Oh, that!" and a gesture dismissed the rumor. "As you're already aware, I am under orders not to put you at risk, which is where glory is usually grabbed, but I will ask how far you can propel yourself in a capsule. To the derelict planetoid whatever?" The captain held up his hand. "But well outside the known range of Hive weaponry, with which our allies are so familiar." "If it would help, sir, I'm willing. I'm just thinking aloud, Theon. Wanted to get the straight of that trick. You are of great assistance to us in many other capacities." "I appreciate that, Captain. In the event such a service is required, it is entirely within my scope of abilities and the position I was asked to fill.
if that's what's bothering you.
Thank you, Thean. That's all now, I think, until we've the probe report. Damn thing could be just lying doggo.
That isn't what Senior Captain Spictum believes.
Oh?
But it is adamant about approaching with great caution. Even Hiver wrecks have had nasty surprises for boarding parties.
So I'd read in those exhaustive Dini reports they furnished us. You'll be informed when the probe starts transmitting.
Aye, sir.
And, Thean, I wouldn't let the spacebot bother you. Nerves talking, not common sense. We're still on yellow alert, of course, but some of the urgency has dissipated now we know the thing's inactive.
Thank you, sir. As Thean left the ready room, he wondered if he had missed an opportunity to mention Malice, though he hadn't heard any barbs from that direction since the blip had come up, hopefully too occupied with more urgent duties. The crew of the Vadim were busy preparing for action. He was nearly to his quarters when another pod drill was called by the hooting of the siren. With a grunt, he ported himself to his designated escape pod and counted in the 9 others assigned to it. By now he knew all of them well enough to have saved them no matter where they were on the Vadim, should the abandoned ship order be given. He wondered if any of them knew of these orders, but all he ever sensed was annoyance that their current task had once again been interrupted by a GD drill. A circumnavigation by the probe produced very interesting results. The derelict was undeniably Hive-designed, which excited the Dini, who were generous in their rectitude. Captain Spictum says it's bigger than any they've encountered, with certain design features that are new, and it's very glad the vessel's non-functional, Thean reported to the specialists assembled in the ready room. Measurements indicate it's a third again as large as previously encountered vessels, Commander Vandermeer said. A small planet. Readings indicate the ship was bombarded with intense heat. Radiation is still present, as well as some very odd traces of other elements that are being spectroanalyzed. There's no known weapon that devastating, or one that could have left such traces. Something blew 2/3 of that ship to hell and gone. Then Vandermeer shrugged. And it's nothing the Dinis have ever encountered, nor us.
I'd hate to meet what has that kind of firepower, Ascient said.
That's precisely Captain Spictum's sentiment, Thean reported, and then grinned. It would like whoever it was to be on our side. Ascient laughed out loud, and there were other smiles about the table.
I didn't know our allies had a sense of humor. They do, sir, believe me.
Ascient steepled his fingers, rubbing the end of his nose, before he laced his fingers together and leaned forward on his elbows.
Gentlemen, this artifact requires our earnest investigation. First time there've been big enough pieces to work with, I understand.
He cast a sly sideways glance at Thean, quirking one of his eloquent eyebrows.
Do our allies agree?
He turned to Thean. Indeed, sir. They're forming a volunteer squad to investigate. Do we wish to send representatives? Several hands immediately went up.
Thank you, gentlemen. I will want volunteers from communications, engineering, mechanical, security. Mr. Lyon has to be included as interpreter.
Vandermeer cleared her throat. Sir, I believe that won't be necessary now.
Yes, Ailsa, I know you've become quite fluent in Dini, but Mr. Lyon goes in several capacities. How soon are the Dinis assembling, mister?
Thean queried Spictum.
Right now.
They're asking for a pre-boarding conference with our teams. They are appointing 15 specialists from each of their ships. We should supply as many from ours. This will be a big undertaking.
It's also an immense ship, even with 2/3 of it blown away, Ascient interposed.
Captain Spictum strongly recommends that we halt at 40 spatials to be sure there is no reaction to our presence.
That's well beyond maximum Hive weapon range, Ascient said, surprised.
Beyond range of known Hive weapons. Captain Spictum reminds you that this is a new, unknown design.
But it's dead.
Captain Spictum may be overcautious, sir, but... Thean wasn't sure how to phrase the exact wording of the Dini's statement.
Yes, I appreciate that this is an unknown quantity, but the probe read no life signs, and no viable life support systems working.
As far as the probe could tell. Thean kept his voice neutral, being merely an intermediary, but he could sense that Spictum's cautionaries were not being well received by the Vadim's officers.
"Since Captain Spictum is around to caution us, we will not be rash," Ascient said before turning to the security officer. "Strange that they're so cautious on an approach course when they're quite willing to suicide to destroy a hiver. Whatever. Commander Vandermeer, you'll lead the human contingent. Pick a boarding party of 15 with all necessary specialists represented. Declan, get me channels through to Captains Smelkoff, Sutra, and Cheeseman. They're to send teams too. We won't be close enough to launch the shuttles for another 6 hours, even at our present speed. That gives us plenty of time for an interspecies intership conference."
"Indeed, sir," Vandermeer said, well pleased with her assignment, but as her glance slid over him, he caught a brief flare of resentment from the woman. It didn't have the tone of malice. She simply did not like having to be responsible for a civilian. Briskly, she gave orders, picking from the Vadim's crew and then assessing the other ships to discover whom they were sending. Thean had to sit heavily on an increasing excitement as he listened to Vandermeer with growing respect. She ordered the big shuttle to be ready for launch in 6 hours. Full radiation suits must be put on board, full medical and emergency packs. From communications, she wanted additional printout of all the probe's data for the briefing. All officers were to be armed with the new stunners, developed from the one-hand weapon the Dinis had found effective against Hive drone warriors. The boarding party was to join her in Shuttle Bay in exactly 1 hour from now, ready to go. "Have you been issued any ex-vehicular gear, Mr. Lyon?" she asked, finally turning to him. "No, ma'am." "Then get some." With that, she rose from the table and strode out of the ready room. "Well, you heard her," Ascient said, smiling. "I also heard you say that I'm going along in several capacities, sir." "Which?" "Interpreter, observer, and, lastly but most important, the talent to whip someone out of trouble if necessary." Thean got himself a full radiation suit and the requisite stunner which Lieutenant Sedalia handed him with a supercilious expression on his face.
"I don't imagine you've needed to handle a weapon before."
"On the contrary, I've hunted for the family table since I was old enough to pull the trigger of a rifle." At the surprised look, Thean added, "And we always ate well." He sighted along the thick barrel. "But this is a spread weapon anyway. I certainly ought to be able to hit a shuttle bay door with this." He slapped it back into its clip and, with a nod to the ratings, handing out equipment, left. He could hear the comments, and most were complimentary. Sedalia wasn't that popular. Thean was prompt at the intergroup meeting, held in the ready room, with screens linking the 6 ships of the squadron. Ascient introduced Commander Vandermeer as the human leader, and she quite ably greeted her Dini counterpart. Thean kept his expression neutral, but he was rather pleased with his student. Her sentences were, of course, brief, and there were pauses while she accessed words from her vocabulary, but Plur, the leader of the Dini boarding parties, understood her perfectly. The Dini showed her a chart of the vessel and identified certain of the remaining portions as the part of the main propulsion unit, fuel storage, resting cubicles, nesting, and work quarters. The Queen's accommodations had been blown away, for they were usually in the center. Some peripheral weapons were still in place, as well as several arsenals and storage areas. Plur then drew longitudinal lines, separating the wreck into 6 sections, and assigned a boarding team to each. Vandermeer agreed with the assignments, even when Plur preempted the sector holding the remaining weapons. "It's more familiar with them than any of us," she said to her own group. The meeting was concluded, and final preparations made, which Vandermeer said would begin with a good high-protein meal. "Leviathan," Thean murmured, more to himself than Lieutenant Ridvan Osterkyle sitting beside him. "Say what?" Ridvan asked, bending his ear toward Thean. "That thing is not just big. It's a Leviathan," he repeated, struggling not to hunch his shoulders away from the immensity of the damaged space vessel. Thean remembered that Leviathan was what his grandmother had called the Hive ship that had been destroyed beyond Anib over 40 years before. The shuttle was obediently waiting at the 40 spatials to see if there was any reaction from the vessel. The Deanies had said that a Hive ship would automatically open fire on anything that approached, even though it was out of range. What's a Leviathan? Something as big as this. This is not the time to be funny. The best time. Be serious, Theon. Say, couldn't it be a planetoid? I mean, it could have been hollowed out. And then metal-coated and levels dug out? Theon chuckled. No, Ridvan, it's a ship, and not as big as, say, Callisto either. That doesn't reassure me. Ridvan was nervous and didn't bother to hide it. Theon was neither nervous nor scared, and wondered if this was wrong. Excitement was the prevailing sentiment within the shuttle, certainly. He knew his senses were all heightened, and he wondered that he didn't feel, even through the vacuum of space, the sting bzzzt of proximity to a Hive artifact. No one else in this boarding party had ever been so close to a Hive artifact. Admittedly, he had only helped dig up a panel on Deneb, exciting enough in itself when you're only 10, and help sling it into the copter scoop. That still doesn't make you an expert, he told himself firmly. They waited, getting bored with the view of what Theon began to describe as a semi-demi-hemisphere. The northern pole was intact all around to about the 10th latitude in the east where damage began. The western hemisphere extended almost to a Tropic of Cancer in places, but the southern pole cap had been totally blown away, as if something incredibly mammoth had taken a massive bite out of the Hive sphere, leaving pits, pith, and intestines behind. Finally, the Deanies judged it safe to approach, slowly but surely. Their shuttle, the one from the Beijing, and one Deanie, angled to starboard, closing on the wreck. The third human shuttle followed at a discreet distance. They passed around the outer skin of the wreck, and immediately Theon was conscious, even inside the shuttle, of the sting-bzzzt effect of Hive metal on talented perceptions. He ran his tongue around his mouth, but the actinic taste was in the back of his mouth, far stronger than it had been when he was in direct contact with the Hive panel. Was it because this was a newer construction? Louder or more potent in its emanations? He wished he could contact his grandmother or grandfather right now. The captains had decided to wait until there were concrete details to report before publicizing this expedition. Theon had had to report that the discovery of the ship had caused wide panic on every inhabited world, so he was as glad not to have to add to it, nor to say anything about his participation in further close investigations. But should he report to Commander Vandermeer the intensity of the Hive aura? Captain Ashiant had known of it. Such information was not really of use, he thought, except that it verified the origin of the ship, as if there was much doubt about that. The shuttle wended its way through immense shards of outer hulls, inner skins, deck levels, past structural members as thick as the Vadim. Big as that Star-class ship was, she and 100 of her sister ships could have docked in a quadrant of this one. Everyone reacted as the shuttle's exterior lights began to illuminate details of the innards they were traversing. "Storage area?" one of the engineers suggested, pointing to odd-shaped containers partially fused against bulkheads. They passed much smaller divisions the size of the Vadim's adequately large shuttle bay. Bent tubing several meters across dangled pendulously into emptiness. On the forward screen, they saw the Deanie shuttle veer to port, heading toward its appointed landing spot. Theon, being nearest the porthole, looked back as long as he could to see the Deanie disembarking, resembling each other in their space gear. Then, all too soon, their shuttle landed on its designated site. Helmets clicking into place were the only sounds. Then they were on suit air. "Set your watches, gentlemen," Commander Vandermeer said, her voice muffled on the intercom. "You have exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes oxygen." "I thought we had 4 hours of air, sir," Oster Kiley said. "We do, but for practical purposes we'll all assemble back here in 3 hours and 20 minutes. Clear?" "Yes, sir." Someone in the group let out a snide bark of a laugh, which Vandermeer instantly silenced. "Enough of that. Let's move out. Mertz, Jimenez, Caldi, go as far up as you can in this segment, then work down. Sedalia, see if those mangled coils might be drive components. Kez, you go with Sedalia. All of you, Call out if you spot something one of the specialists should examine. Take all the snaps you can, but remember to light 'em. It's darker in here than the devil's belly."
She went on, assigning search areas.
"Remember to keep one hand for yourself and don't drift off. We can't waste time hauling you back in from outer space. Lyon, you stick on this level with Kylie. There seem to be undamaged compartments along this corridor. Let's move it."
As soon as the others had dispersed in their appointed directions, Kylie pulled Theon close enough for them to touch helmets, and Theon could see the furious expression on the lieutenant's face. He resented being treated like a liability. Theon grinned back at him, gesturing toward the dark interior and mentally trying to soothe the young man. He found that the sting bzzd dampened his talent, muffled it so he gave up trying to project. He started forward, his boots locking on the plates of the deck so that each step required effort. Then he saw Kylie floating ahead of him, grabbing handholds where he could propel himself forward, his helmet light illuminating the way. Theon lifted one foot free, grabbed hold of a solid spar, and yanked the other boot loose, and followed Kylie's aerial example. Great heat had certainly seared and boiled any organic substances away, leaving only burst containers that had exploded and some that had apparently imploded. Depending on how long ago the catastrophe had occurred, some traces of the contained substances might be found for analysis. They could do that on their return to the shuttle. As he and Kylie made steady progress into the interior, Theon saw nothing very promising, except that the Hive had been transporting an unimaginable amount of cargo or stores. For an hour they poked, prodded, peered, squeezing carefully into compartments to either side of this broad but squat-ceilinged avenue. According to his understanding of Hive ship construction, this corridor might be just above the doubly shielded quarters where, traditionally, the queens were sequestered, constantly laying the eggs that would be stored for use in setting up the next colony. But, look as hard as he could find no access to the lower level. When he saw the first of the tubes, he wondered what function it had performed. Then he came upon a cluster, and the sting bzzd that had been constantly with him increased in intensity. That alone was unusual enough to make him call to Kylie to come back a moment.
"What you find, Theon?" "Don't know, but here's a service door or something, and what do you know? It opens."
And Theon was as surprised as Kylie when his jerk pulled the panel free, and it slowly drifted out. Theon pressed his foot against the upper half, and it settled to the deck. Kylie, floating above him, poked his head down the opening, the light narrowing as it pierced the blackness of the tunnel.
"Up and down."
And Kylie experimented with lighting.
"Long way up and not so long a way down. Down's it."
And before Theon could caution the young lieutenant, he had pushed off down the tunnel.
"Commander,"
Theon said, dialing more power to his helmet comm unit.
"Kylie and I are investigating some conduits or tunnels that appear to be intact and lead to a lower level. We've found nothing else of note. Proceed with caution. Much of this wreck is just waiting to fall apart. Caldy had a lucky escape when a bulkhead started to go."
Theon did not go head first. He stepped off the deck and let that impulsion and his own weight carry him slowly down. Consequently, he saw what Kylie had missed: regular openings off the tunnel, compartments that appeared to be sealed with a semi-transparent material which had not boiled, seared, or imploded, and which gave off the most virulent sting bzzd he'd ever felt. Wincing in discomfort, he slowed his descent by one of the apertures and let his helmet light pierce the gloom. What he made out of the occluded interior made him gasp.
"Commander, I've found something,"
he said, though his mouth and throat were dry with the actinic flavor.
"What, Lyon?"
And the commander sounded annoyed by his vagueness.
"I think it may be hive larvae, sir."
Kylie's helmet bumped into his feet, pushing him out of alignment with the opening.
"You what?" "Belay that, Kylie,"
Theon roared back, grabbing at the smooth sides to try and halt his upward progress.
"I think you're right,"
Kylie murmured in a subdued tone, and shot past Theon to their point of entry.
Chapter 7. There was such a babble over the helmet comms that it took Vandermeer minutes to get the noise level down to where individual orders could be understood.
"Just how can that be, Mr. Lyon?" she demanded. "The probe registered no life readings." "Yes, ma'am, but larvae aren't alive yet. Besides which, I don't think the probe's sensors were programmed to pick up that sort of unborn things." "Point."
Her admission was not exactly grudging.
"What's your position?"
He gave it while Kylie jostled him about as the lieutenant tried to see into one or another of the larva tunnels.
"Are you sure, Theon?"
he asked, touching helmets and turning down his comm. His face was worried.
"As sure as I can be. Never have seen hive larvae, but whatever it is in there isn't damaged, and this is also the general area on a hive ship where eggs were stored."
Kylie still wasn't sure.
"Fardels, but there's acres of 'em. How many do you suppose are in each tube, tunnel, comb? And how are we going to blast 'em in such a confined position? Blast them?"
Theon was stunned.
"They shouldn't be blasted, Ridvan. They should be studied." "Huh?"
Now it was the lieutenant's turn to be stunned.
"You don't know what you're saying, Theon. Here we have hundreds of our enemy. Helpless and vulnerable, great targets for warriors. No need to come on like that. But you certainly don't expect us to leave all these things alive. Considering how little we actually know about hivers, this is a find of unparalleled magnitude, even more important than the ship itself. I can't believe you. Let 'em live? I think you'll find that the Dinies will insist on it."
To make certain of that, Theon turned his helmet comm unit up to full and crisply informed plur of the find.
"Lyon!"
roared Vandermeer.
"I heard that." "Of course, sir. The Dinies expect to be informed of any unusual discovery,"
Theon said, deliberately misinterpreting her.
"What do you expect from a goddamned weasel lover?"
Despite distance and comm distortion, there was no mistaking Malice's tone, nor an implicit promise of retribution. That chilled Theon more than the prospect of someone trying to destroy the most important alien artifact, if one could so term the larvae, that had yet been found. So far, the xenobiologists had had to extrapolate mock-ups of hive queens, drones, workers, and other specialized forms from fragments of corpses strewn in space after encounters, or charred remains on destroyed ships. Though much had been learned even from such imperfect material, they were still guessing about the true form and nature of the types of hiver which made up a ship's crew.
"Belay that!"
Vandermeer bellowed again to quell the vociferous protests. She went on in an icy voice.
"You've exceeded your authority, Lyon." "No, ma'am, I haven't." "You're in for it now for sure, Lyon,"
Kylie said, and his voice was harshly accusing.
"I operate under directives of higher authority than yours, hers, or even Captain Ashiant's,"
Theon said as stoutly as he could, but the objections had shaken him.
"Get back up and lead them here." "Me? Go? Why, I won't do anything to them. I can't trust you not to."
And grabbing Kylie by the arm, he thrust him upward in the tube while the lieutenant sputtered in indignation. Theon watched as Kylie continued upward, and then propelled himself out of the shaft. Theon waited until he could hear Kylie's angry mental noise diminishing. Then he, too, exited the tube and propelled himself to one of the few chambers that opened onto space itself. The hole wasn't large, but it also wasn't shielded by the ship's hull material. He had never tried such an unpowered stretch of his mind before. It would have been better to use the shuttle's engines, but he didn't have time enough to go that far, and make certain the larvae would be summarily destroyed by those coming to see what he'd found. The larvae must be saved. The information that could be revealed far outweighed any momentary destructive satisfaction.
"Grandfather? Jeff Raven? Earth Prime? Listen to me?"
He put the energy of every cell of his body in that call.
"An unpowered send? I'll tan your hide, boy." "Later. Larvae have been discovered intact. Must be preserved." Of course they must. What incredible luck! I'm the only one who thinks so. Not at all, my boy. You've done well. I'm already forwarding the news where it must be known. Now, shut up and save your strength. The very idea of an unpowered call that far. He's worse than his mother.
Theon had to grin at that tag, or perhaps that was why Jeff Raven had allowed it to be heard. He felt depleted, but not as bad as he might have. The elation of discovery seemed to have buffered him, though that dwindled away as he thought of facing the anger and resentment of his shipmates. And Malice was in the boarding party. That was an unfortunate circumstance. But that was the goad that stimulated Theon to action now. If Malice got here first, before the commander... He pushed off the deck and floated beyond the target tunnel, catching a thin pipe and halting his drift, slowly pulling his body slightly into the next tube opening. That was all that saved him.
Gotcha!
That was all the warning he had. Out of nowhere, for no helmet lights heralded the approach, the shock wave of a stunner blast shoved him with crushing force against the back curve of the tube. That single mental shout, with its ferociously triumphant tone, gave him the nanosecond required for him to tap reserves he didn't know he had. Reflexes he had never had to use were triggered to form a shield, not as strong as it would have been if he hadn't lost energy calling his grandfather. Even so, he blocked the worst of the blast effect and struggled to retain the consciousness needed to keep the protection in force in case Malice came to inspect his victim. He tried very, very hard to project a mayday, and was mildly amused that his attempt came out in Dini. He felt himself slipping. Here goes the captain's bright plan to evacuate his chosen few, he thought, amused that he could be amused as he wilted completely. A buzzing in his ear was irritating, but it could not be ignored. It was a warning. Why did every nerve in his body scream? He tried for mental control of pain synapses, but his head was indulging in a monumental ache. His brain lining felt far too full to be contained by his skull. He was panting with effort. He opened his aching eyes a slit, coughed in the foul air he was breathing, and vaguely realized he was wearing a helmet. The buzzing continued. He tried to focus his eyes. His vision was blurred, but he seemed to be inside an escape pod. There had been an emergency, hadn't there? The buzzing meant it was over. Good. He could get out of the spacesuit. He fumbled strengthless gloved fingers on the helmet release and knew he'd succeeded only because he felt cooler air brushing across his sweaty throat. He couldn't do more than twist the helmet once, but more fresh air relieved the necessity to pant. He lay where he was and willed himself away from the pain of his body. "He is here! I've found him!" The glad cry came through Theon's mind physically and mentally. It was the mental identification that reassured him, and he opened his eyes, smiling weakly up at Gravy's anxious, tear-streaked face. "Oh, however did you get here, Theon? Oh, thank all the gods that you're safe. If you knew—" "I have an enemy, Gravy. Guard me," he said. Her eyes bugged out. "I heard that," she said, sensibly whispering. "An enemy?" she added, with reasonable telepathic strength. "Who'd want to hurt you? You're a prime." "Tell only the captain, but guard me." Even that brief exchange took what energy he had. "Stun gun. Bolt. Got me. Hurt," he whispered, too weak to writhe with the pulsing agony still throbbing along nerves and blood. "Stun gun on you?" He couldn't have missed the outrage, horror, and fury she broadcast had he been a 12. Returning consciousness reminded him that there was something much more important he had to know, and he struggled with words to form the question. "This is only standard, but it might help," Gravy was saying, and her hands were pulling at the neck closures of his suit. It hurt even to be moved about. He was relieved that he'd still been out when she'd removed the helmet. Then he felt the blessed coolness of a hypo spray and tried to speed its dose through his system.
He couldn't manage much on that front either. "Who did this?" she demanded. He managed a helpless grunt in answer. Even that sent a spasm of pain through him. "Larvae? Safe?" "Oh, Thean, love," she cried, and bent to kiss his forehead, a loving gesture which Thean knew oughtn't to hurt as much as that one did. "You're amazing, worrying about those damned things when you're in bits." "Safe?" he repeated urgently, trying to raise one hand to emphasize his need to know. "Yes, of course they are. The most important find ever. The Deenies are triumphant. Mind you," she added swiftly, with a glance over her shoulder, "there are some who were for blasting 'em to space dust, but the captain stopped 'em." "Well, it took you guys long enough," she added in a brisk, critical tone. There was movement beyond him, movement and noise, and his head began to throb painfully in reaction. "Gotta get his suit off him first," a male voice said. "How'd he get through the port with it on?" "Never mind. Is Commander Exeter there?" Gravy asked in a no-nonsense tone. "The man's badly injured and will need heavy sedation before he can be moved. Here, Commander." And Thean felt in every nerve of his mangled body the reverberation of heavy feet as the medic entered the pod. Gravy dropped her voice. "He's been stunned, Ted, with one of the Hiver weapons." Exeter inhaled sharply. "That's criminal." A second cool spray on Thean's throat, and he thankfully dissolved into a painless world. He regained consciousness a number of times for very short periods, finding himself immersed in a thick liquid, his head resting on a cradle. Mostly it was pain that woke him, but he was immediately medicated and was sent back to sleep. The third, or maybe it was the fourth time he awoke, the pain wasn't so intense, and his mother was sitting beside him. "Ah, Thean, back with us for a bit?" she asked, her expression loving and yet oddly stern. She smoothed his hair, the silver streak that matched hers, back from his forehead, and with that tender gesture the pain was also smoothed from his body. "Mother? Didn't you know I'd come if you were hurt?" Absently she gathered the long hair that had fallen forward across her shoulder and flicked it to her back. "You're improving. No brain damage, no lasting physical damage, though you may twitch occasionally. The worst discomfort will disappear very soon now. You were lucky to get only the fringes of that blast. The tunnel as well as the suit protected you from a direct hit, which you wouldn't have survived. Do you know who yet?" "Lieutenant Greavy said you mentioned an enemy." Her lips thinned briefly with displeasure. "Do you know who?" "I had suspicions only. I got resentful sendings, malicious ones, but I could never identify who. I had choices." "I must see what I can discover, then." Thean's reaction was ambivalent. "The punishment should fit the crime?" his mother asked, wryly amused at the dominant thought in his mind. "Well, I know primes aren't supposed to be vindictive, but," he began in a rueful tone, "but I'd sure like to pay back in kind for something like this." "Natural enough," Damia replied neutrally. "Oh, well," and Thean found himself forced to rationalize. He or she was only spouting the usual anti-talent privileged position nonsense we've all heard from time to time, he said, having thought better of inflicting that degree of agony on another human, however misguided. "I suppose me wanting to save the larvae was the last straw." "Something like that," Damia agreed easily. "The Deenies were right," Thean mused. "Humans were soft." "How long have you been here?" 3 days now. I had to push your father out of the way to come," she added with a grin. "But I am your mother, and the stronger talent. He had to admit that I have a special touch for easing pain." Her smile was extremely tender, but Thean knew she wasn't thinking of him just then. She stroked his face again, her fingers marvelously gentle and reassuring as she moved down to gently knead muscles in his neck and shoulders. "You were very wise to have contacted Dad." He had me in a capsule and on my way with Falk and Try before the boarding parties had assembled at the larval combs. I made it eminently clear that no larvae were to be destroyed. That was my first priority. That was, of course, before I realized I couldn't feel you on the wreck. I could sense you nearby, which confused everyone, but you wouldn't. Then I realized, couldn't respond. Her face mirrored the anxiety she had endured. But the larvae weren't touched? Indeed not. Their discovery will provide inestimable data on hivers, incalculably valuable. However, not as valuable as you are to us. Your life would not have been a fair exchange for that data, and I was horrified not to be able to locate you. You were there, and you weren't. You couldn't be located here on the Vadim, but I knew approximately where your body should be. It was Allison who thought of the pods. Why ever did you go there? Abandoned ship drills, Theon said, managing a slight grin which surprisingly didn't hurt, though his face muscles still ached. Are you great-grandmothering me? He asked, realizing that her subtle, soothing strokes were purposeful, and he was feeling drowsy again. A bit of, she said with a grin. Glad you can feel it working. Isthia swears it brought Dad back to life, and you're in need of more healing. Gravy was his attendant the next time he surfaced. Testing his mental health, he found it sufficiently cured so that a light mental cast located his mother, fast asleep nearby. Gravy? So you're awake, are you? And she moved to the side of whatever sort of a tank they had him floating in. By any chance, would you be hungry? You must be reading my mind. Her smile was radiant. Nah, you should be hungry about now if the treatment's working. His first meal was only broth, but it was more delicious than any he remembered. That's because you're hungry, she said. I didn't say anything, he replied, giving her a long look. She grinned, wrinkling her nose at him. That's something, isn't it? I'm picking up more than ever I did before. Only short range, but that's fine by me. Damia says sometimes fright triggers or expands talent, and I won't lie that I wasn't terrified when they reported you couldn't be found at the wreck. Lieutenant Kiley set up an awful stink. Then your mother arrives in an unscheduled capsule, knocking a drone out of its cradle. The watch in the shuttle bay thought they were being invaded by hivers. It's only because your mother's a talent, or she'd have been charred if she hadn't paralyzed their hands so they couldn't fire on her. Then she compliments the captain on such an alert crew and insists that the larvae be preserved, which is the first Captain Ashiant had heard about that. But he got Vandermeer on the blower, which was smart, because they were having quite a time keeping the Deenies off him while they planted charges because they thought destroying the things, and Gravy shuddered, was the right thing to do. Then she grinned. I think your mother made herself known to Vandermeer, and that was that. End of problem. I heard Vandermeer say she found herself removing the charges before she knew what she was doing. Can talents do that? Make someone do something? It's not considered good manners, Theon began, enjoying the vision of his mother manipulating the sturdy and strong-minded security commander as easily as she'd have controlled an errant child. It's an invasion of privacy and not something talent would consider, except under very unusual circumstances. Which those were? Crims, Theon! And Gravy's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearing her mobile face of more solemn considerations. Even the guys who were for charring the larvae are now patting themselves on the back for being in on such a find. But the glory's all yours. Mine? Theon hesitated only one brief moment before he said as earnestly as he could, but Kiley was first down the tube, not me, in perfect truth. Kiley? Gravy was astonished. Theon nodded once emphatically. Kiley was first down that tube. She stared at him, puzzled. But I thought... Kiley deserves the glory for being first. I wasn't even sure what the things were. I called Commander Vandermeer because I thought she should see what Kiley'd found. And here Kiley's been downplaying his part. Gravy trailed off, and then her grin was smug. Well, we'll just see about that. Theon was well pleased. "I am too, son of mine," said Damia. "That will go a long way to discredit rumors. You've heard some?" He heard his mother's sigh flutter in his mind. "No more than usual. Have you found my assailant?" "I shall perhaps have better luck now. Your touch is much surer today. Everyone will be overjoyed to hear my report of your return to health, with one notable exception. I'll be listening for that." "Considering the trauma to nerve, bone, and tissue, you've recovered amazingly, young man," Exeter told him when Theon was allowed out of the restorative fluid. "I thought that stunner was supposed to work as effectively in vacuum as in atmosphere, but maybe not. Can't think how else you could have survived." "Oh, I was raised hardy on Origai, you know," Theon said easily. Exeter scratched his close-shaven pate and grinned wryly. "So I'm led to believe. Amazing woman, your mother. Ah, here's the orderly to escort you to your quarters. Now, you're still on sick leave, Theon. My orders are for you to take it easy. Report to Lieutenant Clark for physiotherapy to get those muscles toned up. You'll be on the special diet for a while, but that's not going to hurt anyone's feelings the way your mother's been hauling in provender for us." Theon thanked Exeter for his attendance and followed the orderly into the passageway. To his surprise, Falk was waiting and rubbed its silky furred arm up and down his in affectionate greeting. "Falk, most welcome of old friends. How good to be so greeted."
Damia asks. Falk agrees. Theon walks safely.
Theon gave the orderly a quick glance and smile, but the man seemed unconcerned by their quick Dini exchange.
Damia says, enemy here?
Theon asked, swinging his voice upward in query.
Enemy exists until revelation. Clever one. Hides in crowds. Tight-minded. First son cannot be vulnerable in present weakness.
"Nonsense!" Theon said with such angry authority that Falk skipped a step and tipped its pole eye down to Theon's face.
"Sorry. Damia has unnecessary anxiety. Theon well able to care for Theon." "That will be seen."
And the downward note of the last sound was the end of that discussion. To his surprise, Theon was escorted up to officer country. "Your gear's all stowed here, Mr. Lyon," the orderly said, pulling back the door into one of the visitors' cabins, far more spacious affairs than his previous quarters. "Thank you very much indeed, Tedwars," he said, peering in, but he gestured for Falk to precede him. "Check the place out myself, Ambassador Falk," Tedwars said in mild reprimand. Theon laughed. "I guess I better get used to being treated like eggs." "No, sir. The eggs get treated much better'n you," Tedwars said in an aggrieved tone, but closed the door before Theon could recover from his surprise. He did shoot a quick probe at the orderly, whose mind he had found to be open and honest. Tedwars privately thought all the trouble about the beetle eggs was vastly overdone. Eggs as could survive a bloody nova wouldn't be harmed by much else. "Ah!" Theon turned excitedly to Falk. "The sailor says the wreck was damaged by star nova?" Falk gestured for Theon to seat himself, which he was quite willing to do, for even the short walk up from sick-bay proved tiring. Dini seating had been included in the furnishings of this stateroom, and Falk made itself comfortable on the padded stool.
Analysis supports nova theory. One recent nova is in estimated trajectory of wreck. Size of vessel suggests final mass exodus. Unusual amount of storage space on vessel, plus extra shielding around egg repositories and queen quarters. 2 queen quarters were not totally destroyed, but bodies reduced to rubble. Valuable still. Biggest queens ever noted. Theory is that vessel was escaping when star abruptly expanded. Theory is that previous 3 ships were also fleeing in time from nova.
"Escape pods?" Theon asked, having such facilities much in the fore of his mind. Falk gave the rasping noise of Dini amusement.
Some escape pods released on outward side. 2 queen skeletons found in pods adjacent to quarters. 4 more pods were not occupied and had not been activated. 3 were gone." Always saved the worst news for the last, Fawk?
Fawk shrugged its upper limbs and bent its pole eye on him.
Not worst news, but requires alteration of current plans.
In what way?
Fawk tapped its feet, which included the toe wriggling that had fascinated Theon since he was a child, and found his toes could not duplicate the motion.
Spictum votes to continue voyage to investigate Nova, discover what debris might exist of that star system.
Theon grinned.
To be absolutely positive that the Hive world was victim of Nova? Exactly.
Thin can hardly fault that.
Thin would not.
And the humans vote?
They wish to pick up trace of escape pods and follow.
That could take a long time and a wide area to search.
Not so wide. Traces already found. 3 pods, 3 human ships. Good chase. No real danger, but much learning and much glory.
So long as it is the humans who acquire glory.
Theon heard a trace of bitterness in his tone and corrected his thinking.
If glory is goal,
Fawk shrugged.
That leaves 1 human, 1 Dini ship? Wreck must be brought back for intensive investigation.
That could be done on site, Theon said, thinking of the monumental salvage operation that would mean.
Can also be started now and continued until finished. That will take time. This vessel salvages wreck. Then rest now. Orders.
Whose?
Theon asked, even as he swung his legs around to the bed. And it was a bed, not a bunk, and a double one at that.
From this try, Damia, medic, captain, security person, engineer, agreed, acquiesce, gratitude, dream well. Try stays. Thin may safely dream. Bodyguard?
Theon half rose from the comfortable bed, disgusted but oddly reassured. That triumphantly hateful "gotcha" lingered in his mind like a glowing canker.
Rest. Guard so sleep will restore strength, Theon.
And Fawk spoke as gently as to a Dini pup. Sleep, Theon, or shall I assist? His mother said. Oh, very well, he said, and drew the cover over him. Over the next few days, Theon learned more of what had been done and discovered during his convalescence. Once the yellow alert was cancelled, shore leaves were granted, and when Damia ported them to their various destinations, she ported in specialists, civilian and naval, who were excited to be able to examine a more or less intact Hive facility. There were many new faces in the officers' mess, and he realized how very lucky he was to have such a fine stateroom to himself. 2 ensigns had shift usage of his old cabin, while scientists bunked in theirs. The 6 ships had taken up positions for easy access to the wreck. It was ablaze with lights in every corridor, tunnel, and chamber, color-coded by area so that the ship blazed like a minor galaxy. Big drones had been ported in to transport sections as well as the invaluable larvae, the charcoal and dust and anything else that could be detached from the shell. 3 distinctly separate types of hive larvae had been identified, and sufficient numbers of each so that, as his mother dryly remarked, the diverse theories on how to stimulate and mature the life forms could be tried. Scientific debates raged more fiercely than any armed encounter.
A full-scale war would probably be quieter, Damia remarked, and with fewer battles. It's all bloodless, Captain Ashian said.
There are nevertheless casualties, bloodless or not, Damia added.
And no discharge in the war,
Theon put in, not quite sure what he was quoting.
The Merdini poet Kipling,
Fawk said.
Thin is well versed in classical studies.
Captain Ashian blinked in surprise at that, for he was now able to follow most Dini conversations.
Kipling?
It means Kipling. Whoever, Damia said, smiling. Then she turned to Theon. You go back to work tomorrow, Theon. And she used the affectionate Dini of his name.
I'll be bloody glad to, too.
Damia tisk-tisked at his language, but she approved his attitude. We've a lot to port back, and teamwork will reduce the load for me and ease you back into the job. As soon as I'm certain you're fully operational. I've got to go back.
Your father cannot handle big daddies with just Roger. Zara's old enough, isn't she? Damia wrinkled her nose. She's too inattentive to be of any real assistance. Heaving big daddies requires full concentration. But surely the mines will be slowing down if the Hive sun went nova, Theon said. The captain snorted, and his mother regarded him oddly. The sun may have gone down on the Hive homeworld, but there are all those hundreds of Hive ships and Hive-dominated worlds out there. Oh no, Theon, this is just a brief chapter, even if a very illuminating one, his mother said. The other squadrons, lad, Captain Ashiant took up, for evidently the subject had been much under discussion, that are in pursuit of the 3 outward-bound ones will need support. And then there's mopping up, all the worlds that the Hive ships have already, appropriated. They must be discovered and cleared. Aren't we then doing exactly what the Hivers tried to do to the Dinies and us? Which would you rather have, them on the loose or contained? The captain asked. Damia leaned forward. That's another bloodless war that's being raged in the High Council. Total destruction or planetary containment. That's species suppression, which is against the finest principles of both human and Dini morality, Theon said, beginning to be annoyed with their intransigence. What had happened to his mother? Where were the values she had instilled in him and his sisters and brothers?
Finn views black and white. Gray is a very good color,
Falk said, surprising the 3 humans by entering the conversation. But its remark caused Theon and Damia to burst out laughing, which required a rather long explanation to Captain Ashiant, because Falk had been unusually witty. Gray was one of the most prestigious pelt shades for Dinies. Falk is gray, Ashiant exclaimed, slightly more puzzled than enlightened. What would be called battleship gray, if that matters.
Very good gray, as Tri has said,
was the rejoinder, and Falk, in an excess of camaraderie, bobbed its head up and down, blinking several lids. We'd better stop, Damia said, struggling with her laughter, or Falk'll be impossible. By the way, where's Tri? Theon asked his mother. I thought it'd join us for dinner.
Tri is needed on the KLTL,
Falk replied.
Tri will be pleased to be missed.
When Theon returned to his stateroom that evening, he realized that somehow he had been subtly diverted from what might have been a fierce debate over the morality of the courses open to humans and Dinies on how to end the Hive menace. Or did you just apply your ethics to your own species? His intercom buzzed. He hesitated before answering. Very few people knew where he was now billeted. He might have very little precog, though turning into that tube might have been in response to a subliminal forewarning. He didn't feel any premonition, and depressed the acknowledge toggle.
Lieutenant Greavy speaking.
Gravy, he said, and pressed full visual.
Am I glad to find you? Look, you should know this. One of the ensigns in your old quarters is in here with a knife wound. He got attacked as he was opening the door. Knife just missed his lung. You being careful? Who knows where you are now?
Very few. How'd you get through?
Ted Exeter told me to warn you. He's still operating.
Anxiety kept flickering across her expressive face. I'm fine. I've a Dini guard out front, and with so many important experts on board, this deck's well patrolled. Seeing Gravy reminded him that such vigilance could also be a disadvantage. Are you on duty, Gravy?
No.
She began with a frown, and then her face brightened into a broad, happy, and eager smile.
No, Theon, I'm not. I just ended my watch.
He was also exceedingly well pleased with his portation of her. Though he felt an uncomfortable surge of awkwardness when she was amazed by the luxurious amenities of his stateroom, it was hard to stay tense in Gravy's company. She had him laughing over her queries about some of the unusual items in one locker. In the next, she found the bottles of exotic spirits, and couldn't make up her mind which to try first, so she poured judicious levels of each one in a big glass, careful not to disrupt the lower layers, finishing up with a remarkably colorful lethal cocktail, which she made him sample too. By the time he fell asleep with his arms about her, he decided that the most exotic spirit in the room wasn't bottled. It was great to be working again, and with his mother. They accomplished a great deal before their day ended. Auxiliary engines, propulsion units, thrusters, and communications gear were ported from Earth, Betelgeuse, Altair, and Procyon for installation on the wreck for its outbound journey. The impetus given the vessel by the searing wave of nova force was nearly spent, and, even on tow, it would need some independent impulsion. One of the large shuttles had been altered, and then anchored to the most stable level to serve as bridge and quarters for the watch. Once the wreck was close enough for a portation, it would be lifted to its final destination. At the moment, a point equidistant between the Dini homeworld and Earth was being discussed, though, as all primes pointed out, its exact location was relatively unimportant. Scientists could be transported from anywhere. There was also controversy that the very presence of the hulk might somehow attract other Hive ships to its position. Therefore, it should be as far away from either homeworld as possible. This was a theory more voiced on human worlds than Dini. Perhaps, Theon had remarked when the subject was discussed in the wardroom where he was lunching, because Dinis have already had Hive ships in their skies and survived. But then, so have we. There was a moment of stunned silence, broken by such a whispered curse from Malice that Theon wondered if he had imagined it. He took himself heavily to task for being so lax and slow. He ought to have followed that whisper as quickly as thought, but he hadn't. He should have been ready, especially since the attack on the ensign who was recovering slowly. Theon hoped that Malice had had a shock over that miscalculation. With his mother, he'd gone over the names of the boarding party in the hope that some clue might be triggered. Except that 12 of the other 14 members had attended his language classes, there was nothing to trigger identity. Although there were still deliveries of equipment, most of what Damia and Thea imported now was food and water to provision the 3 human ships that were to pursue the 3 queen pods, and the KLTL, which was continuing on to the suspect nova. Spectroscopic analysis said that the flaring star contained all the elements which had permeated the wreck. The Dinis would not accept that evidence as proof positive that the Hive world had been involved in and not survived the holocaustic disaster. Theon wondered if his tour of duty would soon be over, and was almost relieved when he had a summons to appear in the captain's ready room. "Come in, young lion, and be seated." The captain steepled his fingers, once again rubbing the fleshy end of his nose before speaking. Today, Theon sensed that the hard mind shield was not so firmly in place, and the captain was not certain how his next words would be taken. "I'm given to understand that you've an ill-wisher on board the Vadim." Theon nodded. "Your mother has not been able to apprehend your assailant, and although the gunnery officer discovered one of the weapons had been discharged, unfortunately no record was kept of which weapon was issued to which member of the boarding party. Do you know who the party is?" Theon shook his head. "Well then, you'll not be staying on board the Vadim, lad. I'm not risking a prime's life." "Sir, the KLTL's continuing. She's not going to make the entire trip on the provision she's been taking on. Not even if she stuffed every spare cabin. Not unless she has me on board. If I could volunteer for the duty—" "But you'd be the only human on board for well over a year." Theon grinned at Ashian's expression. "Sir, I'm too young for a year to matter that much." "Claptrap! A year's a long time at your age." "Captain Ashiant, it's like this. I can't finger my enemy. I won't give whoever it is the satisfaction of thinking that he or she has forced me to retreat. I'm too Dini for that. I can and will continue this voyage. That was what I was asked to do, and what I intend to do, with your permission. Continue on until we reach the Hive system. That makes me very human, Captain, living to fight another day." Well, yes, well." And Ashiant steepled his fingers again. The slow grin on his lips echoed in his eyes. Oh, yes, well, that would serve both causes admirably, because, to be above board with you, Thean Lyon, Spictum asked me if you'd consider transferring to the KLTL. It's been impressed with you as interpreter, teacher, and crewmate. It sees this voyage as a marvelous chance to make its crew learn sufficient basic to get along with humans anywhere.
What did my mother say? Thean asked, knowing perfectly well that she'd been asked.
Ashian chuckled. She left it up to you. Says you're a grown man now.
He chuckled again.
I think she's proud of you.
Then I'll transfer to the KLTL, if I may.
And Spictum also wished me to say that it'll be happy to receive your Deenies back when they can return. Said that'll make you happier aboard a Deenie vessel.
Oh, I will be happy on board the KLTL. Alison Ann was not happy that he was continuing onward when he could just as honorably have returned home on the Vadim, with her. She had been a regular evening guest, as she was fortunately doing the day watches. How will you ever find out who nearly killed you, and nearly killed Ensign Calicmo? You'll be well guarded up here, and we'll find the bastard sooner or later. Gravy could look exceedingly fierce and determined, for all she was a sensitive empath. It's more knowing where I could be of real service, Gravy, he said, smoothing her silky blonde hair. It had enough static so that the fine stuff clung to his hand, leaping out from the pillow to caress his skin. Her skin was silky soft, too, but he needed to catch his breath a bit. I know the Deenies will be on pretty slim rations until they can reach a pickup point. Young Deenies need proper nutrients, or they will never reach any significant height, and the older Deenies need just as much to keep healthy. If I stay with them, they won't have to go on hard rations, and they'll feel freer to investigate every aspect of the Nova position without losing any crew. What do you mean, losing crew? She propped herself on an elbow to stare accusingly down at him, more of her hair tangled about his wrist. Deenies hold slightly different views about life and living. Deenies are taught to revere their elders. And we aren't? Not in the same way. A Deenie will starve itself to give food to an elder. Huh, they are backwards. Not really. Deenie elders possess great wisdom and experience and must be preserved for their knowledge. An inexperienced young Deenie considers it honorable to die, lest those assets be lost to the race. So, couldn't they just ration food? He tried to do this tactfully. They not only give up their lives. She drew in her breath in horror. You mean... When he nodded, she gulped. Gosh sake, didn't think they'd have that in 'em. She was more awed at that final sacrifice than appalled. Thean was oddly pleased by her attitude, especially when she added, Knowing that, you've got to go. I like the Deenies. I miss your two. But say, Thean, that trip's projected for a whole year, standard. How'll you get along? I mean... And to Thean's delight and amusement, Gravy blushed. He hugged her to him, and her hair clung to his face like a gossamer veil. He'd missed this all right enough, and said so. I'll be fine, though. I'll miss you, I really will. It's much better this way, but, well, you've heard of Deenie dreams? She nodded, and he had to carefully remove clinging filaments from his mouth, chuckling as he did so. Well, Deenie dreams are very, well, they do the trick. No! She was up on her elbows again. That too? If Mur or Dip were here, I'd get them to show you. Now just a living minute, Thean Raven Lyon, Mr. Prime. He turned off her threats with a deep kiss, because he knew she'd withdraw any objections once he got the Deenies to dream with her. And that he did plan to do some day when he was back. The unsolved problem of malice continued to niggle at him, unfinished as well as unsolved, which, despite his strategic retreat, did not set well with him. And there was the matter that it was no longer Malice's hatred of him that had to be addressed, but the iniquitous attack on Calicmo. Yet how to identify Malice when that mistake had obviously resulted in this current total silence?
Then Theon remembered his sister's suggestion and mentioned this to Damia. "I'll spring the trap, Mother. The two of us ought to be able to close on him." "Him? You're sure of that?" "After the knife attack, yes." "Humph. Really?" was his mother's cryptic response. "Very well. When?" "Tonight you're being given a special dinner. I know Malice was part of both my language classes and the boarding team. I'll have the wardroom steward put all of us at the same table. That won't look particularly contrived. We often chow down together." "All?" "Uh-huh. That's why I'm so puzzled as to who it really is. I mean, he's got stomach enough to eat with me, hating me as he does?" "So, when this evening? I'll want to know so I can be wide open, which is not exactly comfortable for any length of time around here." Theon smothered a guffaw because his mother had been admired by every male officer of the human squadron and one of the like-sex lieutenants. Regarding his mother objectively, she certainly didn't appear old. She'd married his father at 18 and had only recently celebrated her 4th decade. She certainly didn't look the mother of 8, and she was unquestionably the most beautiful female on board. "Clean up that laugh, son of mine," she said, but there was an amused sparkle in her eyes. "Since it's my last night aboard, I have to give a farewell speech. I'll spring the trap then. When you stand, I'll snap." And she brought her teeth together with an audible click, then went off to finish her day report. "That is well done, Theon," Fawkes said, appearing at his side from nowhere. "Try will watch as well." Several times during what seemed an inordinately long dinner, Theon had to rub his sweaty palms on his trouser legs. He hoped that he gave no other outward sign of tension. At one point, he asked his mother's opinion, but she assured him that he wasn't laughing too loudly at Kylie's jokes or looking bored by Eki Wasik's long-winded yarns. "In fact, you look quite handsome and confident. Shakes don't show? Only a mother would notice the shakes, and tonight I'm playing belle of the ball." He grinned absently as someone on his left finished a joke, but he knew she'd know it was for her. Dinner ended almost too abruptly, and it was time for him to spring his trap. He rose, glass in hand, stepping slightly back from the table so that he had a good view of the faces on both sides, politely turned in his direction. Then, while everyone was gathering themselves to stand to join the toast, he said mentally as loud as he could, "Gotcha!" Down the table, and it was only then that Theon realized the man had never sat close to him, Lieutenant Sedalia doubled up, slamming his face against the table edge, hands to his skull. "Oh, do something about the wretched man, Fawk," Damia said, and with a startling speed which Dinis could show on occasion, Fawk and Try moved to bracket the lieutenant. Smoothly they lifted him from his seat, and as smoothly carried him from the wardroom. "I do believe he's had a seizure," she said to Commander Exeter, who excused himself immediately and followed. Captain Ashiant frowned, looking at her composed expression, and then at Theon. "I never once suspected Sedalia, Mother," Theon said, shaken by the surprise. "He's an inhibited talent from what I could probe. I didn't care to go very deeply. Get the toast over with. Everyone's waiting, and it's the best wine Afra could get for us on short notice." "I guess Lieutenant Sedalia will be sorry to see me go, gentlemen and ladies," Theon began, and saw expressions that suggested Sedalia's departure had caused the mildest ripple of surprise and no curiosity. "Theon, you're as cool as your father. And no one thinks anything of it. The man was just taken ill and decorously removed. We can explain to the captain later." His mother's comment almost rattled him, but he went on. "For I must leave the Vadim tomorrow." His announcement provoked murmurs of genuine regret, though some were tinged with envy. "To serve on board the Merdini vessel, the KLTL." That produced more reactions and surprise exclamations. "I did, after all, sign on as a civilian," and the reaction to that made him grin. "Prime to assist a search for the Hive home system. My Dini colleagues say we have not ended that search. They're nuts, Kylie said stoutly, glowering at Theon. A waste of time. Your talents are needed elsewhere, Lyon. Stay with us. We need you too. Captain Ashiant, I protest. When Theon raised his hand for silence, it was politely restored. You all must know by now that my family is deeply involved with our Merdini allies. I know that those on board the KLTL would suffer considerable hardship and loss if an FT&T Prime does not accompany them. Look at it this way, mates. I finally learned human naval customs. Now I've got to learn Dini ones. That brought a sprinkle of chuckles. I shall miss you. I've learned more these last few months than stevedoring, and I'm grateful for your patience and your understanding. Good luck, and a safe journey back. Then he raised his glass, surveyed the mess room, and knocked back the last of his drink. He sat down to raucous cheers and banging of cutlery on glasses and the mess's good porcelain. Now hear this! And the captain's stentorian voice could have been heard from stem to stern with no amplification. I think I speak for the entire crew, Mr. Lyon, when I say that it has been a pleasure to have you on board, and it is our right to wish you good luck and a safe and speedy journey home, lad. And so say all of us. Kylie leaped to his feet, glass in hand, and all in the mess room were not a second behind in joining him as Kylie led the traditional 3 cheers for Theon, a jolly good fellow. Your father and I are very proud of you, Theon, his mother said. Your grandfather and grandmother have decided that you are eminently worthy of being in the clan Gwyn Raven. Chapter 8. A year later. Xexo? Afra called. Xexo! He added with more volume in the mental call. The tower engineer had enough talent to hear that. Roger! Afra could now locate both minds in the machine shop, where Xexo, in his capacity as chief mechanic, and lately his truant son, were most often found. When Afra felt Roger's mind, it was bristling with such vivid calculations, theories, and excitement that small wonder the boy hadn't answered his shouts or telepathic query. Roger's fascination with and attention to all things mechanical, preferably with moving parts, was absolute. Not a bad area of concentration, but only in the proper place and time. Yeah, what you want, Dad? Was the muffled but incurious-sounding acknowledgment. Roger's mental tone held neither apology nor anxiety, more an impatience at being interrupted just then for any reason. It seemed undignified to Afra to summarily port his son away, as he had frequently had to do when the boy was younger. But 15-year-olds can be extremely concerned with dignity, even if they are concerned with little else except the project at hand. While Afra and Damia approved of the boy's keenness, Xexo said he was a very good mechanical apprentice. A prime had to be well-rounded and versed in more than just the generators which augmented his mental abilities. Afra muttered to himself and proceeded to the oil and grease-redolent chamber that was his wayward son's heaven. When he reached the doorway, he stood for a moment, surveying the scene. Xexo and Roger were peering at a screen which showed an enlargement of many parts, some obviously twisted out of their original shape, others broken, with assortments of likely missing bits arranged like satellites about them, indicating possible appropriate matches. On the table were scale-accurate plastic facsimiles of all these pieces, arranged almost exactly as the screen display. Xexo was a master mechanic, often inspired, considering how he managed to keep the elderly generators of the Iota Oragayan Tower working. He adored machines, contraptions, gadgets, any device far more than he liked humans. In that he had found a soulmate in Roger Raven Lyon, up to the point where said 15-year-old skived out of regular duties, and Roger was definitely delinquent in these right now. Furthermore, his Dinis, as much satellites of Roger as the boy was of Xexo, were also engaged in trying to assemble anomalous parts into a whole. Sprawled belly down on the grease-stained floor,
They were clicking and clacking as their clever finger digits patiently pushed bits around the periphery of larger pieces, trying to make a fit. Roger. Oh, Roger. And Afra added a mental poke. Huh? His son looked over his shoulder, widened his eyes in semi-horror as he also saw the digital clock on the wall, clapped an oily hand to his mouth, leaving a black four-fingered imprint on an already grease-smeared skin, and broadcast apology, dismay, guilt, and self-reproach all at once. Gee, Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was getting so late. Did anyone else go out hunting? Hunting had been an immediate need, and his parents having dismissed Roger from the tower to handle it, they had gone on to other business. Afra tapped his foot and sighed heavily to indicate his displeasure. Lately, since the Joint High Councils had released data on every bit of the salvage so far recovered, as well as schematics, drawings, approximations, deductions concerning the Hive wreck, there wasn't an engineer anywhere that wasn't trying his or her hand at putting just a tiny portion of the puzzle together. The Dini ship, the KLTL, which had continued its search for the Hive homeworld and/or the space debris thereof, had collected more bits and pieces which had been strewn by the injured Hive ship as its Nova-driven path hurtled it outward. Afra thought that Theon's affinity for the odd sting-bzzzt of Hive artifacts must be on overdrive, considering how much he had located in the vastness of space. There was no telling how much more would be found, but each discovery was carefully documented in the absurd, Afra felt, hope that perhaps enough of the enigmatic Hive engines could be reconstructed to give the Allies some clue as to how their space drive had operated and what fuel it used. In the centuries of their lone battle against the Hivers, the Dinis had twice managed to pierce a Hive ship with projectiles and, they thought, punched through to the drive unit. But each time the torpedo had failed to explode, and Dinis wished to know why. The firing mechanism on their projectiles was designed to explode. The fuel Hivers used would at least give the Allies an idea of how to explode it the next time. The monetary award offered to anyone or any group who solved even part of the immense problem was secondary to the prestige such a feat would accrue. "You're lucky tonight," Afra said severely, because Roger's mind exhibited his singular concentration. "Zara and Morag went out by themselves." He noted that Roger was chagrined by that. "Zara and the Dinis picked enough greens to last a week, and Morag stumbled across a warren. But you were to have led the hunt, and preferably bring back enough to provide several days' protein. You know that Zara and Morag are much too young to go far on their own." "But they did it, didn't they?" "That's not the point, Roger, and you should know and appreciate the difference by now." Roger sniffed and hung his head, mentally sorting which excuses might propitiate his parent. "I just didn't happen to look toward the digital." That was genuine enough. "Not with your nose pushing plastic about," Afra said, trying to keep his tone severe. "It's my fault as well, Afra," Zexo said, wiping his hands. "He was helping me with the alternators, and then we both thought we recognized how these pieces," and Zexo pointed with a fine-tipped driver to what was strewn on the table, "might link up. I should have reminded him that he had chores. Zexo, every one of my children has a well-developed and perfectly adequate time sense. You only needed to trigger an alert, Roger. From now on, if you don't do so, you will be sequestered. Do you understand that clearly?" "Yes, sir." Roger's head was down, and he tried to shield his thoughts. But Afra wasn't a T2, as well as a practiced parent by now, to be diverted. In any event, he was faster at reading than Roger was at shielding. "I'll have none of that sass either, young man." Roger shot his father a guilty but still slightly impenitent look and sniffed again. Clear blue eyes met yellow and began to glitter, the intent now carefully hidden from Afra's sight. "If Zexo and me did get a piece together, you'd be awfully proud of us, wouldn't you, Dad?" Roger said, smiling with the charismatic brilliance that this grandson had inherited in far too generous a measure from his mother and grandfather to suit Afra.
Even so, the raven charm melted his severity. "Your mother and I would be immensely proud, of course, but we'd be prouder if you could, at least once a week, remember you are needed for mundane duties."
"I do my tower duty like everyone else."
"Few would consider those hours mundanely spent," Afra said, gesturing for Roger to clean up his workspace and himself and hurry back to the house. "Leave it, Roge," Zexo said, rubbing greasy fingers along his jaw. "Not the pieces. I want to puzzle this a bit longer. It'll be here for you tomorrow, if you're free." The engineer shot a quick glance at Afra and received a nod. "And do remember to feed yourself sometime today, Zexo," Afra said, although he sent word to Damia at the house to see that some sort of hot meal appeared near enough to Zexo for him to see and eat it. Sure, Zexo agreed, but he was already brooding over the artifacts.
"Dinner time is now, Gil, cat," Afra added to the Deenies, who hadn't looked up from their shoving and shifting. "Hunger not important. Must fit pieces. Gain much respect and enlarge this pair," Gil said, but it jumped upright in the sudden way of Deenie's shifting position. Sometimes Afra thought they must have some latent kinetic talent to execute such rapid displacements, and there was still the conundrum of how Deenie dreams could penetrate human subconsciousness. In deference to their Deenie companions, for Afra's friend Try was waiting outside, enjoying the fresh air, the Primes walked up the slope to their home. Lights were coming up as dusk was well settled on Iota Oragai. The ever-present dim noise from the mines and smelting works, which were active on an uninterrupted schedule, reached their ears, punctuated by occasional loud rattles like distant avalanches. More big daddies to shift tomorrow, then, Roger thought with a resignation which he quickly depressed where his father couldn't sense it. But involuntarily a sigh escaped his lips. "It's good practice for a developing prime," his father said, permitting a little pride to read in the thought. "Linking minds as well as porting masses." "Porting all the time is boring." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Roger regretted it. "And spending hours contemplating bits and pieces is not?" Afra gave a good-natured snort. Roger answered that with a sniff. "Not the same thing at all, Dad. Link, grip, lift, push. That's boring. We're never allowed to hang about and listen to what the other primes tell you because—" And here Roger allowed his disgust to color his tone. "We're too young." "The time of being too young is so short, my son." The wistful note in his father's mind surprised Roger, and he glanced at Afra. Suddenly his father smiled, and Roger answered because they both realized that he didn't have to look so far up any longer. They were nearly of a height. "Yes, Roger, the time of being young is very short. There are very few months left when you may indulge your enthusiasms." "But, Dad, haven't there been engineering primes?" "The critical need for FT&T right now is for talents able to handle the responsibilities of a tower." "Or a ship, like Theon?" That prospect did excite Roger. "Dad, couldn't I at least chip out?" "Because Theon has?" Afra smiled without rancor, for Roger adored his older brother, and most of the time chose to emulate his example. "That is not up to either your mother or me." "Wouldn't you at least ask Grandfather?" Afra placed his arm gently across his son's shoulders, broad enough already, and certainly strongly muscled. "Your grandfather is aware of every facet of your training, abilities, and yes, your wishes. I will not say we have to transcend personal preferences right now." "You just said it anyway." But Roger grinned at his father. "And I know my duty." Afra heard the resignation in that, and wished that Roger were as pliant as his older sister and brother, as enthusiastic about the shape of his future as they had been. He also remembered how rebellious he had been at Roger's age, but he devoutly hoped without the same cause. As much as they could within the framework of their contracts with Federal Teleport and Telepath, they tried not to prevent their children from feeling trapped by their talent. They'd sent their children to other planets, Deneb,
Earth, Altair, and once even Capella, though that was not a successful visit, to broaden their outlooks and perspectives. The service of FT&T was not without its prerogatives, which, most of the time, made up for the responsibilities. He must have a few words with Jeff, to be sure that the head of FT&T was fully aware of Roger's mechanical aptitude and interest. Or perhaps a word with Golly Gren, who was head of placement and training, might be more fruitful. Aromatic odors wafted on the soft evening breeze, and both men and Deanie increased the speed of their strides. "I'll tell you this but once, Roger," Afra said sternly as they hurried up the terrace steps to the house. "You hunt next, by yourself, on Thursday, and if you forget, you'll not only get no supper of any kind, but you're sequestered." "Yes, Dad," Roger agreed meekly, because that was fair. Zara hated to hunt. She was really so sensitive an empath that she could not accept the necessity of killing for food. Good thing she had gone with Morag, who had no such compunctions and had developed into the best shot in the household. But she shouldn't have to do all the hunting. That wasn't fair either. But he had been so sure that he'd find the match the very next minute.
"We all go. We find much to eat," Gil said earnestly, tugging on Afra's fingers.
Afra squeezed once in acknowledgment and then pushed open the door into his home, always aware of his great satisfaction in being here.
"You're in good time." "Wash," Damia said, scowling at the state of her third child and his Deanie's, and pointing a slender but stern finger toward the washroom. Zara was coming down the back stairs as Roger entered the washroom, and she gave him a look of such deep reproach that he knew his hunch had been right. Morag, not at all sensitive when the quantity of food on her daily plate might be reduced, came clattering down and grinned when she saw him.
"You're in deep kimchi. I called good and loud."
"From where, the hillside?" Roger asked, because he knew how fond Morag was of hunting, and to be out as hunt leader would have pleased her no end. He ignored both sisters then and scrubbed diligently at his greasy hands and arms, right up to the elbow. No sense being sent back for another scrub like Ian always was, not when dinner smelled as good as that. Then he helped Gil and Kat get their arm pelts dry. They didn't like to have their fur back rubbed, but it was the only way to blot the moisture sufficiently to stop itch. It was a good supper, a stir-fry with the greens chopped fine and cooked crisp in fat. There were enough greens to satisfy him and Gil, who were particularly fond of them done that way. Mother was just about to serve the sweet course when she jerked erect, and the look crossed her face. She whirled, gesturing for all of them to link with her. It was now such a reflex action that they were linked before the second word in Damia's mind. Recognizing his grandfather's voice and the tone in which the news was couched, Roger's eyes widened in reaction. "Best possible news has come through from the Beijing of its pursuit of the Hive escape pod. It has been found with its occupants alive." Soundlessly, Roger mouthed, "Wow," a sentiment which certainly his parents shared, judging by their jubilant expressions. Jeff Raven's mind touch relaxed as he continued. "Evidently very much alive, and the Beijing captain says that he has grave doubts of how to contain the occupants if they break through the seal they managed to affix to the main hatch of the pod. He recommends immediate transfer to reinforced accommodations. That means talented help on the spot. The mass is such that I'd not risk collecting it myself." "You wouldn't do it by yourself, Jeff Raven," said the unmistakable voice of the Rowan. Roger noticed Morag's grin and signaled her to clear her expression. Grandmother wasn't being funny. "Where's the pod right now?" Damia asked. "When Smelkoff realized that a hatch might be opened, he put the pod off the ship on tow. He couldn't risk it staying on the Beijing, even if they evacuated the air in the shuttle bay. Damned awkward that Theon's so far away, on board the KLTL. Jeff began. Roger saw his mother's eyes flash. "Father!" "Actually, my dear, I was wondering if I could borrow Afra and young Roger." "Roger's only 15.
Dad and I fling Big Daddies about all the time, Mom, Roger cried, though he knew he oughtn't to interrupt. Dad, Damia began again. They all heard Jeff sigh. Roger thought his grandfather had a real good repertoire of expressive sighs, though he dared not think that very loudly. Afra and Roger have already teamed up on many occasions when you were unavailable, Damia. This is a one-shot affair. We'll get them out to the Beijing. They've the experience required from shifting so many drones from the mine yards, so the pod being on tow won't be a problem, once they can see it. Captain Smelkoff has estimated the mass and volume involved, which is no more than both have handled easily. Afra will handle the focus, if that's what's bothering you, but we've got to get that thing in a secure installation as soon as possible. Then Roger saw his mother narrow her eyes in a way he knew that would exclude him from hearing what she said, on a very tight personal mental shaft to his grandfather, and he knew he was going to be left out of the fun things. Why hadn't he remembered to hunt today? It wasn't fair, because he was a T1, just too young for tower responsibility as yet, even if he could do everything on his own, especially with his father. They really linked well, better than he could with his mother, or even with both parents during very sustained heavy ports. Afra leaned forward across the table, lightly tapping his wife's hand, and she turned to make eye contact. Roger held his breath, wanting to be bold enough to peek at what was being said, but knowing that would be the death of any chance he had. Surely his father was arguing that he ought to have this chance. In the hour, then, and thank you, Damia. Once again, you're decorating the family crown with the jewels of your womb. Dad! Roger couldn't help grinning, because his grandfather had meant him to know that he'd get this splendid chance to see some action. Then he caught how thin his mother's lips were, and saw the anger in her eyes. "Oh, please," he said, shutting his eyes so he wouldn't see any other negative signs. "Oh, open your eyes, Roger. Wiser heads than mine have prevailed," his mother said, her tone caustic, but when he dared look in her direction, she had just the slightest hint of a smile. "I think you're too young, but my father and yours believe you're not." She cocked one eyebrow up, in challenge, and he grinned back at her. "In an hour, Mother?" Roger was so excited he could barely enunciate the words. "You're going to let Roge go?" Zara asked, incredulous with eyes wide as saucers. Damia cleared her throat. "He won't be gone long, Zara," she said firmly, and shot Roger a reproving glance, for he was jumping up and down in his chair. "We go to the Beijing, to the ship, to see the Queen," he told his Deanies, who began hooting and whistling. That set off all the rest of the young Deanies, with the exception of Gil and Kat, who were so astonished at their good fortune that they had covered their pole eyes. It took all the adults and some loud crackling from Falk and Try to reduce the noise level. Then Damia called her dinner table to order. "You'll need all your dinner for a stunt like this," she said, and served Roger first. It happened to be his favorite fruit pie. He'd finished up his portion when Zara dumped half hers on his plate, her manner so mournful that she must think he was going to his death or something. "Sweetie, don't be sad. I want to go," he said, cuddling his sister, because he could never bear for Zara to be anything but happy and carefree. She never whined, but oh, could she look pathetic. Not even Mother could withstand a truly unhappy Zara. Morag, on the other hand, was frankly envious of his assignment, and Roger hoped that this would settle her down when she had to be in a tower link. Kaltia, Ian, and Petra were still much too young to do more than exercise around the house and grounds. But Morag was 12 and a good, strong talent, probably prime stuff, if she'd ever work at it. Who was he to talk? "That's right, son," his father said unexpectedly, and Roger grimaced, hoping Dad hadn't heard much. Dad just didn't violate privacy. He had wanted to get his attention. "If you've finished eating, we've some details to go over and listen for. They're still deciding where to plunk the pod down." "I'll just bet they are." Roger still couldn't believe his good fortune.
Going on such a trip, and with his dad. Then he saw his mother's unqualified smile of approval and grinned back. "You'll see, Mom. We'll make 'em all notice iota oragai." Damia was still smiling, but she said, "I'd rather the operation went so smoothly no one noticed." "Damia, love, he's 15, and this is glory." "You got it, Dad." And Roger gave the all-ahead go signal. "You'll need ship suits, and they're packed away," Damia said, leaving the table to go to the storeroom. "Is she really angry?" Roger asked his father as softly as he could while he pretended to finish scraping his dessert plate. "Not angry, son. Not angry at you. You're all growing up too fast for her." The proud look Afra gave his son made him feel as if he could lick a Hiver queen single-handedly. "I don't believe that will be necessary," his grandfather's voice said gently in his head. "Please listen, Roger." "Right and tight, sir." Then his parents added their touch to his, and he knew this was a talent business. He sat up straight in his chair and, putting a hand on each of his Deenies, made them stop their wriggling. "An old installation of Earth's moon is available as security quarters for the Queen and whatever else occupies that pod. I've just lifted a probe with all necessary placement pictures to the Beijing, and Captain Smelkoff will be fully briefed and is expecting you. Your grandmother and I will port your carrier to the Beijing. The very best handling," added his grandmother's unmistakable voice at its driest. Roger didn't dare even say hello. This was business. "This is where you'll be setting the pod down." And Roger's mind was flooded with details that instantly organized themselves into a coherent vision of moonscape, a dome with blocky buildings under secondary domes. The place slightly resembled Callisto Tower compound in that it was protected from the vacuum by main and auxiliary domes. It was bleak, whereas Callisto was bright and colorful. The viewpoint altered while his grandfather continued to explain the internment site. "Food will be provided. Hivers are vegetarians, and an ample selection is being installed. The Rowan's working on that right now with both human and Deenie biologists and botanists. If no indication is shown of tending the crops, it's easy enough to resupply. They can make what they like of the buildings. They're all empty, and all exit locks are being sealed. The only way in or out will be by portation. Fortunately, Hivers are also dependent on oxygen, and it's doubtful if there'd be any Hiver equivalent of spacesuits aboard a pod." "Aren't there going to be guards or scientists or something?" Roger couldn't help but ask. "Not in situ, Roger," his grandfather said, just when Roger thought he'd get a scolding from his mother for blurting that out. "Remote sensors are all over the facility. That's one reason it was chosen. The Deenies have nothing comparable anywhere, and we can provide their experts with laboratories, scanners, and whatever diagnostic or screening instrumentation they need. Our science has not been on the defensive mode as long as the Deenies has." The images faded. "Sir, what if that pod has comm units and things?" Jeff Raven chuckled. "Quick lad. It took the High Council a lot longer to ask that. Truth is, Roger, where would a comm signal go now that their homeworld's rubble? The Deenies assure us that there are no nearby Hive worlds. They aren't a species that clubs together for protection as we and the Deenies do. Each Hive world is apparently autonomous. The only suitable planets they won't attack are ones already colonized by their species. Unless, which the best of the experts agree is unlikely, they have some sort of integral communication." "They couldn't be telepaths, could they?" "Don't interrupt your grandfather," his mother said sternly. "He's a member of the mission, Damia. He has the right to ask questions. They've been good ones. No, Roger, there is no evidence of telepathy beyond what your grandmother and other Denebian women felt, which many say was a mass precognition or premonition of tremendous danger. More that than a thought transference. I think it's reasonably safe to say that no interstellar communication was ever developed. However, The monitors about the compound are extremely sensitive and will record the most minor variations. The underground units have clocked solar winds and monitored even the slightest coronal flares. I think the creatures will be safely contained. There's also a very handy and hot sun in case of emergency, his grandmother said in a voice that sent shivers down Roger's spine. Any other questions? Jeff asked. Roger shook his head, mentally as well as physically. We'll be ready as soon as we've changed, Jeff, Afra said, and paused. Zexo's got the generators up. Roger remembered his manners and wished his grandparents a good day. That's a few hours off right now, lad, but I accept the thought. Roger wondered if grandfather had really meant that. Father loves to pun, his mother said, her tone amused, so Roger realized that he hadn't embarrassed her. Then he, Gil, and Kat made a dash for the bathroom and did very thorough jobs of cleansing themselves. Afra came in just as Roger had finished, with a single suit of navy blue over his arm. He was dressed in a similar outfit, and there was an unusual twinkle in his eyes. It occurred to Roger that his father was going to enjoy this break from routine just as much as he was, and he grinned at that perception. It is sometimes very beneficial to do something different. Afra tossed the single suit at him. Wear your tower shoes. The Navy gets annoyed if you scar their planking or decking, or whatever the term is for their floors. When they came back into the living room, Zara was cheerful too, as she and Morag were clearing the dining table with their Deenies. Roger rather thought Morag was trying very hard not to look envious or resentful. "I'll ride Saki while you're gone. She needs the exercise," Morag said, watching to see his reaction. "I appreciate the offer, Maury," he said with great dignity, "but we're not going to be gone more than a day." "You didn't ride her yesterday, you know." Trust Morag to keep track. "So you'll ride her first thing tomorrow morning," his mother said, and Morag rolled her eyes and turned to her chore. "Then you'll do tower duty. With my top talents off gallivanting about the galaxy, we gals have to prove we can stand in with no trouble at all." Zara looked as if she'd been offered a summer on Denis with that silly cousin she adored, but Morag tossed Roger a "so who needs you" look. He didn't need his mother's quick glance to know he'd better not react to that blatant challenge. Then, in the next breath, it was time to go. Gil lost its favorite belt, and when that was found, Kat started drinking bowls of water until Fox stopped that and hauled Kat off to drain. They got to the tower and into the capsule well before the end of the hour. Roger settled himself, strapping Gil and Kat in on either side, both squirming like eels as the generators built. His father was last in, and then Kilarian herself closed the hatch. "Ready?" His mother sounded so cool and businesslike. "Just remember," and suddenly her voice wasn't so sure. To his astonishment, she seemed to catch herself back, but continued, "Just remember that your father links first, Roger." He knew what she meant, and why her voice had suddenly altered. "You've drilled me well enough in that protocol, Mother. Have no fear." Even through the stout metal walls of the personnel carrier, he heard the exact moment when the generators reached the peak note. He didn't feel motion, but then he never did when his mother or father ported. He did feel a subtle alteration in the pressure of portation. "He's clever, this one, Jeff," said his grandmother, and Roger realized that his mother had handed over the port to Callisto Prime. The pressure increased, and he felt his father's fingers squeeze his hand. He turned his head and grinned, saw his father grin back, and then the pressure went away. Outside the capsule were distinct noises, metallic clangings, shouts, orders. Someone politely rapped on the hatch. "You all right in there, sirs?" "Indeed we are." The hatch opened, and an older man looked in, then braced himself and saluted. "Chief Petty Officer Godalming, Mr. Lyon, sir. Captain Smelkoff's compliments. He's on his way here, but you sure made it in a hurry," he added in a less formal tone. Roger tried not to gawk and turned to release the straps on his Deenies, who began to snicker. "Good day. Good dreams? Godalming said in understandable but oddly accented Dini, and that set both of them clittering and clattering. "Thank you," Roger said, not knowing the proper way to address a chief petty officer. He should have listened to Theon's maunderings about naval protocol and stuff. "T'ank oo," Gil replied in its best basic. Godalming's broad pinkish face was graced by a jovial smile, showing yellowish but even teeth. "The ship welcomes Merdini guests," and the chief got that sentence out with the concentration of one who has rote learned phrases and was not really thinking in the language. But thinking in Dini, as Roger well knew, was not easy to achieve. "You don't know how pleased they are to hear Dini, Chief Godalming," Afra said, rising up from the carrier. "Your son was giving lessons, Prime, and I took as many as I could," the chief said, and then, hearing new voices, turned. Roger could see his shoulders ease with relief. "Here's the captain." He leaned conspiratorially toward Afra, a tableau that made Roger grin. His father was long and lean, and the chief rather short. Roger was taller, and as rotund as regulations allowed. He turned now and braced again. "Captain, sir, the primes have arrived." "For the record, Chief," Afra said in a low voice as the captain hurried to the cradle, "I'm not the prime. My son is. I'm T2. The chief gave Roger a worried look, but Roger smiled at him as he'd often seen his mother smile at skeptics, and bent to help Gil and Cat from the carrier. "I say, Mr. Lyon, Misters Lyon," and Smelkoff corrected himself with a genial laugh that echoed in the big shuttle bay. "You are prompt to the second. Caught me still on the bridge. But we've auxiliary screens here, so you can see what we've salvaged." He was then close enough and extended his hand. "One shake is only polite. Shield," Afra told his son as he followed his own instructions. Roger complied, but noticed the surprised look on the chief's face. Their acquiescence to the courtesy did much to raise them in his estimation. Talents rarely allowed casual contacts, but to have refused the forgetful captain would have been impolite. "Remember that," Afra said. "So, you're the prime, are you, boy? This your first official act?" "No, sir. I've been on tower duty since I was 12. Roger could feel his father listening hard and not reminding him to be properly modest about his abilities. "All of us do tower time, but my father is the focus, not me. He's got to guide. I'm the grunt." Roger heard someone's politely muffled guffaw, but he could also sense his father's approval, and that the captain was totally reassured. "That wasn't how Earth Prime described your separate talents, young Mr. Lyon, but whatever gets that pod where it's safe." Only the two talents were aware of how nervous and vulnerable he felt, even with the pod towed kilometers behind the Beijing. Outwardly, the captain was relaxed, assured, and exuding an air of authority and competence. "This way," and he led them to the companionway leading up to the control room. "Commander Stride, my chief engineer, is waiting for you, in case you need to know anything about our engines. I understand from reports sent back by Istheon Lyon on the Vadim that we'll have no problem gestalting the Beijing's engines, more power than we'd ever need." "You are Mr. Lyon's father, then?" the captain said conversationally. "Yes." "And you're his brother, young Mr. Lyon?" "Yes, sir." And Roger couldn't suppress how proud he was of Theon. "We're a long-tailed clan," he added, because the captain was telling himself not to babble. There was only one talent family named Lyon, and they were kin to the Earth and Callisto primes. "I've half a dozen cousins serving on Capella in various towers." "Do you so?" the captain continued, feeling less gauche. Roger couldn't help read his public thoughts. The man's apprehension left him wide open. Roger did ignore Smelkoff's fears that the kid didn't look that young, with that white streak of hair, but he couldn't be very old or he'd already be towered somewhere, since FT&T could use 100 primes and still have vacancies. Couldn't the senior Lyon have handled the portation by himself? He had a very competent, experienced look, the sort a man could trust, even if he was talented. T2? That wasn't much under a prime. Oh well, FT&T knew what it was doing, he hoped. "Misters Lyon," and the captain gave his engineering officer a broad and genial grin as they entered the control room. "Meet Commander Stry. He rigged the tow in jig time. Neatest job I've ever seen." Commander Stry, a keen-eyed man with rusty red hair, gave the two talents a crisp and respectful bow, and then swung round to the two conformable seats that looked out of place in the room. "Thought these might help." "Very kind of you, Commander," Afra said, and motioned for the Dinies to stand in one corner. "May dreams be deep," the commander said to them, again surprising the Lyons. "Does everyone speak some Dini on the Beijing?" Afra asked, smiling his surprise. "Seemed silly not to take advantage of the opportunity, Mr. Lyon," Stry said as he keyed codes and the screens above the console lit up. At the sight of the Hiver sphere, apparently just sitting in space, Roger caught his breath, but then so did his father, so he didn't feel he had betrayed too much surprise. "Any idea what the hull is made of?" Afra asked after a moment's pause. "Still analyzing. It's a highly sophisticated alloy, but with an ingredient we can't identify," Smelkoff said. "One of my lieutenants thinks it's a coating of some kind, maybe even something the Hivers secrete from their bodies," Stry said. "Doesn't even pit, so it's remarkable the other pod was destroyed." "I wonder they released the pods at all," Afra said, "if they knew the Nova was about to happen." Then he added more briskly, "We'll need your mass and volume figures, gentlemen. I think everyone will feel easier once this package is secured elsewhere." "Amen to that," the captain said, trying to sound more jovial than relieved by the prospect. "How can I assist you, Mr. Lyon?" And Stry looked from Afra to Roger, who were both reclining on the chairs and settling themselves. "Please tell your helmsman not to deviate from the present speed. Our drain will not affect the ship's speed or direction, but you will hear a change in the generators." The captain gave the appropriate orders. Roger had been listening to them with half his mind, while the rest of his attention was on the pod. The upper hemisphere was bathed in the Beijing's external lights and glowed, slickly metallic. It didn't look all that big, Roger thought, until he glanced for verification at the mass and volume. "About as big as the trefoil carriers, wouldn't you say, Dad?" Roger said, flexing his mental muscles. "That's not necessary, son." But his father's tone was amused. "Yes, I do believe you're right. Almost to the gram, I'd say. We had a batch of them to go to Clarf only last week." "So we did." Roger did not dare look at his father, but the fact that Afra was keeping up the conversation indicated that his instinct to natter was valid. The tension in the control room abated a few degrees. They were two specialists, organizing their thoughts, making idle technical comparisons. "Seen enough?" his father asked. His parents were always making sure that the visual had been properly scanned before apportation. You had to know what you were lobbing before you lifted. Casual thrusts could cause uncasual damage. "Of the pod, yes. I just push you, right?" Roger eyed the barren moonscape and the lighted domes of their placement photos. "That's right. Now, pick up the power. Good lad." Roger was also aware of the generator gauge swinging up and over, almost to the overload position. "Link." As he had so often done, Roger opened his mind and placed it at his father's disposal. One day, others would pay him that courtesy. Right now, he was subsumed by the deep and ruddy brown of his father's mental touch, comfortable and comforted. He felt power, directed it to the brown. Brown expanded, and, as if he had put his shoulder to the mental brown, he heaved forward and was suddenly the envelope that contained the pod. Wincing at the sudden sting bzzzt, he did not flinch from his thrusting. For the first time in his life, he heard his father let out a string of spaceman's curses. "Forgot we'd get that with this effing great ball of spit," Afra said, and Roger knew his father was feeling, tasting the revolting smell, touch, flavor of Hive. In the next second, they had reached their destination and inserted the pod neatly inside the second dome. Relief made Roger lightheaded. He wondered if they should have tapped on the pod door and cried, "Ole ole infree," or some other more formal invitation to exit the vehicle. "I thought of that too," Afra said, his mind equally lightened by success. "You took no harm," he added, less as a question than a statement of what he knew to be fact. Roger had felt him brush deeply to reassure himself. "A snap, Dad. I can understand now why we've all had to push Big Daddies." "All safe and secure at the Heinlein installation," Afra said, swinging his legs off the couch and rising. "I knew you'd appreciate all those boring tower exercises. You've an enviable shove in you, Roger. Most commendable." "I think you can safely say that Operation Bounce went off very well. We thank you for your courtesies." "Then join us for dinner, won't you? Surely you don't have to go right back." Roger didn't dare breathe how much he wanted not to have to go meekly back to Oragai. Surely they deserved a meal. He might have had dinner only 3 hours ago, but he was monstrously hungry suddenly. "Thank you kindly, Captain. We'd be delighted, but only," and to Roger's dismay, Afra held up his hand, "if we're not depriving you of much-needed stores." "No, indeed you're not, Mr. Lyon. Wouldn't matter anyway, considering the service you've done the Beijing. But not only do we have orders to return now, but your son provisioned us for a much longer journey. As soon as we're in portation range, 6 weeks at best, we'll be back to our base. We insist on celebrating with you tonight." It was, Roger thought later that night, as he slid down in a real Navy bunk in a ship that had searched space and found live hivers, the most glorious celebration he'd ever had. No one had treated him like a kid. He'd been Mr. Lyon this and Mr. Lyon that, though he'd asked some of the officers to call him Roger. He would have to get his head down to size by the time they got home, or his mother'd really discipline him. But tonight had been his. Just as he drifted off to sleep, he thought he heard voices. "He's come of age, Damia. It's all there to be tapped. To delay risks more than it could possibly gain." Then he fell into one of the more marvelous Deanie dreams he'd ever had. All bright colors, swirling masses, and intricate shapes and high-flying swirls and loops. A totally positive dream, even if he hadn't a clue what it signified. Chapter 9. "Dad!" The name was broadcast on a wide enough band to bring Roger wide awake. It took him only a nanosecond to recognize Theon's voice. Roger glanced at the digital's illuminating face and saw he'd been asleep a bare hour. "Hey, Thee, let a guy sleep." "Sorry, Rog." That was overlapped with Afra's acknowledgement of the mental contact. "I didn't wake you, did I, Dad? I checked times and it's—" "You didn't wake me, Theon. I've been enjoying the ship's hospitality. The captain and his officers are quite starved of news so long in this tour. Callisto and Earth are inundated with requests for transport of personnel and materiel, mainly to Heinlein base." And Roger heard the amusement in his father's calm tone. "So we have been informed that we must wait in the queue." "I can just believe that. Hoo-wee! Everyone who can will be flocking out there to gawk." Theon's voice altered. "Did you have any trouble with the sting bzzzt? I forgot to warn about that. Did Mother remember?" "I should have." And Afra's tone was unexpectedly rueful. "But your brother was superb. Not so much as a twitch, despite the force and the unexpectedness of it. You can be very proud of Roger." "Of course I am. He's my brother, isn't he? That sting bzzzt." And Roger didn't know if Theon was explaining or apologizing. "It's much heavier around live ones, though, isn't it? That's how I tumbled to the larvae. Any news on their development?" "None, and that's officially honest. Having a live queen may speed things up, if it doesn't Deanie out on us. How is your quest going?" "We're still several months away from a pickup point, and probably have to wait our turn in the queue, too. But I've turned into a real hot dog artifact finder. Better than a metal detector in a minefield." "But that's what you are," Roger said, awake now and delighting in this midnight conference with his brother and father. "Hey, you haven't found any more shards like this?" And Roger envisioned the group that he and Zexo had been so sure would fit, heavy bands of some 10 centimeters thick, finely tooled. They look like they should fit together, all of the same pattern. Yes, we did, in fact. I'll copy through to you. Going for the reward, too?" And the amusement in Theon's voice took the sting away. "There isn't a Deanie on board that isn't trying to fit the puzzle pieces together. Blank your mind now, and I'll send the specs through." They'd done this often enough with mass, weights, and capsule sizes during tower practice, so Roger thought of nothing, and Theon sent him the particulars. Roger thanked his brother as he swung out of the bunk and to the terminal, where he copied down the specs. Then a yawn overcame him as he crawled back into bunk, fitting his legs between the sleeping Deanies. "Say, Theon, are Mur and Dip back with you?" "Have been for weeks. I didn't realize how much I'd miss them. They're larger, too. Had a good hiber. Dad, send me a visualization of this hindline base, please. It's not part of the KLTL's files, and Captain Plur wants to see where the Queen's being kept. They sure are nervy about her being anywhere near Earth." "Reassure them. Hindline base is built in solid rock. Nothing could burrow through that. And there's nowhere to go. Certainly nowhere with oxygen." "I'll tell them." Roger couldn't keep awake any longer, falling asleep during the next part of the rapid mental exchanges. A full week went by before Damia had to agitate for the return of her husband and her son. There were big daddies to transport, and there was no way she could handle them without the mental muscle Afra and Roger supplied. Roger hadn't minded. Ensign Buto was assigned to show him around the ship. "Don't you mean nursemaid me?" Roger asked when the exec officer had completed the introduction and moved away. Buto, with the darkest skin, the whitest teeth, and the biggest brown eyes Roger had ever seen, grinned broadly. "Mr. Lyon, sir, you don't need a nursemaid, not after what you did yesterday." And he rolled his eyes. "Eat up, Mr. Lyon, sir. Breakfast's the best meal of the day. Say, you couldn't haul in some fresh stuff for us while you and your daddy are here, could you? I haven't had any fruit in yonks. I didn't get any last time your brother brought stuff in, but I figure if I'm with you as your companion on board this ship, if supplies come in, I've a better chance now of getting a share. Wouldn't you say so?" Just a little push at Buto's wide-open mind, and Roger knew he was genuine. He soon learned that Buto talked all the time, a sort of verbal diarrhea, but he knew the Beijing from turret to shuttle bay and every single one of the access alleys. Literally, he gave Roger and the Deanies a tour of the ship. He also practiced his Deanie, translating what he told Roger into their language. "Look, why don't you just speak Deanie?" Roger said when they were midships and descending. "Save your throat." "Deanie saves no one's throat. How do they manage in long speeches? That's why I speak basic to you, give my vocal cords a rest now and then. Sure, I could just use the one language, 'cause they certainly understand basic too, the way their eyes shine. Not stupid Deanies, not like some of the ABs think, just because they look like weasels wearing fezzes. I've never seen a weasel, live that is, but there's only a general look of a weasel about them, what with the smooth pelt and all. But Deanies are not the least bit weaselly, if you take the distinction." Then he turned to help Mur through a narrow aperture into yet another access alley. "Keep head down, so as not to poke out pole eye." "Where did you get so fluent in Deanie?" Roger shoved the question in quickly. "Oh, my older brother had Deanie pairs. We were one of the first families, though I expect that you Lyonses were the first." And he grinned, white-toothed, to show no ill feeling. "So to speak, what with being children of the Raven Lion family, and each of you had pairs?" Roger only had time to nod before Buto was off again. "All of you? 8? Well, I suppose it's working out, what with your brother first priming the Vadim, and now the KLTL. That was a really fine gesture of his, to accompany the KLTL to be sure they had sufficient supplies so that no Deanie had to lay on the line." Buto rolled his eyes again. Roger thought he must be one of the very few people who understand what that meant. He shuddered, glad that there was absolutely no chance that either Gil or Cat would have to volunteer. "One really has to hand it to that species for persevering against incredible odds and suiciding to prevent a hiver from overcoming the worlds they were pledged to protect." "Buto, do you stop talking in your sleep?" "Oh, sorry, Mr. Lyon, sir. I do tend to talk a bit."
He was silent for all of 2 minutes. Roger's time sense kept track. They were in the shuttle deck by then, and Roger was quite willing to listen to the ensign's vivid description of how the Hiver pod was netted and hauled inboard.
"Tried to run from us and used up the last whiff of fuel, whatever it is they use. So the pod was just drifting. Captain thinks toward the yellow sun in 757-283. No other suitable systems nearer than 10 light-years in this quadrant. Do you suppose the Queen knew that and had a pre-planned destination? I mean, that's awful close to their homeworld, spatially speaking."
"Could be there's a colony already there."
"Isn't one of the Dini explored worlds. We had to check that. But it's not one that's tagged, rather far out from our hub, even with several million planets in this arm of the Milky Way that are suitable to habitation by our 3 species. It's remarkable there was one near enough for the pod to reach. Of course, some think the Queen'd just go into hibernation or suspended animation or something, until such time as the instrumentation located a suitable planet. Or maybe this was always a destination, off the wreck's trajectory, but then it might not have had a chance to correct when the nova shock wave hit it. At that, our shuttle bay was only just large enough to haul the pod in. Big, 6 meters if a centimeter. If it were a human vehicle, could fit a whole watch on board it. Just hope there's more in there than just one queen body. She'd be one mighty huge mother, she would. But they're saying that she'd have to bring attendants and workers and drones and such like, because she couldn't survive without their ministrations. Dini's told us, when we were kids, that the queens decide what sort of offspring the hive needs to function, and then parcel out the types among them to breed. That's a handy habit. Not enough deck scrubbers? Make 24 more eggs of that kind. Not enough ensigns? Produce 6 more.
Buto grinned as Roger inadvertently made eye contact.
"I do talk too much, don't I?"
"You talk all right," Roger said, projecting reassurance. "But mostly you're interesting. Say, any of your crew interested in the puzzle?" Buto drew in a delighted breath, lifted both hands in surprise, and then, grinning even more broadly than usual, he beckoned Roger to follow him toward the stern of the Beijing. "We're allowed to work in cargo hold 3 on account of it's empty. Chief Fur programmed the engineering computer to replicate, to scale, every single one of the pieces found, and he keeps up to date when new ones are brought in. I'll bet we got as good a setup as Naval Intelligence, or the High Councils of either ally." For a reason Roger suspected was due to peer pressure, Buto did not talk nonstop in Cargo 3. In fact, he whispered only twice, once to suggest that they eat down here with the other diligent puzzle piece workers, and the second time to ask if perhaps the Dinis wouldn't like tripods. He knew there were some available for when Captain Smelkoff had Dini experts on board. For a short while, Roger wrestled with his conscience, whether or not to tell Chief Fur of Theon's new finds. Wandering around the edge of the immense table on which facsimiles of the pieces were placed, much the same way Zexo had set up his display, Roger found the ones he thought were sections of the whole he and Zexo had been working with. He asked Buto to point out the chief, if he was present, and when Buto did, without saying a word, Roger accosted the man, a stocky man with a big red-veined nose. "Sir, I'm—" "And good day to you, Mr. Lyon," was the affable reply. "My compliments on your hoist yesterday. Glad to see the last of it. It's safe now?" "At Heinlein Base on Earth Moon." The chief scowled. "Wouldn't like it in my sky, I can tell you. What can I do for you, Mr. Lyon? I perceive that you may also be a compulsive jigger, or you wouldn't have hung around so long. Know that look. What do you think of our setup? Impressive?" And the chief peered up at Roger, projecting a wish for praise. "It's a splendid setup. Easy access to all the main and peripheral parts." And Roger knew he was sounding just like Zexo, but it seemed to gratify the chief. "Ensign Buto," and an odd expression flashed across the chief's face, which Roger interpreted as meaning the chief found the ensign tiresome, "said that you've machined all these pieces." "I have indeed, Mr. Lyon. I've the specifications of some new additions." Before he could complete his sentence, the chief had him by the arm and was propelling him to an alcove where the parts programmer was installed. "So," the chief said, turning it on and holding his fingers expectantly over the keys. "Rounds," Roger said,
and the chief's fingers keyed the basic shape in these dimensions, and Roger rattled them off. Like most of his family, he had an eidetic memory. When the chief had finished the programming and the items had dropped into the basket, he made a grand show of adding them to the table, announcing that these were Mr. Lyon's contribution, and what said they? Roger felt himself blushing at the cheer that issued from nearly 30 throats, and hid his embarrassment by picking up the first piece to see if he could make a match. Much later in the ship's day, his father extracted him from Cargo 3 to bring in 3 supply drones. Roger remembered the ensign's comment and saved out a net of assorted fruits. The young man's gratitude was touching, and Roger realized that his talk was as much nerves as anything, and Buto really needed understanding and reassurance. Those Roger could project whenever they were together, and not necessarily in Cargo 3. Perhaps only Roger noticed the decrease in verbiage. Or was it only because Buto would take Gil and Cat to one side and improve his Dini intonations and vocabulary? Evidently, as long as Buto maintained silence, he could remain in the cargo hold, so Roger, too, was able to indulge his obsession. A second compulsive Hive-oriented preoccupation had begun at Heinlein Base. All over the Alliance, viewers waited to see the Queen emerge from her escape pod. A special channel was devoted to Queen watching, with experts giving learned discussions on what she must be doing inside the pod, making sensible investigations of her new location, when she could be expected to emerge, a matter which now involved thousands, even millions of credits from the speculators. What she looked like, but this was based on the partial remains that had been gathered from the Nova wreckage and other detritus, large and insectoid with useful mandibles. Some earlier estimates had to be considerably revised on the basis of the size of the escape pod. Granted, considerable space would be taken up by its life support, guidance, and propulsion units. No weapon apertures had been discerned, but weapons on an escape pod were considered unlikely. Of equal interest to a sight of the Queen was a look into the pod itself, to examine it inside out in minutest detail and subject the vehicle to most intense analysis. The hull sheathing was of particular interest. Considerable debates went on about her probable companions. One block insisted that she was alone to ensure her survival if a lengthy journey to a safe haven was required. Dini's pondered her possible suicide rather than fall into inimical hands. A very small group of humans wanted to greet her civilly, that being the best way to win her cooperation. How would she know, these proponents argued, that she had been retrieved by putative enemies? Human vessels had only recently taken space with their Dini allies, and the Queen would be unaware of the alliance. Perhaps if she was met with courtesy, more could be learned. Dini resistance to that interpretation was solid. Denibians and any talent interviewed refuted that attitude. "They weren't at Deneb," the Rowan said, in an implacable tone of voice that made Roger hope his grandmother never directed it at him. He had heard her addressing his father, and he couldn't help but hear that part of the conversation. "They didn't feel the alienness that we felt, the resolution to have Deneb for their get. The Hivers cannot be allowed uncontrolled proliferation. Their depredations must be curtailed." "I agree, Rowan," Afra said. "Risking your displeasure, I wonder if we are taking the right attitude. With the Hive homeworld destroyed, isn't it possible that the loss of their home base will limit further activities?" "Afra, do you recall nothing of your contact with the Hivers?" His grandmother's anger at his father's mildly delivered rebuttal was such that Roger strengthened his shields. He was only on the periphery of her mental projection, and the agitation was palpable. How could his father handle the full weight of her disapproval? "I recall it all in an exceedingly vivid memory, Rowan, but so far, and I haven't been against the Alliance in any way, shape, or form, we've blithely accepted the Merdini judgments as irrefutable. Would it not be the better part of wisdom, since we consider ourselves sophisticated and civilized, to see if direct contact with a representative of the Hives is justified?" "Really, Afra Lyon, Only our long-standing friendship and involvement keeps me from suspecting your loyalties." Roger scrunched down under his thermal blanket, reassured by the warmth of Gil and Cat, sleeping on either side of him. This bunk was not made for such occupancy, and he woke up each morning with cramps. Not that his minor discomfort was more than that. His bed at Oragai had always allowed for 3 growing bodies. He'd been having a fascinating Dini dream, and he used this to get back to sleep, ignoring the distress that conversation had produced in him. The Rowan might be his grandmother and highly respected, a heroine for being the focus of the Danubian repulsion, but she shouldn't speak to his father like that. When Roger woke the next morning, he had vivid recollections of his Dini dream. So did Gil and Cat. They were all for rushing down to Cargo 3, for the dream had been about fitting pieces together. As sure as they were that 3 pieces would fit, Roger scrambled into his clothes, remembered to depilate the fuzz from his jaw, while Gil and Cat harangued him for dawdling, jumping up and down like jacks in their excitement. Certain personal habits must be performed to project authority and preserve dignity, he told them so firmly that they subsided. He couldn't run ragtag about the Beijing as he could about Oragai, and his father would give him one of those looks, letting Roger know that he had dropped the family standard. "Get there most quickly?" Gil asked, for the first time asking to be ported. Usually that was Roger's option, and scrupulously observed by the Dinis. "Good idea this one time." Roger hunkered down, arms about his friends, and ported into the passageway adjacent to Cargo 3. That should be a safe enough destination. If someone spotted them miraculously appearing, well, everyone on board knew he was a prime, and why shouldn't he use the talent he'd been given? It wasn't as if he had been indiscriminately popping in and out, and anyone who might be near Cargo 3 would know that he was also a puzzle buff. They met no one, but they could hear the usual low murmur and occasional curse as a hoped match dissolved. Roger was greeted by a few noddings, but the attention of most was on their fittings and pieces. Prompted by their Dini dreams, the 3 strode about the table, Gil and Cat with their heads bent so the pole eyes were fastened on their objective. Roger scooped up 1 piece, moved down the table, extracted a second, and found the third as far to the center of the table as he could stretch. By then, everyone was watching, sensing an incident. Roger held his breath and carefully turned the 1 piece on its rim, for it was rounded, fitted the second to its longer side, and the third to the short one. There was no question of the fit. A cheer rang out, and those nearest him were slapping him on the back, nearly upsetting Gil and Cat, and rejoicing in his success. Chief Fur was roused from his bunk with the news, and it percolated quickly through the ship. Roger's piecing was registered. The fact that he was one of 17 others in the alliance, 6 Dini and 11 humans, to have found the same match did not reduce the jubilation on the Beijing. "Enjoy this moment with discretion, Roger," his father said, but did not hide his pleasure at Roger's achievement. "Count on that, Dad," Roger replied without bothering to dampen his private elation. After all, his dad wouldn't think badly of him if he kept the lid on a public display. "Besides which, I was not the only one." "You are in very good company, for all the others are trained engineers. I believe that perhaps your mother and I have erred in appreciating your positive vocation. We will discuss this on our return. Your grandparents will be pleased." Ah. Association had brought to the surface Roger's inadvertent eavesdropping the previous night, and his father had unerringly caught it. "Well, that can't be helped." Rowan was too distraught to narrow her thought. "We are to return today. You timed your success perfectly. My compliments, Roger." "We couldn't possibly go by way of Heinlein Base, could we?" The request was out before Roger could censor it. Everyone and his uncle's brother's cousin's grandson would be trying for a chance to visit Heinlein Base. What made him think that he had a priority on visiting? "I believe we can make a case for ourselves," his father replied. "I didn't mean that to be heard, Dad, believe me." There was a chuckle through his father's voice. "I do. You're high from your success because I must assure you in my turn that I was not invading your privacy." The significance of that mild statement capped Roger's day. Talented parenting involved the perquisite of reading a child as deeply as possible, especially highly talented children, to correct any psychological quirks before they became established and warped a personality. That Afra had resigned that prerogative meant he considered his son adult enough to function with no further acute surveillance. Then his father went on, "It happens that I, too, wish to see the escape pod closer than at the end of a long tether. Screen definition is very sharp, but there is a certain quality that one perceives only in the presence of the object of scrutiny. We will have the opportunity to scrutinize." This exchange occurred while the general celebration was continuing, with many of the dedicated puzzlers examining the fit, doing and undoing the pieces. When Chief Fur arrived, he put the 3 sections under the scope and verified the fit. He couldn't have been more pleased than if he'd done the deed himself. "It's up to you guys now," Roger said when the excitement had calmed down sufficiently for him to speak. "Dad and I have our orders. We're to port back to Callisto." "Hell, man, why don't you just port over to the moon and get a good look at that old pod?" one of the mates asked. Roger grinned. "Rank has some privileges." "Rank?" the chief asked, his eyes widening. "I'm a civilian after all," Roger said, deceptively meek. "You're a good guy," the chief said, and Roger knew that he'd been about to say kid, and Roger grinned in appreciation. "Wish you luck, Chief. Maybe you'll get the next match." "For the honor of the Beijing," Fur replied with a broad grin and held out his hand to Roger. Without hesitation, Roger took it and knew that the chief had liked him for himself, and because he'd put a plug in that motor mouth of an ensign. He had to shake hands all round after that, and did so, gathering the impression that, despite being a talent and still downy-cheeked, the crew liked him. Almost more elated by that than the piecing, Roger went to join his father in the mess room. Gil and Kat asked to stay in the cargo, just in case something else from their shared dream had results. When Roger asked permission for the Deenies to stay behind, Chief Fur absently concurred. He was already collecting more rounded bits that might possibly add to Roger's contribution. As Roger left, behind him was an excited buzz of folk given a positive stimulus to their avocation. Captain Smelkoff joined them for breakfast, adding his own compliments for the join. "On an extended mission like this, Roger, this sort of preoccupation is invaluable, and you've just added the impetus of success. Good morale booster. You two are quite a team. I like that older boy of yours, Mr. Lyon. Didn't see enough of him. Real pleasure to have you aboard, and special thanks for importing those fresh supplies. Feed the crew well enough, and they'll put up with a lot of privation." Then the captain leaned toward Afra in a mock conspiratorial pose. "You couldn't leave this one behind for a while, could you? I guarantee I'd make a sailor of him." Afra grinned broadly. "Unfortunately, Captain, he's about to take up his own station." That was news to Roger, but on the heels of that thought, he realized his father was courteously dissembling. "Well, I'm sure he'll be a credit to you. A real credit." Roger began to feel distinctly uncomfortable in the light of such effusive commendation. He knew he'd done a good job of what he was sent to do. He was delighted to have had a whole week on board a mission vessel. He was elated to have matched artifacts, even if he wasn't the first to do so. That was almost a relief. But he had only been doing what he was trained to do, porting and interpreting Deenie dreams. How many of the others could have shared the same dream? He asked his father as he ate, in as self-effacing a manner as he could. "That was how it came to you, then? It might be instructive to find out how many had similar dreams. The comm indicated diverse origins." Roger kept to himself and from Gil and Kat that there'd be a diversion to Callisto Station and a side trip to Heinlein Base. But that made it easier for him to say his farewells to captain, chiefs, crew, and Ensign Buto, who, for once, only grinned and let Roger do the talking. With the hatch closed, Roger took a deep breath and stood behind his father's focus to push the carrier back to Callisto Station. "So my grandson has covered himself with glory, has he?" said his grandmother, in a mood much different from the one he had overheard in the night.
"Not especially, grandmother," Roger said equably, because he just knew she'd be waiting to jump on any pretensions.
I'd say the mission did you a lot of good, young man. I hate a cocky boy. When would one of us lions have a chance to learn to be cocky? That's exactly what I meant. All right, get out of that spatial coffin and have a meal with me. I don't get the chance to see you often enough.
"I'm stuffed with breakfast, thank you."
Hungry as he usually was, there was a limit to Roger's capacity. "You'll stop then while I breakfast. Then you can take yourself to Heinlein Base. I can trust you to do that, can't I?"
"If Dad's too tired to," Roger said, wondering just how long last night's conversation had lasted.
"I've an hour before Callisto clears."
Roger caught his father's eye and grinned. They unstrapped, helped the Deanies out, and took the path from the yard to the Rowans' house. To Roger's surprise, because he'd had no hint, Jeff Raven was also seated at the breakfast table and beckoned them enthusiastically to join him. Empty places were set for 2 more humans and 2 Deanies.
"I add my compliments to all the others, Roger," his grandfather said.
"I'd like a kiss, Roger," the Rowan said. That was the ultimate accolade, and Roger nearly stumbled on his way to his grandmother's side of the table. His mother had often said that her mother shamelessly cultivated her imperious pose. It certainly scared Roger, but, keeping the thought scrupulously private, Roger thought she was a very beautiful grandmother, with her striking mass of silvery hair, her small but delicately featured face. She was no taller now than his shoulder. She turned her cheek to him, held up one hand to encircle his head when he appeared to hesitate, and he kissed her. What he had expected to feel he didn't know. What he got was unqualified approval and acceptance. Her cheek was smooth as a petal, and her perfume was subtly but not sweetly floral. "Thanks, grandmother," he said gratefully.
"That's the trouble with being talented, Roger. The ordinary human touches assume merit beyond their true status. That was a grandmotherly kiss of welcome after long absence, nothing more. But I am pleased with your performance, as deftly as ever I or your grandfather could do it. You deserve to see the thing, if that's your desire."
Clearly the Rowan had no desire to view the escape pod, though that was all he sensed. No trace of her rancor and anger of last night was perceivable. "Coffee or tea, Roger?" she asked, gesturing him to take his place.
"Were your dreams good?"
she asked Gil and Kat in clipped Deanie accents as they took their stools.
"Very good. We fit pieces. Not first, but first for the ship, which results in much excitement and praise,"
Gil replied.
"We were pleased,"
Kat added, not to be outdone in the courtesy department. It had never had much luck with the W sound, though Gil managed well enough.
"Good fun to play games."
Kat always leaned on the plural S.
"A useful game,"
the Rowan replied, though the word she employed to express game meant well-spent free time. Roger drank his coffee and found enough space for one of the delicious breakfast rolls that his grandmother said had been ported in only an hour before. His grandfather talked of the latest arrivals to the Danubian cousins and several recent pairings. He asked after Afra's nieces and nephews who, with Afra's adroit sponsorship, were finding positions in talented businesses away from Capella. Roger found the Capellan relatives dull, at least until they'd been off-world a while. Then they shed what his father called methody ways, but not, fortunately, their early childhood training. If his Danubian cousins were wild, outspoken to a fault, his Capellan ones were too prim and restrained. Certainly nothing more was said about the Hive vessel or the escape pod and the Queen, or other problems besetting either the Talented or the Alliance. Breakfast was conducted much as it was at his own home, pleasant, tension-free, easing into the stresses of a day. Linking her arm through her husband's, The rowan led the way back to the yard and the 2 personnel carriers cradled there. The smaller one was Jeff's, and he'd poured himself to the Blondell Tower, which was the immense FT&T administrative headquarters on Earth. Jeff and the rowan saw Afra, Roger, and the Deanies settled in their capsule. "Who's making the port?" the rowan asked. "Roger," Afra replied, with a solemn wink at his son. "Catch the platform bay from my mind, Roger. This is where you'll view that place." She apotheosized that place in a dismissive tone, but then he'd been forewarned of her attitude, so he looked deeply and saw the area and the cradles available to visitors. The military police had their own docking facility. Roger could feel the Callisto generators picking up revolutions. He suppressed the slight nervousness he felt at performing the port in the presence of both grandparents, but if he was able, and he'd do it. He did, the Heinlein base vivid in his mind's eye. Though, of course, he did not land in the base. He set their carrier down in the orbiting platform that was held 100 meters above. The platform looked like a quick assembly job, and Roger remembered to check the small panel of the carrier that monitored exterior conditions. There was plenty of air and the clatter of nailed boots on metal flooring as someone rushed to check on them. "Talents Afra and Roger Lyon, as expected," his father both thought and said. "Yes, sir, right on," was the shouted acknowledgement. "I'll just open the hatch for you. Ladder's in place." They heard the scraping and the hatch opened. "Nice of you 2 to come," said a second voice laughingly, and Roger recognized him as his cousin, Roddy Eagle. His father gave him a stern look, and Roger made a grimace back, then smoothed his features. Roddy was welcome to guard duty if that's all he was good for. "Enough of that," his father said on the very tightest beam. Roger rose, handing his Deanies out first, so that he'd be sure not to leak his true feelings at encountering Roddy here. When he finally did make eye contact, he was rather surprised to see that scrawny, pimply-faced Roddy was a clean-shaven, fresh-faced young man of about his height, neatly dressed in an Alliance uniform and wearing the bars of a 1st Marine lieutenant. "I guess you all hadn't heard," Roddy said, smiling a welcome. "You've been away the past week. I can't say I like being constantly sting-bzzzt all the time, not at the level that queen is projecting, but it's the place to meet everyone." And he laughed. "Good dreams, Gil, Cat. Rod shared your dreams, but no pieces." "Real glad you succeeded, Roge. And boy, your placement of that pod was smack on the X mark. Good portation. Got a bad case of family pride, I can tell you." Roger was coping with the new improved rotary eagle, so unlike his disagreeable adolescent self. "We've breakfast laid on, Uncle Afra, Roge, if you're hungry." "Thank you, Rotary," Afra said with a nod, "but I don't think either of us could handle a 3rd breakfast this morning." Roddy grinned affably. "Yes, that's one disadvantage to portation. You meet yourself coming and going, so to speak. This way. Getting here before breakfast." And Roddy chuckled. His humor, Roger decided, had not altered all that much, still heavy-handed. "You've avoided the crowds, and we've had them. Thank you, Sergeant," he said to the man guarding the entrance to the main section of the platform. "They tell me we'll have more permanent quarters shortly. These are stripped-down basic, but they suffice." Roddy led them down the corridor, and Roger noticed that all his baby fat had been converted to a trim, muscular shape. He was, however, a finger or 2 the taller, and that pleased him. "I'll take you right away to the main viewer room. It's got full screens of the base. She won't be able to move anywhere without observation. That is, if she ever comes out." "She's still alive?" Roger asked. "Oh, yes. We've sensors on the hull, you know, and sounds are being picked up all the time. What she's doing with all those scratching and stroking noises we can't gather. Nothing we have will penetrate the hull. We did detect that she must have sampled the atmosphere, but that happened the end of the first day. Here we are." The large room they entered had a glass viewplate from floor to ceiling, directly aligned with the escape pod, 100 meters below.
But optically the glass was altered to produce a 3D effect that made the observer feel he was no more than a few feet from the pod. Screens gave other views, and an auxiliary tier of smaller screens would be activated when the Queen exited the pod and began using the buildings. She appears to prefer a higher temperature than we humans like, though Deanies would be comfortable enough in 32 degrees Celsius. We've increased the ambient temperature in the base. Blurg, the Deanie specialist, hypothesized 2 days ago that she won't make a move until the pod's oxygen is exhausted. I kind of go along with that. Roddy smiled modestly. The pod would have had only so much oxygen, even in that generous-sized lifeboat, for some of the cubic volume must be occupied by food and other necessities. At that, you may be very lucky indeed. 3 estimates for her to come out have already been passed. The experts favor her supply being exhausted sometime today. Can you hang around? We have time to hand, Afra said to Roger's intense delight. It'd be awful, Roger thought, to have had the chance to hang about and see her emerge and not be able to do so. Not that your timing's been off at all this past week, Roger, except for hunting, his father added privately. Roger pathed a repentant grimace. His cousin then showed them the amenities and facilities of the installation. They were sparse enough for the 20 men and 3 officers assigned here. A larger ready room's being ported in this week. More sanitary units, a larger kitchen, though we get fresh stuff ported in daily. I'd put in a special order for breakfast buns. Sorry you've no appetite. And there were traces of the young Roddy in the patronizing grin he gave Roger. Maybe later, if there are any left. Wouldn't want to deprive you. And Roger managed to keep his tone light and pleasant. They returned to the viewing room where more technicians were on duty, analyzing tapes and discussing printout. Lieutenant, we've a party of 12 asking permission for an hour's viewing about... The corporal broke off abruptly as a loud clatter issued from the speakers. His eyes went wide, his mouth worked, and he pointed frantically to the window. Roger and his father had been turned toward the speaker, but they looked back and, as one, recoiled slightly from the view on the magnified plasglass. The pod hatch had blown out and rattled about on the plascrete surface. First, one long, spiny, oddly jointed limb appeared. Slender pointed digits closed about the frame on the one side, then another. The limb was a burnished, deep coppery red, covered with fine hairs that Roger thought might be sensitive. Maybe he just thought they moved. 4 more arms came forward to support the body slowly emerging. Then a foot appeared on the sill. Someone had the presence of mind to alter a spotlight and catch the form framed just inside the hatch. Roger took firm hold of his nerves and his overfull stomach as slowly the tall, segmented creature emerged. Its nether region a swollen teardrop, nipping into a narrow joining to a long, thin upper torso. 3 sets of arms were spaced along this torso, and 2 sets of legs, one pair moving forward while the other supported the immense bulge of the lower body. A triangle with bulging eye sockets at the top of the thin upper torso must be the head, and from the top of that, multiple antennae waved furiously. Its coloration, more than its form, captured eye, mind, and attention, for the Queen was the most beautiful shades of shimmering, deep coppery, burgundy red, blues, and greens, like the blossom sheath of the Siberian iris his mother grew in the garden at Oragai. The spotlight caressed undertones from her body parts, from the flat surfaces of the oddly jointed limbs, from what appeared to be the vestigial wings joined to the upper torso at what would be shoulder heights, running down to the nipped-in waist and half opened over the bulging lower body. "A praying mantis, that's what she's like," his father said softly as the creature remained in the hatchway. "Like an actress waiting for her cue," was Roddy's unexpected comment. "She's afraid," Roger blurted out, surprising himself and everyone mesmerized by her appearance. "It should be destroyed," Gil said with such fervor that Roger had formed a sharp reprimand before he caught his father's quick headshake. "It has destroyed many Merdini." "Not that one, Gil," his father replied mildly.
It is alone and afraid, Roger thought, and shook his head to dispense with pity for this member of a dangerously predatory species. Then, without any grace, the queen dropped to her 6 upper limbs and crawled out of the pod. She showed more grace when she stood erect on the 4 lower limbs and turned her head slowly in a full circle. With great deliberation, then, she waddled, again ungainly, towards the mounds of fresh vegetables and plants that had been replaced daily just beyond the pod. Setting back on her hind legs, which Roger thought ended in suction pads, she daintily conveyed food, hand over hand, to an orifice that opened in the triangular head. Some hands discarded samples from time to time, and Roddy alerted a corporal, for the viewing room was now full of the station's personnel, to make notes of what she rejected. She ate fruits, rind, skin, and pith, but carefully put aside seeds and pits. She rejected grasses, including wheat, rye, and oat, though she sampled all that had been provided, ate tubers, leaf vegetables of all kinds, and sugar cane, legumes, and pulses. She did not eat rice. She ate steadily through the piles and then sat. She sat and sat and sat, and did not so much as flourish an antenna, or the feelers on her limbs, or blink her eyes, settle her wings, or give any further indication that she had moved. Roger thought she'd stuffed herself with breakfast. How long had she been without any food, he wondered. The 12 visitors who just missed the spectacle were horribly disappointed at such inertia, and one oafish man insisted that Captain Wagella, Roddy's superior who had not missed the emergence, do something to stimulate her. The captain refused, but she did set the tapes of the event to automatic replay on the main view screen. When a second visitation was said to be scheduled, Afra, Roger, and the Deanies made a determined move to leave. The captain asked Roddy to accompany them to the bay and greet the new lot.
"Made a tape for you to take back to Aunt Damia and the others," Roddy said, passing it to Afra as they reached the bay. "That's very thoughtful of you, Rodri." "Not at all. The corporal'll be copying that sequence all day. I've been porting 'em out by the dozen to Aunt Rowan to shift to everyone who needs to know." And Roddy grinned wryly. "And primes need to know, don't they?" Unexpectedly, he nodded at Roger, for the first time accepting Roger's higher rating. "Thoughtful of you all the same, Rodri," Afra said. Roger murmured a thank you as well, because the old Roddy certainly wouldn't have been so generous. Life in the Alliance Guards had certainly improved him. They got into their carrier, made sure the Deanies were harnessed properly. "Generators up, ready for your push," Roddy said. "Do it, Roger," his father said. "If my time sense hasn't failed me, we should be home in time for breakfast." "Dad!" Chapter 10. "You're back. Good," Damia said cheerfully. "Come have some breakfast." Roger groaned as he unbuckled, and his father chuckled. Little breakfast was actually eaten that morning, and what was became cold as the entire household and tower staff watched the tape of the Queen's emergence. "So that's what they really look like," Damia said. "She's rather spectacularly colored." "I think she's beautiful," Zara said, almost defensively. Falk and Try had been clicking softly to themselves, their pelt colors darkening with what Roger recognized as their aggressive shade. Gil and Kat were not as bad, but Zara's two, Pole and Diz, were at first speechless, then crept close, not to Zara, but to Falk and Try to be comforted. After her remark, Zara watched with such a wary, scared expression on her face that Damia moved closer to her. Roger heard reassuring words, which confused him, since his mother wouldn't be projecting that on a wide enough band to include him. Roger began to wonder if Zara should watch the rest of the tape. He found it affecting enough when the Queen adopted her static position. Zara was such a sensitive empath. Lots of things that didn't bother him or the others made her fret. At the conclusion, when the Queen became stationary and the tape wound on and on with that scene, Zara burst into tears and fled the room. Damia cast a quick, anxious look at Afra and then followed her. Zara's Deanies did not.
Falk and Try conferred for a moment and left the room too. When the tape finished, Kilarian, Zexo, and Herald, the station manager, wanted to see it again, so Afra keyed for a repeat. Roger slipped out then. He didn't quite know what to do. Should he tell Zara that he had felt sadness and the Queen's loneliness too? He doubted his mother would find that a suitable reaction, but it was genuine. But Zara might be reassured to know she wasn't alone in her sensitive response to the Queen. As he started up the stairs, his mother was coming down, and her expression told him she was very worried. But she cleared her face and smiled down at him, pausing beside him on the step. To his surprise, she touched his cheek. "I'm very proud of you, Roger. Now I'm glad that Father seconded you. He's very pleased, too, even about your fussing with the pieces." She gave him a droll grin. "Mother, is Zara all right?" "You're sweet, Roger. She'll be all right." And Damia gave a heavy sigh. "She's just getting used to being womanly and is a bit volatile right now." "Oh." And Roger drew out the soft exclamation as he understood. Then he shook his head. "Laria wasn't." "Laria has an entirely different personality, a much stronger talent. In fact," and Damia let out a sigh, "I'm delighted you're back. What with menstruation hitting her so hard, she's been useless in the tower for all she's a T1. I've never heard of menstruation causing a dysfunction in talent before, but I suppose there's always an exception." Damia sighed again. "I hope you and your father are rested enough to push out some big daddies this morning. Morag was a great help, at least with the tower." And Roger didn't need a path to realize that Morag had probably been acting the maggot. She could be quite domineering, and Zara was too pliable to resist her. "How much is there to port, Mother?" Roger asked crisply. "I need to work off several breakfasts. Will you need me to hunt?" "A lot, and yes. We'll warm up the generators while the others have a second gawk at that rarey tape you brought back." Aware now of her animosity toward the Hive Queen, he was glad he hadn't revealed his private reaction. Afra joined them in the tower and brought the rest of the tower staff with him. "Did you hear Zexo saying that 3 more pieces have been added onto your start?" Afra said as he took his couch. "No, but I'm glad of it. And it wasn't my star, Dad. 17 other people found it too." Damia grinned at her son, then nodded for them to get set for the first portation. There was a backlog to send, so they didn't clear the loads until almost lunchtime. Roger's stomach gave embarrassing growls as they made their way back to the house. Morag had lunch ready, looking slightly smug and officious, Roger thought, and decided to hunt her legs off in the afternoon, take her down a peg or two. Morag could be a pain in the neck when she tried to compete with her siblings. There was really no need for her to do that. Of Zara there was no sign, though she should have been helping. Taltia and Ian had fed all the coonies, slithers, darbles, and horses, mucked out the stable, and evidently still had time to replay the tape, for they were watching it again before lunch. "Where's Zara?" Afra asked, glancing about. "Leave her, Afra," Damia replied, and obviously added a private explanation, for Afra said no more about his missing daughter. Deliberately leaving all the Deanies home, Roger took Morag out with him, taking the shortcut, which meant hard and careful riding, to the next valley. He knew of a couple of scurrier dens and rabbit warrens, which he hoped had remained his secret. They were difficult to access, which was all to the good. At first, Morag was delighted to show him how good a rider she was, and kept her pony at Saki's tail on the way up. On the narrow decline trail, especially where the open side dropped hundreds of meters down to scree, she was not quite so cocky. They had to go through stiff underbrush, but he'd put on his leathers, and she was only in a shirt. She was definitely sweaty, branch and thorn marked, and not at all as smug when they reached the ravine at the bottom. By the time Roger reached his destination, she was thoroughly chastened, but determined to endure. Roger gave her credit for that on the way home, with 10 braces apiece of avians, rabbits, scurriers, which had the most delicious flesh if you caught them young enough. Roger had. He relented enough to take an easier if longer route back, but he made that seem deliberate rather than considerate, because that track passed by stands of edible greens and bushes of early plummy-fleshed rind fruits. They arrived home late afternoon, laden down with provender for the next 3 days, unless they had unexpected guests. Although the miners' representatives, Eugen and Maxalgo, had come to collect copies of the tape, they left after the most cursory of visits, but profuse thanks. They couldn't wait to view the tape and see the enemy, they said, and on hearing that, Zara ran from the room, stifling sobs. The miners did not notice, being on their way to the door. "Zara, easy, sis," Roger called. "I'll help her, Mother," he added, and followed her. She was in Laria's old room, having moved out of the one she had shared with her 2 younger sisters. Roger noticed that neither of his Deanies accompanied him. "No, Roger, leave it," she said in a voice that was broken by her mental anguish. "Sis, would it help if I told you I thought the Queen looked lonely and sad, as well as beautiful?" "But you were there! You watched! And you said nothing?" He entered the room and saw her, tear-streaked face, rebellious expression, facing him in an attitude of defense. "Ah, now, Zara," he said tenderly, but she held up one hand to restrain him. "Don't you dare, ah, now, Zara, me!" And she sniffed back tears. "I got enough of that from Mother. She just won't see or feel what I'm going through. And if you come out with some male gibberish about the time of month, I swear I'll lash you." Roger hadn't any such platitudes in mind, and he wasn't alarmed by her threat, though it was one of the first he'd ever heard her make. She was the gentlest of his sisters, and usually self-effacing and acquiescent, hardly surprising amid 7 other strong sibling personalities. Roger perched on one edge of her worktop and folded his arms, subtly projecting affection and reassurance. "And don't try that either," she said, rubbing tears away. "You know, you look more like Grandmother Rowan than any of us." She narrowed her eyes. "Don't try misdirection either, Roger Lyon." "I'm not, actually," he said in a brisker voice. "But I had breakfast with Grandmother just this morning, so I can see the resemblance very clearly. You are more like her than Laria or Morag. You haven't seen Grandmother in a while, but you'd be the last one to see the likeness. I wonder if Dad would." But Zara was not going to be distracted. "She'd want to kill the Queen too, wouldn't she?" "Grandmother's not," and Roger shrugged, "pacific at any time, you know that," and he grinned. He got an ironic shrug from his sister. "But I'm not talking about Grandmother's reaction to the Queen, only how much you look like her. By the way, there is a group of humans who feel that we should at least make an attempt to understand the Hive viewpoint." "But you don't think much of them," she retorted, angrily defiant, irritably pushing back her own silver wing of hair. "I didn't say that, and I don't even project it, sis. But I did want to tell you that you're not the only one to have different perceptions. I," and Roger jabbed a thumb into his breastbone, "thought she was beautiful too." He couldn't quite admit that he, too, had felt she was afraid. Zara narrowed her eyes. "Half Oragai City wants her publicly murdered, torn apart limb from limb. Did you know that?" "No, but it doesn't surprise me, considering the source," and Roger smiled condescendingly. "Look, sis, I do respect your reactions, your feelings about the Queen. I had them myself." "But you hadn't the guts to make them known," Zara flashed back at him, her eyes glinting just like Grandmother Rowan's had, but with a different cause. "Oddly enough, not all the Deanies want her killed. They do want to probe, pry, and drive that poor creature mad, finding out how she works, how she produces her young. They've already killed half the larvae Theon found. Oh, I wish he hadn't. Oh, how I wish he hadn't." "Sis, you're going off in all directions to no purpose at all," Roger said, becoming slightly exasperated by her capriciousness. "You're not a talent for nothing. There are more ways of doing things than blasting out left, right, and center. That's not like you anyway. Get in touch with the other like-minded folk. I'll help you there without Mom and Dad knowing. See what you can do to help change public opinion. It can be changed, you know. And you'd make a damn fine lobbyer.
That way you can help the Queen."
"She'll never be released."
Zara was not about to be consoled. Roger thought she was enjoying this wallow in sentiment.
"She'll die in that awful place, friendless, childless, alone with her home all blown up."
Zara put her hands to her face, weeping desperately again. Despite sensing that she was working herself up, Roger couldn't stand his pretty sister in tears. He took her into his arms, and she leaned exhaustedly against him, crying more piteously than ever. "I'll take over, Roger," his mother said as she came down the hall.
"No need, Mom. I can handle it. I'll soothe her. You know I always could get her to sleep when she was a baby."
"Yes, you could at that. There's a strong affinity between the pair of you, like—" Damia broke off, and Roger knew she had been about to name Larrick.
"There is, Mom, so let me use it now to calm her down."
It took time, and it meant Roger had to forgo the few free hours he had hoped to spend with the Hive pieces. But Zara was more important. He consoled her with lavish affection, support, and understanding, until, spent with such an emotional storm, she fell asleep. When she appeared the next morning, she was calm and her usual self-effacing self, though there was a sadness in her eyes that wrenched Roger's heart. "She's over her menses now," Damia said very privately to him. "Thank you for calming her down. You're a sweet boy as well as a clever one."
"Sweet?"
Roger replied in disgust. "Zara's too tender-hearted for her own good." His mother continued, but not to him, to his father, and on such a subject that Roger was surprised to be included. Then he realized he wasn't included. He was catching a private conversation he ought not to be able to hear. He'd have shielded had his mother not been discussing Zara with his father.
"She's a dysfunctional prime, Afra,"
Damia was saying with deep regret and distress.
"Father can't expect her to do tower service. She'd wilt under the stress. And with everyone knowing she's a T1, they'll expect her to go to a tower. Everyone is not your father, nor Golly Gren, who has a lot more to do with placing talents these days than Jeff. Certainly we must inform Golly of our anxiety and our assessment. Zara can be trained for other duties, less emotionally laden. She's got good thrust. Erratic as her sympathies."
His mother's tone was peevish.
"Well, I'll admit that I felt a pang of sympathy for the Queen." "You?"
Roger was equally startled and relieved.
"Yes, I. It's an attitude that won't endear me to many, but to be honest, Damia, and we have always been honest in our private thoughts, there was something pathetic about that Queen. Pathetic, awkward, and valiant, I think one could say."
There was a long pause of silence.
"If one isn't swayed by conditioning," his mother admitted slowly, "and unfortunately I am biased about Hivers, I can't help it. One could call her brave to leave the pod. Of course she had to, didn't she? No oxygen, no food."
Roger nearly cheered to hear his mother admit this.
"I worry more about Zara's Deenies," Damia went on. "They do not understand her perversion. Not perverse, surely, Damia. Wayward or maybe deviant, but not perverse. She's an extremely sensitive girl. I'll work on reassuring her Deenies. Oh, I think they'll pull round once they're over the shock of hearing Zara defending the Queen. I don't think she's defending the Queen so much as empathizing with her, and she's thrown up a very tight mental shield about her thoughts. We must allow her the privacy we always permit other talents," Afra said. "She's not adult yet." "But nearly. I seem to remember." "Afra!"
There was such an intimacy in their minds that Roger hastily closed off the intriguing conversation. That mental exchange was not the only one he inadvertently overheard in the next few days, for there were pathed messages filtering in from all the primes. Some of the messages Roger would rather not have heard. Others were curious and fascinating, especially the badinage his mother enjoyed with her father, or her pithy remarks to her brother Jaren and her sister Sarah, both of them towered primes.
Roger now caught Laria's reports from Clarf. Those he was glad Zara couldn't hear. There was a faction on Clarf that mirrored the Oragai City wish for summary execution as public as possible. He also caught all the reports from Heinlein Base. The Queen had remained stationary for 76 hours, ignoring replenishments of the food she had been seen to eat. Xenobiologists and xenozoologists were doing their best to be sure the offerings covered all nutritional requirements, for they were certain she would be laying the eggs that strained her lower body to the point where striations or cracks were visible in the bulb of it. There had been several more failed attempts in laboratories within the Alliance to vitalize the larvae, and their numbers were dwindling rapidly. That was when someone suggested that perhaps the remaining larvae should be sent to Heinlein Base in the hope that the Queen could hatch them. Perhaps she required attendants for the egg-laying, and, with these missing, she would be unable to function. Some of the larvae of each type were therefore ported into the base to see if their appearance would activate the Queen. Men seemed to dominate the push to give the Queen the larvae. Women seemed less inclined to sympathize with her condition, for apart from eating again, the Queen had done nothing else, though her egg-filled bulb continued to expand. However, when the decision to give her some of the 3 types of larvae was implemented, Roger got Zara off by herself to give her what he felt should be good news. "The least they can do," was all Zara said in a disgusted tone, though for the rest of the day Roger thought she was more cheerful. Certainly she was on hand to see a screening of the transfer. The scene was even more dramatic than the Queen's emergence. The Queen rushed to the larvae, running her upper limbs across each sac, emitting a low hum. She deftly turned each larva so she could inspect all round. Then she awkwardly swept a path to the nearest building. This, the expert said, had to be some sort of instinctive behavior, for the paving had been brushed clear of any dust or grit when the base was cleaned for her occupancy. She ran back to collect the day's green offerings and piled them in the big entrance hall. When she'd done that, she patiently rolled each larva to its new site, with many pattings and turnings and hummings. The day's effort seemed to exhaust her, for she resumed the immobile postprandial position, propped up by her hind limbs. Biologists and zoologists, including 2 eminent human orthopterists, argued over what sort of bedding would suit her needs, and chose straw, wood shavings, as well as several types of artificial chips, bits, and baubles. A quantity of fine artificial wax and natural tallow were added to the offerings, in case she was more apiarian than insectoid. When she settled on the shavings, heaping them in mounds over the larvae, more was sent in. Roger had a private smile for the things Cousin Roddy had to do as the observation talent. Zara brightened at each new concession granted the prisoner, and kept within viewing distance of the screen, waiting for the next development. Her mother let her because, as Damia privately admitted to Afra, she was more use in the house than in the tower. Zara was certainly not the only one so involved in what happened at Heinlein Base. Queen-watching had replaced peace-finding as a galactic pastime. 2 mornings later, a frantic call from Zara reached them as they left the tower. Damia nodded once at Afra and Roger, and they all ported into the main room.
"Oh, look! Just look! She's laying!"
Zara cried, frantically gesturing at the screen. Morg, Ian, and Kaltia erupted from their rooms and thundered down the steps. For once, Damia didn't reprimand them. The Queen had propped herself up on all frontal limbs, her bulb half hidden in the mound of shavings which seemed to heave and enlarge.
"Can't they allow her any privacy?"
Zara demanded, her eyes vivid with her angry protest. "We can't see anything, Zara," Ian said, flopping down in the nearest chair with a disgusted expression on his face.
"And we watch the coonies and the darbles when they give birth. What's wrong with watching her?"
"Ian's right, you know, Zara," Afra said placidly. "We see nothing of the process itself, merely the result of eggs." But he cast a look at his daughter, adding, "Your sensitivity is commendable if unnecessary, Zara. Insectoids do not share human feelings of embarrassment. In her hive, helpers and attendants would be swarming over her at such a time. Privacy is probably a hardship for her. Roger knew he wasn't supposed to hear that private remark, and he shook his head, wondering why he was getting all these unexpected confidences. But Zara plainly had only extrapolated what she might feel during the birth process and not considered the species differences. She gradually subsided. "Biology teaches doing a special on Orthopterus on account of the queen," Ian said casually, eyes glued to the steady rise of the shaving-topped mound. "It said insects lay enormous quantities of eggs at a time. They'll be bursting out of the bedding any moment now." They did. Shiny white-covered pearls, hundreds of them. "Wonder what variety she's laying now," Ian continued conversationally. "She must have been pregnant, whatever hivers get. Egg full? Before her ship was wrecked. There wasn't anything else in the pod with her." "Some insects eat the male after mating," Morag said, casting a quick glance at her sister. "Maybe that's what caused all the scrabbling we heard in the pod." "That is quite enough, Morag," Afra said firmly. "But, Dad, biology teach said we got to observe the queen for our project," Morag protested, her voice almost the whine her parents deplored in her. "Then observe, but keep your comments for your class hour." Morag obeyed. After such a put-down from her father, Roger knew she wouldn't dare provoke Zara any further. Anyway, Zara seemed oblivious to Morag's taunting, for her gaze was glued to the screen, her expressive face tender. Her Deenies were seated close beside her, but they apparently were not picking up on her emotions. Roger made a tentative probe at her, but she was shielded so tightly he doubted that either of his parents could hear her thoughts and feelings just then. It did take the queen hours to finish her laying. Roger left when he got bored and spent an hour with Zexo, trying to build on his Beijing success. There were new pieces. The KLTL had calculated the point at which the Hive ship was probably hit and quartered the area. Roger wondered if that had been Theon's bright idea, for it had produced quite a lot of flotsam and jetsam, some of it too twisted or melted to be useful, but each fragment, splinter, and scrap was gathered up. There were some big sections of hull, warped and melted, but the art of reconstruction might be able to render the original from the remainder. Neither Zexo or Roger were as interested in the bigger pieces as the smaller ones that had remained intact, easier to match and piece together. These newest pieces Zexo and Roger first sorted into the appropriate subdivisions where the most likely matches were possible. "If only this one didn't have that little hooky edge," Roger said, having vainly tried to mate two very likely-looking bits. "Hooky place?" Zexo flipped the bit he'd been fiddling with to Roger. "That's it! That fits a treat!" Roger said, crowing with delight. Zexo rushed around the table to see and grimaced. "And I handed it over to you." "I give you leave to report it, though." Roger was quite willing to defer. Lately his name had come up in his parents' conversations, and he'd closed up, rather than hear them discuss him. They had such high standards he might not be meeting. He wished he hadn't become so acute a telepath. When Zexo returned from making that call, he was grinning from ear to ear. "Brace yourself for a surprise or two, lad," he said, but refused to explain. "Oh, it won't hurt you to simmer a bit. This fits original, by the by. I'm the first to report it, and I made it a joint discovery. Only fair, Roge. Now, let's see if my hunch is right, because I think we've got part of a gyroscope here. I know it sounds far-fetched, because gyroscopic drives are ancient history in engineering usage." "Gyroscope, of course it is!" Roger cried, reaching across the board for half a dozen shards and scraps which, with little fussing, came together into a whole ring. Zexo's eyes bulged at the result. "They won't believe this. 2 sets in one day." "Well, we always thought the first match would be the hardest." "You report this one on your own, Roger Lyon," Zexo said, turning the band. "Might not be part of a drive. They might have used it as a compass leveler or—" "Go, report it." And Zexo shooed him out of the basement. Roger reported it in as unassuming a manner as he could, relieved when he got an automated answering service. It asked for details, and he gave piece numbers and the sequence in which they fitted together. He was asked his name and the time of the match, and he was thanked for prompt reportage. The nice thing about machines, Roger thought, was that they couldn't be impressed by rank. They took you as you were. He and Zexo tried to build in their match, but then Roger's time sense alerted him that his leisure time was over. He and Morag had to exercise the ponies, and their Deanies wanted to come along. Damia asked them to get more greens if they saw any ready for picking, but they didn't need to hunt. Ian and Kaltia came along, stuck up on their ponies with their young Deanies still able to ride pillion. Zara stayed home, glancing up at the screen and the queen half covered with shavings and eggs. When Roger and his group returned to the house, Zara was once again in floods of tears.
She might be dead. Has anyone looked? They don't report the sensor readings. She's exhausted delivering all those eggs, Mother. Oh, someone has to help her. I'll call Grandmother Ithia myself if you won't.
You will not disturb your grandmother, either one of them, and you will stop this hysterical nonsense immediately. Roger recoiled slightly at the force of his mother's peripheral pathing. He was both trying to calm Zara and making certain the girl could not project a call. Even Damia couldn't path all the way to Deneb without some assistance. For that matter, Roger was on hand, but his sympathies were oddly on Zara's side. "Aw, come on, sis," he began in a drawl, sauntering across the room to them. "Look there now. They just put food right by her palps. Roddy's getting good at making deliveries." "Roddy?" Mention of their cousin surprised Zara, and she blinked her tear-streaked eyes and looked back at the screen, seeing the neat piles of food in easy reach. "How do you know Roddy did that?" He sensed that it mattered that a member of her family, sidereal or not, was involved in actively succoring the queen. "He's the only talent up there, isn't he, Mother?" Damia agreed with him vocally and mentally, glad of any diversion for her daughter's oversensitivity. "I know he ports the fresh food in daily, and if you'd stop and think a minute, she has been assisted in every way as soon as her needs were seen, like the shavings. Every Zenbio and Zenzo's watching the screen as closely as you. Stop fretting so much. And if you're really worried, I don't think Roddy'd mind if you shot him a query or two. Do you, Mother?" Damia regarded him a moment longer, and Roger knew he'd surprised her. "If it would ease your anxiety, Zara, I don't think Roddy would mind, but you're not to bombard him with inane questions," Damia said, raising a stern finger. "He has duties to perform, and he can't be distracted any more than your father and I, even if he isn't a Tower talent." "Mother, you never liked Roddy," Zara said, picking up on that aspersion. Roger felt his mother relax. Her remark had been a deliberate attempt to keep Zara diverted from the queen. Zara had always perversely stood up for Roddy, simply because her brothers and sisters detested him. "Look, Zar," Morag said. "She's eating." Zara was instantly back in her chair, eyes glued to the queen's activity. Her movements were slow, but she'd labored mightily, and she would be drained. Roger watched until he saw her carefully putting seeds and pips to one side, and then he went to seek his father. With everyone else involved in something else, he'd have a chance to speak to his father, who was taking an evening swim, without being interrupted. He descended to the pool level and shucked out of his clothes. They swam a companionable few laps, and then Afra caught the edge and turned to his son. "Something's on your mind, and for the first time in your life, I can't get a hint of it," Afra said. Roger grinned, having the opening he needed. "That's just it, Dad. I can block, and I am also hearing a lot of exchanges that I don't believe I should. But I swear, Dad, I'm not trying to hear." Afra lazily swirled his free hand and both feet to keep balanced in the water, and he smiled thoughtfully. "I'd say that you were coming into your full strength as a talent. Your mother and I thought you might after the pod transfer. It was about time for you. You confirmed it by porting us neatly to Heinlein and then back here. You were in on those, weren't you, Dad?" Afra chuckled, the sound reverberating in the pool. "No, actually, I wasn't. I let you do the work." I did those ports all by myself? I'm surprised you didn't realize it. I assure you that I wasn't involved.
But I thought you were the focus.
Only for lifting the pod.
Then...
Afra nodded. Your mother would rather that we tell you tonight, after the younger ones are in bed. But the news, and his father's pride in its purport, was so vivid that Roger caught it.
They have? I'm to join the squadron?
He cried jubilantly. Then Roger gasped.
I should have listened to Theon.
You've already conducted yourself quite adequately on the Beijing, Roger. Do you think you can contain yourself until later, when we can discuss this in my study?
Sure, Dad, sure.
But it was hard not to let his joy escape. Zara, being so sensitive, caught the edge of his elation, but no specifics. So he deliberately regaled everyone at dinner about the double find, and let her believe that success caused his jubilant mood. The youngsters went to bed, and then Zara, probably with some prompting from her mother, for she started yawning much earlier than usual, went off to bed. Damia winked and led the way into Afra's study, which was completely shielded.
You've been very good this evening, dear, and we appreciate it because the news is not generally known.
Father said there's a hold on it. But the B Squadron, which went to track down one of the 3 Hive ships that did escape the Nova, has been located. Afra took up the narration. There are 3 ships in Squadron B. The Dini KTTS.
That's one of the class Origai Ore built.
Yes, and so are the 2 human cruisers, the Arapaho and the Genesee. This may be premature, but the High Councils want to have a prime out there to relay messages. Your brother has done so well in that capacity that, even though you are not quite 16, your grandfather and Golly feel that you are able for the duties and responsibilities.
Dad, I can't teach like Theon could.
That wouldn't be one of your duties. The complement of the KTTS have enough basic, and both human captains have sufficient Dini for necessary exchanges. It's the heft of your talent that's required. Oh, and Roger grinned. Stevedoring was a long-standing family joke.
But why, Dad, might it be premature?
The squadron has discovered that the Hiver ship is decelerating. Their apparent destination is a G-type star system. When the message capsule was sent, the Hiver was closing with the heliopause. It also had not dispatched either scouts or probes. It is thought that this system may contain a Hive colony.
Wow!
Precisely. A reasonable enough assumption, since this G-type star is not that far, spatially speaking, from the Hive homeworld. The feeling is that these are refugees, not colonists.
Wow! And we're going to attack it?
Now that has not been discussed, much less decided. Considerable reconnaissance is required. In the matter of how Hive colony worlds are protected, even the Dini High Council has no expertise. That star system is galactically opposite to Clarf, north in a manner of speaking and rimward.
And that's why a prime is needed to port the findings of reconnaissance probes and scouts.
Exactly. To expedite data delivery and receive necessary orders. You have always been discreet, Roger. Roger let out a sigh, only then realizing he had been holding his breath.
I'll be a clam with my shields at maximum.
Not quite, dear, his mother said. You'll be on call at all times, but there are no talents above an 8 on either of the human ships, so you can't be read. You'll be going out with supply drones, which are badly needed, his father added.
I don't mind what I go with so long as I go.
Afra placed his hand on Roger's shoulder and gripped it tightly, allowing his pride to flow through. Roger glanced at his mother. There was a slightly sad look in her eye that made Roger appreciate his luck was her regret.
Mom.
He reached out to touch her cheek, and she held his hand to her face briefly. He sensed that she had accepted, if reluctantly, the disposition of yet another of her children. It's all right with me too, Roger. But for you, it does mean deferring your training in engineering. According to Zexo, you've shown considerable aptitude in that area, and you aren't really the staid sort that would thrive on tower life.
I do it, Mother, you know that.
Damia lifted her eyebrows. "You've had little choice, nor more had I at your age."
"But, Mother, it's not a question of choice, is it? Talent has responsibilities."
He stopped. "You learned thoroughly, didn't you?" she said, smiling.
"Yeah, I guess. You brought us up real good, Mom. And we have choices, you know. You're seeing that we do. Even Zara."
"Oh," and Damia clicked her tongue. "She is becoming a problem with this mercurial instability." "She'll be all right," Afra remarked soothingly, "though she'll probably surprise all of us eventually."
"I think so too, Dad,"
Roger said stoutly, to reassure his mother and himself.
When will I have to go? And do I take Gil and Kat with me?"
"You certainly do. They're only just out of hibernation, so they'll be fine. Not that it did Theon's pair any harm to do theirs on Clarf." And Afra smiled when that remark got a chuckle out of Damia. "As to when you leave, we'll inform your grandfather that we've asked you, and you've consented. It's not going to be easy, but you have Theon's experiences as a guide. You are a civilian, and you are to be protected, so don't have a fit if someone summarily throws you into an escape pod and tells you to get yourself home. Primes are not expendable." Roger grinned, imagining the ruckus his grandparents would make if anything did happen to a prime grandson.
"We'll keep in touch, too,"
Damia said, combing her fingers through the white lock which Roger kept short. "We're only a thought away wherever you are."
"I know, Mom, Dad, but I don't think you ought to tell Zara where I'm going. I think she'd freak out."
Damia nodded, pursing her lips.
"I must ask Elazara to come visit her namesake. Maybe this is just a phase she's going through.
It's not like my family, and certainly not like your father's. All our children are individuals in their own right, Damia."
"I know."
Chapter 11. Captain O'Sullivan of the Genesee himself welcomed Roger Lyon on board, and politely but firmly took control of the courier pouch that Roger had been sternly charged to deliver only into the captain's hand. His personal carrier, with drones attached like oblong satellites around it, was ported by the efforts of Callisto, Earth, Oregion, and Denibian primes. That gave Roger some indication of how very far from his part of the galaxy the B Squadron was. A thought away indeed, he thought, more like a hoarse whisper. "That's all you know about it, young man," said his grandmother's unmistakable voice, fainter than usual, but clear. "I can't abide cocky youngsters." There was, for Roger's peace of mind, the ripple of amusement in her tone. The two drones directly obstructing his hatch were shifted, and it was opened. Neither he nor his two Deanies suffered any untoward effect from the atmosphere on board. The Genesee, being the prototype Constellation-class vessel, had an extremely efficient oxygen regeneration program. Sigit plants played a large part in air filtration. Roger shook right hands with the captain. With left hands, Roger released the documents pouch to its stated recipient. O'Sullivan, a tall man in his 5th decade, tall, fit, slightly balding but urbane, gave not the slightest reaction, as others behind him did, that such a young person had been entrusted with the courier pouch and had helped bring the drone supplies. The captain then introduced Roger to the lieutenant, who would be his aide while on board. He also issued an invitation for Roger with Gil and Kat, whose names he had no trouble pronouncing, to join him and his officers at dinner at 1930 hours. He then excused himself, courier bag clasped tightly to his side, and, nodding right and left to the dawdling crew members to get back to their work, left the bay. Lieutenant Junior Grade Lin Tsing Tzu, a slight, wiry young man with so close a haircut that his sallow scalp showed through his black hair, immediately picked up Roger's one duffel and led the way to his quarters. Lin was obviously proud of the Genesee, recently commissioned and on her maiden voyage, and described her amenities in glowing detail as they traversed the passageways. As they passed some of the more important features, or Lin indicated which lift to take to reach the gym, sick bay, and commissary, Roger began to feel more assured. He, Gil, and Kat were shown into a stateroom, not quite as large as the one Theon had occupied as described by Damia, but certainly not the cramped cabin that had been his brother's first accommodation on the Vidim. "Can I get a little something to eat, to tide me over until dinner?" Roger asked, because he had left Origai just after breakfast, arrived before lunch at Callisto, where the drones were attached to his capsule, and arrived after the noon meal on the Genesee. Smiling, Lynn inclined his head. "Sure thing. Considering you brought us several tons or more of food, you're entitled to a decent meal. Betcha all the edibles are already in the galley in storage." As they made their way back to the mess hall, Roger asked, "Is there a peace table aboard this ship?" "A peace table?" Lynn slowed to glance back over his shoulder in surprise at Roger. "We haven't declared war yet. How can we make peace?" "Not that kind of peace." Roger spelled out the correct one. "You know, hive ship pieces. Putting them together?" His explanation fell on puzzled ears. On the Beijing, they had all the pieces, in scale of course, of the hive ship that was caught by the Nova shockwave. The one that the Vidim squadron found? People are trying to put it back together. Lynn still didn't understand, so while Roger continued to explain, he glumly realized that he'd have no more chance of participation. Probably by the time this mission ended, the wreck would have been totally reconstructed. He'd so wanted to be a part of that effort. "Maybe Lieutenant Gander would know," Lynn said helpfully. "He's the morale officer." "You have seen a tape of the Queen's emergence, haven't you?" "Queen? Didn't know there were any left on Earth. Or is it Procyon that has a royal family?" "I'm referring to the Hiver Queen that was found alive in an escape pod." "You don't say! A live Hive Queen? Ooh, wouldn't want to see that." "Actually, she's quite beautifully colored," Roger said, speaking in the most diffident manner. This was a warship chasing a Hiver vessel, and their attitude toward a Hive Queen would be colored by that. "They've put her in Heinlein Base on Earth's moon." "Thought that installation was decommissioned decades ago." "It was, but it's been reopened to accommodate the Queen. She can't get out of there." "Who'd want to get in?" Lynn wanted to know. "Your ship's really been out of touch," Roger said, shaking his head. "Oh, we know what we need to know," Lynn assured him affably. "We're more interested in what's likely to happen than what has. Here we are," he added unnecessarily, for the smell of roasting meat wafted appetizingly through the corridor. A meal was cheerfully set before him. "A single zap and you'd never know it wasn't freshly prepared," the cook's mate said, as he was served a piping hot plate. "We allus has something for the watch. You really a talent, kid?" "So they tell me," Roger said, grinning. He didn't mind being called a kid by a seaman so grizzled he was probably older than Grandfather Raven. Then Roger half goggled at the multicolored pictures on the sailors' massive forearms. Tattoos, he thought they were called. "Where'd you get them?" he asked between attempts to cool his food enough to put it in his mouth. The plate had been well zapped. "Ah, now these, me laddybuck, are the result of a wager." Settling into the seat opposite Roger and Lynn, the mate proceeded to embellish a tale almost as garish as his forearms. "Mr. Lyon here," Lynn began when the tale was over and duly appreciated, "says they caught a Hiver Queen. Got her locked up on Heinlein Base." "Do they?" And the mate was either skeptical or not easily impressed. "She's laid eggs," Roger said, hoping to generate some interest. "Well, laddybuck, in a month or two we may see more eggs than she'll ever lay," the mate said, rising to his feet. "I wouldn't doubt we'd see more. That's a Hiver system we're coming to. Knew we'd find one sometimes. Glad I've lived to see the day. I'm Denebian, you see, so vengeance is mine. Enjoy your meal." Thanks, I am." Mentally, Roger was glad he'd kept his remarks neutral. He was amused, though, that all the startling events he had witnessed recently were unexceptional on the Genesee, and philosophically resigned himself to the situation. "Mother? Father?" Damia said, initiating a call to her parents, still at their breakfast on Callisto. "Yes, Damia," her mother replied. "Something is the matter."
Jeff, I told you that yesterday when we exchanged Roger's capsule. And it's Zara? There was gratifying surprise in the Rowan's tone. Whatever could be the matter with Zara? She's the most pliable of your lot. Not any more, Mother. And quickly Damia conveyed a summary of her daughter's recent aberrant and capricious behavior. I don't know where she gets these notions about the Queen. Unusual, that, the Rowan said, especially across such distance and with only a tape to stimulate the reaction. Do you mean others have reacted the way Zara has? Yes, indeed, Jeff put in. There's a growing minority who feel the alliance has been authoritarian, peremptory, and high-handed, which is muddle-headed thinking. After all, the creature was humanely rescued from sure death. There was no planet on which she could have landed before oxygen and food supplies ran out. She may be isolated, but that's as much for her own good. There have been 2 attempts to eradicate her from human soil already. We hadn't heard about them. Damia was indignant. The Queen was in responsible protective custody. By observation alone, much could be learned from her about others of her species. She wouldn't be released, but on the moon she was certainly no threat to anyone. You haven't heard because it's been kept top secret. Young Rodri is to be commended once more for prompt and effective action, Jeff said. Mind you, the Rowan added in a terse, caustic tone, there were a few snide remarks about the prolificacy of plummy jobs held by one particular Denebian family. Damia heard her father's amused chuckle. Our critics simply fail to appreciate large families, but we're by no means the only Denebian family with phalanxes of progeny, and certainly not one family at that. There are ravens, eagles, cranes, gwins, lions, and a healthy sprinkling of Terran Reidigers, Owenses, Grens, Maws, and Thigbits in the top echelons. That isn't really a monopoly, just clever family planning. However, the remarks were just short of libel and slander, and decidedly snide, the Rowan said, irritated. Irrelevant, all of it, Jeff said. So far the Queen has been cared for to the best of our small knowledge. High Councildinis are in accord with ours that she be treated with care, as any prisoner of war. The old Geneva Conventions, and I don't know how old they actually are, have been scrupulously applied. The difference here is that she has never seen her keepers, curators, whatever, which may be pure serendipity. Why? We have to assume that, after centuries of space battles and the one landing the Hive managed on the Denisef colony, that her species know what Merdinis look like, but they can't know what humans look like, never having encountered us in the flesh, as it were. There is a school of thought that she could be approached by a human representative in a friendly manner. That way we may find out. Father, that is totally reprehensible. That's taking advantage of a helpless... You too? The Rowan put in. Me too what? You feel that she's helpless, alone, isolated, friendless, worldless? Her mother's tone was sardonic. Not particularly, Damia remarked dryly. But Zara does. Zara? Yes, she's always been particularly sensitive, hasn't she? But how would she pick that up from looking at a tape? That's real distancing, the Rowan said thoughtfully. Still, there's a use for that sort of talent, too. Damia caught an undertone in her mother's mind. Mother, she's not 14 yet, and, Jeff Raven prompted his daughter when she faltered, although what she was finding hard to say was the reason for her contacting her parents. Lately, she's been almost dysfunctional as a talent. Cross her off your list of prospective tower candidates. Not 14 yet, the Rowan repeated, and presently dysfunctional? She's just started menstruation? Well, the dysfunction could right itself when her cycle settles. Is that what you wanted to tell us?
Damia heaved a sigh. "Yes, I felt you should know." The rowan projected sympathy, but again Damia felt that undertone and a flash of keen interest and some satisfaction. "I will not say that you were not a handful at that age, dear Damia," her father said, a ripple of fond amusement in his tone. "I was never dysfunctional as a talent." "No, that you weren't." There was a shade of irony in the affectionate wave that washed over Damia, and she relaxed. "I just wish I knew what to do to help Zara right now," she said wistfully. "We've tried so hard to support and encourage her." "There isn't a parent in the universe who hasn't felt inadequate and at fault at one time or another, Damia," Jeff said. "Like your father," and the rowan's mental touch was as full of affection as Jeff's. "I feel that you are being unnecessarily anxious about Zara. Perhaps you aptly chose to name her after Elizara, who has such amazing empathy for her patients. There's no disgrace in having a prime medical talent." "I doubt Zara has the stomach for a medical career." And Damia shot a tableau of Zara's reactions to limp animal bodies and the preparation of meat for cooking. "Surgery's only a minor part of medicine. More is done through biofeedback, metamorphics, mental conditioning, and genuine compassionate therapy than intrusive methods," the rowan said. "Consult with Isthia and Elizara. Either would have some insights that will help you." "I felt you two should know first," Damia added lamely. Why had she expected her parents to solve her parenting problems when neither she nor Afra could? "Because you are closest to us, dear heart," said her father, having picked up on that thought. "Don't be hard on your daughter when she is what she is." "She is what most people aren't right now. Sorry for that wretched queen." The mental tone in which Damia said "wretched" indicated that she didn't apply the usual meaning. "Leave it, Damia. Just love Zara," the rowan said, "and consult with Isthia and Elizara." Damia withdrew then, but not without a farewell surge of affection and approval from both parents. Wanting to sort this out now she'd admitted her reservations about her daughter, she checked the time differences and swore under her breath. Isthia would not enjoy being awakened from sleep. When she tried for Elizara, she touched a mind that was intensely occupied in something vital. So Damia desisted, waiting for a more opportune moment to reach the two healers. Maybe her parents were right. Zara would settle when her cycle did. She'd wait a few months and meantime give Zara the benefit of unconditional support. That was, after all, what Afra had recommended. He'd lived through her mother's vacillations and vagaries, and her own. He had always shown how much he understood and loved her. And he was very gentle and understanding with Zara. That might be all the child needed. When Roger, Gill, and Kat appeared at the captain's mess for dinner that night, his presence was welcomed by officers keen to hear more details to flesh out the official communications that Roger had brought. "Bare bones of the matter," Captain O'Sullivan said. "I believe your brother went on with the KLTL to check on the exact location of the Nova and where the Hive home world was supposed to be." "Did you know about the Great Hive wreck, sir?" "That was the last communique we've received," O'Sullivan said. "Then you don't know that 3 pods escaped?" Roger asked. 3? But they only mentioned capturing 1. "That's the only one so far located, sir." "Any survivors?" asked one officer. "Any live survivors?" asked another. Captain O'Sullivan held up his hand for silence as his usually orderly mess erupted into minor bedlam of information-starved queries. "Shall we let our guest explain in his own time? Then, if there are additional questions, they can be dealt with in due course." Roger took a deep breath, sending his recall back to the proper sequence of events, and gave as comprehensive a report as possible. The only thing he left out was his own participation, limiting it to mention of nameless talents. He had picked up that most of them identified him as a kid. He didn't want them to add cocky to that.
"We have tapes, gentlemen," the captain said when Roger had wound down, "but these can wait until after a very good dinner, provided, I might add, by the arrival of Mr. Lyon and 8 supply drones. We'll all be better for a meal." However, there were questions put to Roger that he was not able to answer. Some he knew nothing about, and others he replied to not as fully as he could, but as fully as he should. When pressed by the engineering officer, Roger had the chance he wanted to describe how the great Hive ship was being painstakingly reconstructed. This venture, aided and abetted by so many autonomous groups throughout the Alliance, aroused the interest of many of the officers. They were suddenly obsessed with the notion of initiating their own peace table. Once again the captain's table erupted into excited babble. When order was restored, Roger had to disappoint them because he hadn't brought his spec files with him. It hadn't occurred to him that the Genesee wouldn't have their own on board. Every other ship, world, city, town, settlement in the Alliance seemed to. While it would have been a nice leisure time activity during the long pursuit, Captain O'Sullivan said ruefully, I think we will soon be concentrating on more immediate concerns, especially if that is indeed a Hive-colonized system. Then he leaned on one elbow toward Roger. With your permission, Mr. Lyon. Roger felt awkward being so formally addressed, but he tried to look relaxed. I feel you should personally report all these details to the Arapaho and Captain Quacho and the KTTS and Captain Prettyglum. I'll signal them to join us at 12:30 tomorrow for the midday meal. Is that all right? Roger grinned. Anything you say, Captain. Did you want me to port them aboard? O'Sullivan cleared his throat, and Roger heard that the captain had overlooked that possibility. Yes, that would save hours of time and a good deal of fuel that we might urgently require in the near future. That's why I'm here, sir. Roger saw amusement on faces about the table and felt a generally benign acceptance of him. The general opinion was that the kid was being very useful. The next day, Roger was more fluent in his account of all that had happened since the last official bulletin had reached the 3 ships of B Squadron. Captain Prettyglum was as large and charcoal-gray a Dini as befitted its name. It was also the most fluent speaker of Basic that Roger had encountered, even his parents' friends. So although he used more technical language and emphasized certain phrases with body movements, he knew the captain of the KTTS understood every word he said. I doubt not that squadron approaches a Hive-held system, Prettyglum said, nodding its pole eye politely toward Roger when he had finished. Then Prettyglum added a gentle clock. Captains do not agree with whole mind, but Prettyglum is old captain. Longly pursued hivers. Have also brought new device for early viewing, not sensitive to sensors. It gestured for one of its aides to bring over and unwrap a warty-looking object which had the sheen of plastic, even about the obvious jet mouths that ringed one end of it. With eager excitement, Commander Metrios and the Arapaho's engineering officer leaned across the wide table to examine it, and then looked at Prettyglum for explanation. Hive sensors read metal. No metal in this probe. Undetected is. Good look round gets. Captain Prettyglum emitted the rasping noise of Dini laughter, and when the aide who had unwrapped the probe said something a spate of Dini too fast for anyone but Roger to translate, all the Dinis had a good rasp over that, too. Even Gil and Cat joined in. More in courtesy, Roger hoped. He pretended to look puzzled. The substance of the remark was that Dinis now had an instrument that would provide even humans with as long a look as required to be sure of what to do next. Thean had mentioned something about the dichotomy of human and Dini attitudes as far as aggressive or offensive action was concerned, so Roger wasn't as upset about such subtle censure as he might have been. Someone who hadn't lived with Dinis all his life might take umbrage to the subtle insult of such a remark. A totally plastic probe, huh? Captain O'Sullivan said. Compact and looking like a meteor or an asteroid. Just the sort of debris that litters space. But have we ascertained whether or not this system has an asteroid belt?
All space has floating and flying objects of no definite description, Prettyglum said, stiffening its bottle neck. The captain would certainly be correct in that, sir, the Genesis astrogator replied, smiling at Prettyglum and signing approval and respect. I meant no disrespect, honored Prettyglum, O'Sullivan said suavely, and inclined his body in apologetic movements. I'd worry about ion trails, sir, Commander Metrio said. Those'd be picked up. What if it left no ion trail? Roger put in. I mean, it doesn't have to go there. I could send it. No trails then. Slowly, with obvious elements of disbelief in its turn, Prettyglum swiveled its pole eye down to Roger and blinked. Respectfully, large honored Prettyglum, Roger is one of those who can put things and people where they are needed, send messages to distant minds. Then Roger made a most obsequious bow. Beside him, Gil made a barely audible click of approval. Prettyglum had ignored Gil and Cat from the moment it stepped into the ready room. So had the rest of its contingent, because all the Deanies knew that it had immediately identified Roger's friends as younglings with few hibernations. This is the human talent Roger Lyon, Captain O'Sullivan added quickly. This ship is already indebted to him for news and food supplies, and those supplies forwarded to the KTTS. Prettyglum clicked and clattered, even clocked once in surprise, but it regarded Roger without blinking. With a very slight movement of its head, it also examined Gil and Cat, who respectfully presented uncovered pole eyes to the KTTS captain. Roger. And Roger did not worry about misplaced vowel sounds. The fact that Prettyglum would use his name at all was sufficient notice. You are Tower? Roger is Tower-type sender-receiver now, which was true. Adding a title of any kind to his name at his obvious age would have been arrogant beyond excuse in the eyes of such a prestigious Deanie. You are able to send probe to Hive ship? Around Hive ship for perfect scan? Roger is able, honored Prettyglum. Well, lad, that would certainly help a great deal in deciding what to do next, Captain O'Sullivan said suavely. We've got to know a lot about that system, and whichever worlds the Hivers are using. I can send something that light and little, and Roger pointed to the lumpy, meter-long, quarter-of-a-meter probe, anywhere you want it to go, and it won't leave ion trails. The briefing that followed was as heady an experience for Roger as finding that first match of Hive ship pieces. We'll have to make certain there's no sensor devices or mines outside or just inside the heliopause first, Captain O'Sullivan said, before we let you go inside. No such devices are used by Hives, Captain Prettyglum said, and then flicked its forearms open in a gesture that meant it knew that its reassurance was insufficient for its human colleagues, and they'd complete that search first. By the time the squadron reached the heliopause, Captain O'Sullivan admitted there were no early warning buoys, but there was no harm and no delay in making certain of it. Once inside the heliopause, they examined the astrogator's diagram of this solar system. It was so far from Earth and the Nine-Star League that it hadn't even a number on human charts. The Deanie ident was a long series of consonants and Deanie numerals, which were shortened to XH33. It had 10 planets, having no asteroid belt where a 5th planet would have been in Earth's system. When the Deanie engineering contingent produced a round dozen of the plastic probe lumps, Roger said that he was quite able to handle several in the air at one time. A juggler, are you, kid? Commander Metrios asked, mildly skeptical. From the beverage counter in the ready room, Roger lifted 4 mugs and 3 glasses, 2 saucers and a knife, a fork and a spoon, and had the cups gyrating like compass points. The glasses were circling the room, well above everyone's heads, while the 2 saucers made a Mobius strip path around both groups as the knife, fork, and spoon dipped into either mug or glass at random. This sort of juggling had been a favorite pastime at home for him and his siblings, as good practice for tower work. He didn't mention that his parents would have scolded him to show off in such a childish fashion, or that the probes would take a lot more concentration, plus generator gestalt.
But as soon as he'd figured he'd made his point, he neatly returned everything to its original position. "A most accomplished juggler you are, kid," Commander Metrio said. "How much difference is there from that exhibition to handling the probes, Mr. Lyon?" the captain asked.
"To be honest, sir, I'd better stick to no more than 3 at a time."
"Even so, we'll cover a lot of ground in a much shorter time than if we had to wait for the probes to get there by, ordinary transport methods," O'Sullivan said. "When you're ready, Mr. Lyon." Commander Metrio still radiated a certain amount of skepticism as he led Roger to the bridge station where a couch had been placed for his use during Gestalt. With the ship in flight, the generators were humming nicely. It took Roger only a moment to lift them to the requisite power to port the 3 probes, a second each to lob it on the parabolic course about its target planet. The outer planet was predictably a small, cold hunk with a heavy core. Then came a larger but equally sterile one, and a third was no more interesting, though it had several moons. On his second foray, Roger sent the first probe around the gas giant. It was not a ringed planet, but it had 20 moons and lots of debris, which interchanged when 2 or more moons were close enough to affect gravitational pulls. Rather a show for the astrogation officer, a very pretty woman named Langio, who was enchanted by the lunar dance. The 5th Ian was the largest, with awesome surface activity and again possessing a herd of moons, some of which had man-made ruins. Roger was asked to take that probe in for closer examination. That suggested that the moon had been mined at one time. The 6th planet displayed more extensive ruins, enough to suggest that it had once been habitable before its atmosphere had drained off and it had lost the necessary warmth from its cooling primary. Captain O'Sullivan called a halt to Roger's day then and told him to get some rest. Roger was only too happy to comply. He was exceedingly tired and wished he hadn't been such a show-off. Prettyglim's doubt had incensed him. He might still be considered a youngling by his own kind as well as Deanie's, but he was a useful kid, and he wanted to prove he was. When he reported to the bridge the next day, all 3 captains were present again, and their manner suggested they'd new plans for him. "Mr. Lyon, we'd like you to send 1 probe to the Hive ship. We've been lucky that the outer planets do not have warning mechanisms on them, but if the 7th planet is Hive settled, Prettyglim is confident that it will have monitors in space. Today, let's scan the Hive ship." Roger was quite willing to limit himself to the one seeing rock. "Now," said Lieutenant Commander Langio in her quiet voice, "we know the Hiver's present position, just past the 8th planet, but we don't dare risk extending our sensors that far to get you good definition." "I don't need it, Commander," Roger said easily. "Hive ships are always the same shape." "Not always same size," Captain Prettyglim added. "True, but as there isn't but one out there, that isn't a consideration." Roger nodded to Commander Metrios, who ceded control of the generators to Roger so he could achieve the necessary gestalt. He'd seen where Langio had sighted the Hive ship on the astrogation chart. He picked up the lumpy probe and ported it in a wide parabolic curve toward the Hiver. The comm officer gave a grunt of surprise. "Getting readings," Doplas said. "Can you hold it still a minute?" Roger obliged, and then followed his directions so that, by the time he retrieved it, the probe had done several circumnavigations around the Hive ship without, apparently, alerting the ship to the probe's presence. Roger wasn't nearly as tired as he'd been yesterday, but that brief hour's work now occupied every area of the Genesee and every specialist on all 3 ships of Squadron B. He was relegated to the sidelines, which he tried to take philosophically. That lasted until dinner time, when he was politely, if absently, asked to eat in the main mess hall. He didn't mind that because Gil and Cat kept him company. The food was nearly as good as he'd gotten at the captain's table, and there was not nearly so much formality. And a lot of the crew tried out their Deanie on his pair, with often amusing results. Gil was particularly good with pronunciation problems, but the methods by which it taught caused great hilarity and provided an interesting evening's entertainment for everyone. He was proud of his Deanies and told them so. He was roused from a sound sleep by an irritating noise and finally realized that his comm unit was squawking for attention. Yes, what you want?
Captain's compliments, Mr. Lyon, and can you come to the ready room immediately?
Grumpily, Roger obeyed, but he didn't wake Gil and Cat. They were dead to the world. Someone should get a full night's rest. Although he was in officer territory, it was still a hike to the ready room. If he'd been wider awake, he'd have ported, but a talent never did that without full control of his faculties. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Lyon," the captain said when he arrived, but there were scowls, an irritated clock, and a snubbing switch of the upper torso by one of the younger Deanie on Captain Prettyglum's staff, as if he'd deliberately delayed his appearance. That they'd been up all night was obvious by the smell in the room and the numbers of discarded mugs, half full of cold liquid, which orderlies were clearing away, as well as serving fresh drinks to both human and Deanie. "I'm happy to say that your efforts bore extremely ripe fruit. There you are." On the big tactical screen, Roger sleepily noticed a Hive ship, only something about it wasn't quite right. It had colored marks all over it, different colored marks that hadn't been on the original scans. "I'm not sure what I should be looking for, Captain," Roger said, too sleepy still to pretend to understand. "You're looking at an unarmed Hiver, is what you're looking at, lad," Commander Metrio said, smiling with tired triumph. "She's a new ship, not so much as a scratch on her hull. She's not on search or armed to invade. That's a colony world, and she doesn't expect us. And it doesn't know we're on its doorstep." "Yes, sir," Roger willingly agreed, hoping that was all that was required of him. "This time our Hiver will not escape," Captain Prettyglum said, and his body mirrored satisfaction and triumph. "If she doesn't have weapons, she can't defend herself," Roger said blankly. His comment caused all conversation in the big room to cease, and he became the unhappy focus of every eye, especially big pole eyes. "Where's the glory in attacking an unarmed ship?" he asked, looking directly at Captain Prettyglum. The silence continued, but it had a different quality, a quality that made Roger terribly uneasy. "You've a message you need me to send to the Alliance?" he went on, thinking that that was why he had been sent for. The silence was almost deafening, and he was too muddle-headed with sleep to be able to read the conflicting ones. "Or do you want another probe sent out?" "A message and a probe, lad," Captain O'Sullivan said, and then signaled to one of the orderlies. "Some coffee for Mr. Lyon, please. He'll need his wits about him." When Roger settled in the couch on the bridge to path to Earth Prime, he heard and felt not so much animosity as cynicism and dislike, not outright hatred, but definitely contempt. What he did hear, almost spoken aloud, the thought was so strong, was, "How can we be sure the kid'll send what's written?" The captain handed him the message. "This must be transmitted verbatim, lad." "Sir," and Roger raised his voice so that he'd be heard across the wide room, "a prime, which I am, has the duty to send what he is given to send, and forget what he is not supposed to remember. I've been trained in tower ethics since I was old enough to use telepathy for distance speaking 10 years ago, and that is why I was sent to serve on the Genesee, because I can path accurately over distance. When you're ready, Mr. Metrios, I'll need every erg those engines can give me right now." To be sure he had made his point, he read the message in a low voice that would be audible to the captain, Commander Metrios, and the comm officer, so that they'd know he had sent what he was asked to send, and without comment. He kept his mental tone even and bland, but inadvertently he caught his breath as he felt his grandfather's touch, clear despite the distance involved. "That's some report, Roge. You been stirring things up?" "Me, sir? No, sir." Jeff Raven had not held his important position as Earth Prime and the strongest T1 in the 9-Star League without sensing what sometimes was not pathed. He altered his voice after his official acknowledgement of the communique to a less formal tone. Giving you a bit of a rough time, huh, Roge?" He was sympathetic, but bracing.
"Nothing I can't handle, Granddad. I guess I'm just not used to naval ways."
"There'll be a reply to this, I'm sure, Roger. Let's set an arbitrary time every hour on the hour for reply. That'll make it a tad easier on you. What is your current time?"
Roger looked up at the digital and told his grandfather the ship's time. 05:05. Then out loud he added, "The message has been acknowledged at 09:33 Earth time, Captain, and has already been forwarded to the High Councils. Earth Prime asks me to be ready to receive a message every hour on the hour, or 0600 ship's time." He slipped out of the couch, making himself straighten up. "If you don't need me now, sir, I'll get back to my Deanies. If they wake and find me gone, they won't know where to find me." Rather awkwardly, Captain O'Sullivan gave him a pat on the back. "Do that, lad. Do just that." The fourth time Roger arrived on the bridge for the appointed hour, to his immense relief, he heard his grandfather's alert. "The generators, please, Commander," he said, nodding to Metrios. He lay back and let the Gestalt extend his range. He also pushed down all the negative feelings he'd been subjected to during the last 4 hours. Hell, he was only a kid. Why was he getting the stick? It's not as if he could warn the Hivers, or even wanted to. If only he'd been more awake, he would have sensed the vibes in the room and kept his mouth shut. No one here could tell what he was thinking. Were these some of the reactions his parents and grandparents had had to deal with when they were among the untalented?
"That message put the cat among the pigeons, lad," his grandfather said, chuckling. "Here are their orders. Repeat mentally and vocally after me. There must be no misunderstanding."
Roger said that much aloud.
"To Captain Etienne O'Sullivan, aboard the AS Genesee, in response to telepathed message received 09:33 this date by Earth Prime. Reply 1300 hours precisely from Earth Prime Raven to Oregon Prime Lion. Message reads, no action is to be taken against unarmed ship. No action must arouse the suspicions of the colony world that it has been penetrated. If Squadron can launch additional reconnaissance units of the new type, details of the inhabited planets and moons would be of inestimable value in formulating strategy. Repeat, further reconnaissance may only be undertaken if there is no risk of disclosing Alliance presence in the system. When the reconnaissance is completed, or risk of discovery imminent, Squadron B is to retreat behind heliopause, maintaining discreet surveillance of system. Do not, repeat, do not engage enemy. This is by order of the High Councils of the Alliance. Gick Miglant and Admiral Toll McTurian presiding. End of signal. Earth Prime Raven sending. Oregon Lion receiving at Earth time 1300, 1090 and acknowledging. Well done, lad. I hope they think so, Granddad. They will. And you are entitled to call yourself Prime, you know, since you're doing the work of one.
That was delivered in a firm, admonitory tone, which made Roger wriggle a little in pride. Grandfather would not have said something like that if he didn't mean it. Then his voice took on its official tone.
A message capsule has also been dispatched. That's what took so long, getting it written down. Naval types. Get ready to catch it. Confirmation of the message, signed, sealed, and pick it up for delivery. Now.
A message capsule's on its way, Commander, Roger said, sitting up and gesturing for Metrios to keep the generators up to peak. It's coming in now. And the slim message tube dropped the last inch onto the carpeted floor by the captain's feet. Roger grimaced, wishing that he had managed an absolutely perfect landing. This way, sir. You know no one's been able to tamper with it. Someone, somewhere on the bridge, gave a low whistle. The security officer glared around, but the culprit was not identified. Captain O'Sullivan pressed his thumb to the seal of the tube, and it obligingly popped its lid, the rolled sheath extruding. The captain opened it, scanned it, and grunted.
Good transmission, lad. Every comma and dot in place.
He handed the flimsy to the comm officer. "Send a coded fax to the Arapaho and the KTTS for captain's eyes only." He was silent a moment, looking at the forward screens and the distant glow of the G-type star. None of the planets that Roger had sent probes to were visible, just a tight pattern of winking stars of all kinds. "Mr. Lyon, have you had lunch?" Roger shook his head, unable to say that he'd gone to the mess room, but the moment he'd been seen, the place had gone very quiet. He'd left, his Deanies clocking in distress behind him. "Then it's high time you did eat. We need your particular talents again, and we must be extremely delicate in our investigations. Engineering, security, astrogation, exec. Join us in the ready room. And Douglas, inform Captains Quacho and Prettiglim that we'd like them to join us if they'd signal the time to be ported over after lunch." Chapter 12. Of all her relatives, only her great-grandmother Isthia proved truly understanding of what became known as Zara's antic. Granny Isthia had raised one beautifully arched eyebrow and said, "You do teach them that where there's a will, there's a way. If they implement their teachings, don't fuss." Even her father, who was the most understanding kind of dad you could want, had replied, "What if she'd been killed?" "She's half Danebian. We're born survivors," was Isthia's imperious reply to that. Zara had actually put a lot of time and thought into how to achieve her end. The will to the way was also well researched. Eventually, her mother gave her credit for that. What really incensed Grandmother Raven had been Zara's shameless and often unethical use of her talent. The redeeming part of that was that Zara had not abused or misused anyone, or more than bent a few laws. For days after Roger left, and the nights in which Zara had had horrible nightmares, all involving him in lethal situations, Zara had alternated queen-watching with her planning. Ever since hatching, the queen had been stationary. You couldn't call the use of one palp to draw food to her mouth activity, though she did that from time to time. Roddy had deftly replaced foods by the one palp used, and put more enticing offerings near the other forward limb. She stayed where she was, her hind end in the mound of mixed shavings and eggs. A theory was now circulating that this species of Orthopterus might require a male fertilization of the eggs after laying, not before. There was endless discussion on the merits of every theory put forth, sometimes rather loud and furious debates in which speakers lost their temper with colleagues in other camps. These discussions did more to make Zara's mind up than deter her from her wild scheme, for it became painfully obvious that no one knew what to do for the queen. Something would have to be done soon, or Zara was afraid she'd be lost. She was sure she would know if she could only get close enough to sense the need. Roddy was doing as well as a male could be expected to do, but the Hive queen was female. It had been females like her great-grandmother Isthia and her great-aunts Bessiva and Raquella who had heard the Hive response to the arbitrary return of the one scout to survive the Rowan Raven repulsion above Deneb, and that act had brought the great ship to Deneb to be vanquished in Deneb's hot sun. That was, of course, before the Merdini had made contact with humans. In fact, it was why Deanies had made contact with humans. But that didn't exactly exonerate either from current actions in Zara's estimation. The only female on the observation module was the non-empathic Captain Wagella. Why under the suns hadn't either her grandfather or grandmother thought of putting a talented empath on board that module? They hadn't. She had to supply the need. That took timing as well as planning, for although there was a lot of FD&T traffic out of Oragai, not as much as served her purpose went to either Earth or even Callisto. That's where she had to be unethical, listening in to pathed messages, keep informed of what shipments might be made to either Earth or Callisto. She'd secreted in her own room a breathing unit in case she was obliged to go by carrier drone, and a comfortable padded blanket. She'd her traveling clothes ready and a small sack of necessities, including travel food, for they use such bars on longer hunting and camping trips. Her Deanies, Pole and Diz, were in hibernation, which solved that problem.
Not that she couldn't keep things from them, but it would be unfair for her to seem to desert them for no reason she could explain beforehand. Time got shorter. The queen seemed enfeebled. Nothing could tempt her to eat more than a few mouthfuls, and the intervals between these were increasing. Zara overheard her parents talking about Roger on board the Genesee. Until he'd managed to get some new sort of probe around the inhabited planet of the Hive colony, he'd had some sort of problem on board. Served him right, she thought disloyally, when he was actively participating in the destruction of a species. And people said the Hivers were predatory, merciless, and ruthless. She was even pleased to hear, and certainly did not form part of the majority, that this colony world was swarming with all kinds of hive life, with well-developed defenses, and hundreds of satellites and large ships orbiting. Evidence suggested that the Hivers were even readying for more exploratory voyages. That was, of course, what they did, according to the Dini. When a world became too populated, that meant too many queens. A ship was provisioned with excess queens and sent forth to find its own world. Would that procedure alter when the unarmed homeworld Hive ship arrived to tell the colony of the Nova and the destruction of their original system? Many thought it would cause chaos in every one of the Hive worlds, maybe even, the incurable optimists suggested, curtail their explorations while they established a new home world. Others were certain that it wouldn't even give the living Hivers a moment's pause. There was speculation over what would happen if the Hive worlds knew a queen was held prisoner on Earth. Since it was unlikely that even the B Squadron's quarry would know that the biggest ever Hive ship had been destroyed, why would they care? Which made this lone queen's life even more important to Zara. Minor Representative Mexalgo approached Origai Tower for transport to Earth for an important meeting of the Federated Nine-Star Miners and Metallurgists Association. That was Zara's chance, for Mexalgo was a large man, nearly 2 meters tall and close to 110 kilos. He wouldn't fit in the usual single carrier. A double was allotted him. He also had some alloy samples he wanted to bring with him. Zara nearly yodeled with delight. She was so slight in build that she wouldn't cause an imbalance, especially if she lifted herself. And she was small enough so that she could fit under the second padded couch, with a dark blanket covering her from Mexalgo's notice. And, when the double carrier was cradled in the yard first thing in the morning, she took breakfast with the family as usual. But when she went back to her room, ostensibly to access her morning's teach, she assumed a crouch position and ported right into the carrier. She hadn't quite judged the interior, and barked her shins hard against the inner couch and scraped her back along the outer one. She ought to have crouched long ways to the carrier, not athwart it. Rubbing her legs fiercely and setting a minor block to reduce the ache, she positioned herself, her sack, and the blanket so that she'd be lost in the shadow when the carrier was opened to settle M.R. Mexalgo. She'd put her teach on automatic the night before, so it would air and turn off at appropriate times, and left a note saying she'd gone to look for greens. No one would expect to see her before dinner time. She had a moment's shock when something very heavy swung into her back as Mexalgo settled himself. "You'll want to secure those samples to the other couch, Mexalgo," the station master said, and Zara caught in her breath and shielded tightly against the chance that Kilarian might investigate. "Why?" grunted the minor rep. "Tower policy, sir. Wouldn't want you squashed. The pack'll fit nicely on the spare couch and belt down safely." That was accomplished, and the hatch closed. Despite holding her shields down as tight as she could, Zara could feel the initial lift of the capsule. "Takes longer'n I thought it would," Mexalgo was muttering. "When are they going to port me? Don't want to be late for that meeting. Awkward having different times on different worlds. Why don't they synchronize?" Zara would have laughed at his ignorance and his nervousness. She'd known when they left and when they arrived seconds later, and then the hatch opened. "Minor Representative Mexalgo?" And cool air flooded the carrier. "I'm T-10, Gwenil. Ground transport will take you to the Blundell building, where an air car awaits you. Here, let me undo that for you, sir." Neither man had any inkling of her presence, and Zara stopped the trembling in her belly.
She did exert just a little pressure to keep the hatch from locking. Just that little bit wouldn't be noticed, but using the kinetics necessary to unlock it from the outside might be. This was a secured area. Outside, she could hear all kinds of activity, but then Earth Prime was an extremely busy facility, especially since the operations against the higher species had stepped up. She could pick up a gestalt from any one of the engines she heard moving about outside. But where did she want to go now? She had to decide that no one would expect to be pathed here on the cargo field, and Roddy was bringing shipments in from Earth every day. What if she could find one? If not today, then tomorrow. Carefully, she let her senses flow beyond the capsule, just as she'd been taught to estimate and establish her surroundings. It had used to be a game they'd all played, the reward for the most comprehensive report being one of Dad's origami figures. She didn't have as many as Laria, Theon, and Roger had gotten, but then she was younger than they were and hadn't done that exercise as often. Morag had only gotten 2. She was amazed at the size of the cargo yard, or the cradles, emptied and filled almost instantaneously. Then she began to worry if hers would be flipped out again, and quickly, despite her barked shins and bruised back, ported herself underneath the carrier. There was no one immediately nearby, so she cautiously looked around the prow of the capsule. Gradually, as she probed carefully, she realized that there were distinct areas. She was in a live cradle, which was nowhere near as busy as some of the others, where goods were loaded onto and from immense grav-lift platforms that silently went up and down the ranks of drones, large and small. Most of the first grav-lift was crated or wrapped, nothing fresh, nothing even marked fresh food. She was suddenly startled to hear voices coming near her. "Okay, use that double, Ori," a man's voice said. "We can put the crates in. The Talent's always careful lifting, so nothing'll roll out or crash about. Handles his stuff like he would a baby. Don't know why he bothers since she doesn't eat it." "Who does eat, then? Them in the module?" "I doubt it," said the first voice with a snort. "It'd be contaminated or something, having been down there by that critter. I sure as hell wouldn't touch it. All this choice #1 stuff going to an insect. Big insect. Okay, strap this down. Harness'll just fit." Zara did a scan, as she'd been taught to assess mass and volume in a capsule. There wasn't much space left. Yes, there was. If she folded into a tight ball, she could just fit on the end of the couch where the fresh fruit had been tied down. This time she knocked herself on the head and nearly gave her presence away as well by her inadvertent exclamation of pain. "You hear that, Ori?" "Hear what?" "Ah, nothing. Let's get out of the way. Carrier FT-387B ready for lift." "Now, like I said," and she heard the voices dwindle away. She also felt the lift, a little jerky as the Talent had to expend more gestalt to port her weight. "What have they sent along today?" And, if she wasn't mistaken, that voice was her cousin Roddy's. She had done her homework, however, and knew exactly where she'd been landed, in Bay A, the original facility of the now greatly expanded module. A second carrier should be in the other cradle. She ported herself out of the first one and then hid behind the second. She'd bumps and bruises enough getting in and out of capsules not to want to risk any more. She was no sooner hidden than the door slid open and she sensed her cousin Roddy. His mind was full of his duty and his concern for his charge. He'd ordered some specially succulent tropical fruits. She'd shown a real interest in fruit until just recently, eating and saving pips and seeds. She wasn't even doing that lately. He had to stimulate her appetite somehow, some way. The Zen bios and Zen zoos were getting vehement about her lack of interest in the larvae. Those things could die from neglect, just like the young of any species. If the Queen didn't make a move to attend them soon, they'd have to be taken from her to join the program. 2 had made successful transitions to the next step in their life cycle. Roddy only knew the fact, not the reality of the transition. Zara congratulated herself on being on time. She wasn't too late. She'd help the poor Queen. She'd save her. The sounds of scuffling continued. "Right, the fruit first." and Zara followed Roddy's mind as he delivered sweet perfumed melons to the occupant of Heinlein Base.
"Bingo!"
he said.
His irreverent attitude towards important things had always raised dislike in his cousins, and, despite having heard his mental ruminations, it roused Zara's enmity. She followed his second port, felt his confusion. "Hey now, what's that?"
"What's what, Lieutenant?"
"I don't quite know, Sergeant, but I think I should find out."
Horrified, Zara took a deep breath and followed the direction of his last port, and slipped on the congealed juices of many ripe fruits, falling backwards and cracking her head against a larvae sac. For a long moment Zara was stunned, and then she felt terribly cold, as if every fiber of her body was frozen. Zara paused, knowing perfectly well that the temperature of the base was kept at 32 degrees Celsius. Then she looked down at the motionless body of the Queen. It was a lot larger than Zara realized, taller than she was, though she wasn't tall, short for a lion, in fact, not for a Gwyn. Fleetingly, she remembered Roger telling her how much she resembled her grandmother. Well, she did, and she was here for a purpose, and she had part of the answer. 32 degrees Celsius was not warm enough for an egg-laying queen, nor the eggs around her. Zara sensed terrible hunger, terrible weakness, fear of leaving a task undone, solitude, hunger, cold, strangeness everywhere. Cold, hunger.
"Zara Raven Lyon? What are you doing down there?"
She stared up at the observation module, aware she was dripping rancid fruit juice.
"She's cold. She's bloody freezing to death. She's frozen, that's why she can't eat. Turn up the temperature. Get more shavings down here to cover her and her eggs, or you're going to lose them all." "How under the 70 Sons of the Alliance do you know that, Zara Lyon?" "Hive minds are female. The Rowan and everyone else who heard the Hive many mind were female. I'm female. She's cold. Turn up the heat." "I've already turned it, and I'm turning you up here to face heat of another kind, young lady."
Zara felt him touch her, to port her to the module. She resisted, grinning.
"Did you forget, Cousin Rodri, that I'm T1? You can't lift me unless I want to come."
"I suggest,"
said another voice with great authority and no humor,
"that you lift yourself into the module immediately, Zara Gwyn Lyon."
"Grandmother Rowan, don't make me until she's warm enough to eat, because she needs help, and I'll give it to her if no one else will."
"Why, you cheeky little snip."
A male chuckle spared Zara from matching strengths with her grandmother.
"She's come a long way to do this, Rowan."
And it was her grandfather.
"Since she's brave enough to be there, and may be correct in her diagnosis, let's give her the chance to prove it. Otherwise, the experts are fearful we will lose the Queen."
Over the next 2 hours, Zara removed what she could to reach some comfort for herself in what became midsummer midday tropical heat. But the Queen began to move, began to eat, and Zara pushed more and more food close enough for her to grasp it with her palps. When the bales of shavings appeared, Zara piled them around the eggs and the larvae. Her cousin sent her down something to drink to ease her own parched throat, a sweatband, and replaced towels as soon as they became sopping. Then, slowly, the Queen worked herself free of her egg pile, crawling forward on her upper limbs. Zara, keeping a respectful distance from those long arms and powerful-looking palps, remounted the shavings. The Queen continued to eat. When she stopped, Zara moved as far from her as she could, with the larvae in between. The Queen busied herself with adding more shavings, as if criticizing Zara's efforts. Then she went into stationary mode. Zara could sense nothing.
"You've done what you set out to do, Zara. Now report to the module,"
her grandmother said, but she didn't sound angry, even if her statement of what Zara was to do now was not something Zara would or could disobey.
"I suggest that you shower before you join us on Callisto."
There was a thread of amusement in that addition.
"I'm in for it, though," Zara thought.
But I did do what I set out to do, and the Queen will live now." To her surprise, those on the module did not attack her or put a guard over her. The first thing Captain Wagella did was hold her nose and suggest a cleanup for the first priority. "We've got a good recycling plant in the module, but, child, you'll use up all the deodorants for the month." So Zara was led at a jog trot to the sanitary facility. Someone thrust a big towel in her hand, and someone else a knee-length tunic and some soft-soled station shoes. Only when she picked up her suit, after a long shower, did Zara realize the pong she'd given off. At arm's length, she pinched 2 fingers on the leg and thrust it into the disposal. Then she scrubbed the fingers again. She was just opening the door, noting a female soldier outside, when she was arbitrarily ported to the shuttle and beside the carrier she'd hidden behind. "In you get, child," her grandfather said. "We'll spare you what publicity we can." Zara sensed that Jeff Raven wasn't exactly angry with her, more surprised than angry, but it was only him she could be sure of on that score. She was right about that, for when she arrived at Callisto, she was met in the yard by Golly Gren, her grandfather's first assistant, and the man who decided where talent should be placed when they were old enough to have official assignments. "You have surprised all of us, young Zara."
"But don't you see, Uncle Gal? I had to do what I did. No one else knew."
"Zara, honey," and he put an arm about her shoulders, sort of guiding her toward the path that led to her grandmother's house. "The only thing that saves you from being sent forever to a boondock Capellan transfer station is that you did know, and you did save the Queen." Zara began to feel a little better and lengthened her step to match his longer stride. His arm was comforting across her shoulders, and she knew that she'd need comforting if her mother was in grandmother's house. She didn't even dare sense if her parents were there. "I'm here," and she felt the cool serenity of her great-grandmother lap over her. "Your mother and father are far too busy pushing big daddies about the Alliance." Then they were on the steps and the door was open. Great-grandmother Isthia and, Zara's eyes widened, the woman she was named after was there as well, Ella Zara. That sunk Zara's spirits. She'd have known where she was with mother and dad, even with grandmother and grandfather. But Isthia and Ella Zara! Uncle Golly's arm was still strong on her shoulders, and she felt the touch of both her great-grandmother and the medic implacably, if kindly, gathering her to them. Roger woke when he heard the klaxon of Red Alert. He scrambled into clothes, wondering for a brief frantic second if he was supposed to go to his escape pod. But this was Red Alert, not abandoned ship. He was supposed to report to the bridge for either Yellow or Red Alert. He pushed his feet through the legs of the fatigue suit, found the ship shoes with his toes at the same time as he poked his arms through the sleeves. "Stay here. We'll return for you," he told his sleepy Deenies as he closed the front fastening. Then he ported himself to his station on the bridge and just missed colliding with Commander Metrios, who was lunging for his station. Roger opened his mind and found the captains. The alert was not for danger to them, but to the incoming Hive ship which seemed to be under attack. The previous day, Roger had put several probes into geosynchronous orbits about the inhabited planet, high enough to avoid many Hive units, and about the moons which previous probing had shown to have weapon emplacements of some kind. These planetary probes were showing unusual activity, and the lunar ones indicated long-range torpedoes were being aimed at the incoming vessel.
"Doesn't have an updated security code, huh?"
Metrios remarked to their gunnery officer, a Lieutenant Commander Ingo Sellen.
"Either that or they know that vessel's coming in loaded with queens and they don't need more. Bearing in mind," Ingo Sellen added, "what we know of their colonizing rationale and what seems to be happening on the planet." "Yes, but it's their own species, isn't it?" the astrogator said, her voice puzzled. "Like I said, maybe they don't have today's password. Would you look at that barrage? Damned glad we don't have to run it. They're not hitting a thing. Look at the blasts." "Maybe a shot across the bows?" suggested the exec. "Their marksmanship's not great, Ingy," Metrios said contemptuously, "and the incoming's not in range, not by spatials. Why'n't they wait?" "Call for you, Captain," Douglas said. "Signal from Captain Prettiglim. On screen."
"This is how they fight, Captain O'Sullivan,"
said Prettiglim.
"Barrage will continue until ship is either destroyed or retires. Then it will be followed until it is dead."
"But it's their own ship, Captain."
"The Queens do not like to share, O'Sullivan,"
Prettiglim replied. "Perhaps the incoming ship has not been able to identify itself as being a Hiver, or that it comes from the destruction of the homeworld."
"That does not matter, O'Sullivan. Too many Queens. The extra die."
"At least we're learning where their surface-to-space missiles are launched," Ingersoll said, his hands busy above his terminal. "I'm logging them in. Any chance they'd exhaust their supply so we'd have a clear run in?" Metrios asked.
"Not a valid theory, Commander,"
Prettiglim said. "Whoops," Douglas said, and one of the probe screens suddenly went blank. The loss of one probe did not mitigate the volume of destruction that could be followed.
"This is different,"
Prettiglim said suddenly, as the missiles which had begun to land on the surface of the incoming ship altered to miss. "They can't miss. They're in range," cried Ingi. "How can they possibly miss? They're bouncing missiles off the hull." A rasp of Dini laughter caused all talk on the Genesee Bridge to stop.
"They need the ship unharmed. They wish to force the Queens to leave it. This is a new tactic. Very new, very interesting."
After a while, it didn't seem so to Roger, who had to rub his eyes every now and then, as the battle, millions of miles below, was relayed by the probes to the interested audience. Due to relay time, they didn't realize exactly when it was over, except there were less tiny sparks about the third planet.
"Watch, allies,"
Prettiglim said, intoning in such a deep voice that everyone obeyed.
"Observe that escape pods now leave ship."
One probe was fortunately in the perfect position for such an observation. "They're bloody well sitting ducks if those bugs have the range," Ingi said. He groaned as each of the 16 pods leaving the safety of the Hive ship was blasted to bits seconds into its escape trajectory. "Now how do they take over the ship?" the exec asked. "No Queen minds to tell the ordinary ranks what to do, and they haven't stopped firing, have they?"
"What to happen is not known. Observe. This is not usual pattern."
What happened took far longer than forcing the Queens to abandon their ship. Roger had, in fact, fallen asleep on his couch, weary of watching screens. The comm officer roused him with a few gentle shakes to his shoulder. "We need you, lad," he said kindly, but his face was haggard with fatigue. "It's over and we've got to report it." "What happened finally, sir?" Roger knuckled his eyes, but a cup of steaming coffee was put in front of him, and he took it gratefully from the astrogator Langio. "The incomer ran out of ammunition by the looks of it," Metrio said, pausing before he sipped from his own cup. "Then a big shuttle blew a hole midships, probably a cargo or docking area. Prettiglim said that once Queens got on board, they'd take over control of the crew. But that's only supposition, because as Prettiglim kept saying—" "On and on and on," Douglas muttered, rolling his eyes. "The Dinies have no precedent for the behavior we witnessed. Now everybody, except you, Roger, can stand down from Red Alert. Nor shall I keep you up much longer either," said Captain O'Sullivan, and surprised Roger no end by giving him a friendly buffet on the shoulder as he extended the notepad. Grandfather was sleepy too, but he was instantly alert when he recognized Roger's voice and overrode apologies. Roger delivered the message, speaking it aloud, which of course made it much longer to transmit. "Well, that is stunning news." Then his grandfather chuckled. "The squadron would have had a very warm welcome had it plowed right in there as some would have liked. Don't repeat that, Roger." "Of course not, sir." And Roger even managed to keep his face straight. "We were on red alert for hours. I'm not sure how long the fighting did last." "That's irrelevant, Roger. That it occurred with such ferocity and duration, with such a result, is relevant. Caution and more caution are needed. Even the most bellicose Dini will see that now. That battle may have saved many human and Dini lives." "But, grandfather—" For Roger realized that the official part of their contact had been discharged. They're now 4 Hive ships that this world can use for colonizing. That's not good. Perhaps, Roger, but they haven't left that system yet. Maybe they won't. I'm nattering with you, lad, because I've sent Captain O'Sullivan's report, and there may be an immediate signal back. Can you stay awake? I can feel you yawning along with me.
Roger grinned. He saw Captain O'Sullivan's eyebrows raise in query.
Earth Prime wants me to stay in touch, sir, in case there's an immediate reply to your report.
Oh. And Captain O'Sullivan began to pace up and down the narrow walkway along the stations. Many of the other officers had left the bridge, and the duty helmsman had been replaced. A lieutenant manned Dopeless's seat, but the nice astrogator was still at her desk, blinking frequently as she stared at the display in front of her.
"Afraid we'll have to leave you where you are, Roger," his grandfather said. "And that goes for the squadron, too. Repeat aloud. Message for Captain O'Sullivan aboard AS Genesee. Report received. Data being analyzed. The squadron is to remain in present positions unless enemy traffic requires resettlement. All activity on subject planet is to be reported on an ongoing basis, in 12-hour intervals unless increased activity suggests imminent departure of enemy ships. Reconnaissance by probe must be continued, and the scope increased if at all possible. Additional personnel will be teleported at further notice. High Counselor Gicht Miglant and Admiral Toll Mecturian. End message. Roger, I think your brother will be joining you. May even be replacing you."
"Oh, Granddad, it's getting exciting now, and they don't think of me as just a kid anymore."
"Professionally and personally, I'm delighted to hear that. But I do believe that you may have witnessed the only exciting part that will happen for a while. Be that as it may, you're stuck there a while longer. Hurrah! Theon is 6 weeks at least from a point where we can port him from the KLTL. You're stuck on board till then."
"That's all right with me, sir. Commander Metrios is giving me some naval engineering courses, so I'm not even missing schooling."
"Ha!" was his grandfather's surprising comment. "You're not the only one of my grandchildren who takes the initiative, since you couldn't possibly guess what your sister Zara did."
"She got to see the Queen?"
There was such a pause that Roger wondered if he'd lost contact, and then he heard the low chuckle.
"You're not adding precog to your other talents, are you, Roger?"
"No, sir. I just know she was in bits over the Queen."
"On the contrary, she put bits together, Roger. You may be proud of your sister. She's staying on Earth, living on Callisto, and studying with Elazara. Meanwhile, there's a female T4 on the module, monitoring the Queen. Zara discovered the poor creature was freezing to death. Temperatures in an egg-laying chamber are degrees higher than they would be anywhere else in a hive."
"You mean Zara did all this from Origai?"
Roger was overwhelmed by his sister's abilities. His grandfather gave him a summary of his sister's adventure, which astonished Roger thoroughly, because he hadn't thought she'd ever do something as wild as that.
"Sometimes, Roger, we don't know what we are capable of until we have unexpected goals to achieve. Zara's happily placed with Elazara now, to the relief of all of us, I might add. Now, as I can feel you yawning, you get to bed. We've a waiting game to play, but for now, we can all get some rest."